is episode 126 of whatever this is for March the 3rd, 2023.
If somebody out there can explain to us what this is, we would appreciate it.
Well, I
Because
think the secret, and we'll talk about a couple of things tonight. For the most part, it's kind of chill. It's been, we're still in the winter of our hobby discontent. We did have the obviously Fanatics made some little announcements. I thought about making a video. I'll be honest, like fully transparent with all of you. I have been busy with work. Eric knows why, and a few other people know why. So I've been like super distracted and busy with that. I've actually been doing some eBay stuff as well. And if any of you caught the video that I recorded and uploaded today, I actually got in that AEW Spectrum lot that I talked about. So I've already had a couple of folks reach out to me. They said, "Hey, can you put some cards aside?" So I'll start working on that with folks. So I got my plate full on a lot of that stuff, but I have been keeping tabs. I didn't think any of it was too crazy though. I thought a lot of it made a lot of sense and stuff that they would say, but I'm kind of like, okay, well, explain to me how you plan on doing it, and then I'll evaluate it from there. I'm happy to discuss it more length once you give me a little bit more of a concrete plan, as opposed to, oh, we're gonna fix things. I'm sure you are. We're gonna reduce redemptions. I'm sure that's your plan. It's a wonderful idea. Show me how you plan to do it, and then we'll talk about it some more. So real quick here, Justin was impatient. We were having very important discussions, very important high-level discussion. We were trying to figure out what this was. It was very distracting.
still couldn't do it.
Couldn't do it. Good evening, Tom. Absolutely. Connoisseurs, no doubt. Good evening, Matt. Good evening from South Texas. Very nice, very nice. Mod Cult, good evening. Mr. Dwayne, what's up? Absolutely. Good evening. Josh here, good evening. It's Friday night, and you know what that means because I'm Carlos Live, and it's time to smash the like button. Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you as always.
Shut up, Josh.
He knows what's up. But yes, I have been, like I said, I have been keeping a little bit of tabs, so I'm not completely lost on what's going on with it. But I'll reserve judgment. Although I did have a little bit of fun this week. We had a little bit of fun with it on the PSA Canada live stream. And Eric and I were kind of chatting about it after. And I want to talk a little bit tonight about 2020-2021 SB Signature Edition Legends. Guys, this checklist is both heinous and greatness. Both heinous and greatness at the same time.
It is. There is some greatness to it.
Yep, there really is on levels. There are in fact good players in it. Just to be clear, there are in fact good players in this checklist,
sure.
like legitimate great players. There are in fact they exist. They are there, but there's a lot of not so much. Not quite there.
The issue isn't the list of players. I think the issue is the name of the brand.
Mm-hmm.
If it was just upper deck
fan
players.
favorites is what I would think of.
Fan favorites.
Yeah, you could do that because then you could go deep cuts. For some team collectors, that could totally make sense.
So here's a quick example why that would make sense for me. Going through the list. Randy Burridge. Now, many of you out there have no idea who Randy Burridge is.
Including his family.
Most of his family probably uncertain. Me, I know who Randy Burridge is. Loved Randy Burridge back in the 80s, okay, in the late 80s, and on that 88 Stanley Cup team that lost to Edmonton and Gretzky. That's a fan favorite.
Sure.
If anybody, even Randy Burridge's mother, calls him a legend, she should be slapped in the mouth.
It'd be a stretch. It'd be a bit of a bridge too far there on that one. Like, I think the key is that the checklist is gigantic. It's just incredible. It's amazing. It's sensational. For ironic and trolly reasons, it's sensational. Like some of these names, guys. I have the checklist beside me. Some of these names, incredible. I was just blown away. And to be fair, initially I glanced at it. I was on Cardboard Connection. I was glancing at it. I even showed off because one of the concept pictures was one of the Medano autographs in it. And I was like, oh, and I think there's 18 Medano cards in the checklist overall with the different subsets and parallels and whatever. And I was like, okay, well, I'm not in a rush to go spend a bunch of money. But at the same time, I thought some of the cards looked pretty cool. That was my initial glance, like quick glance. I was like, okay, so there's some Medano cards. Some of them look interesting. I'm like, okay, this maybe under the right circumstances, maybe I could take a stab at a couple of these. Cool. And then I kind of left it aside. But then I came back and started looking through the checklist. I was like, oh no. oh dear God, what the hell is this? I can imagine people opening. It's like, I want to watch breaks of this. I want to watch breaks of this so bad. I want to see the reactions. I want to see them read the names and what happens next.
When
So
they pull a Hal Gill auto, I want to see their reaction to that.
it's gonna be amazing. I'll go through some of the names here. You guys are gonna love this part. Legends is not the right word I would use. Maximus Bumpernickel here. Good evening. After a week of research, I've concluded PSA is grading hard again. Fair enough. Orlando here. Good evening. Sounds good. Is Eric currently putting cards inside one touches upside down? Always. At all times.
Not.
At all times.
I was putting them in top loaders.
I'm surprised they don't go in there upside down. That could be a thing.
Silly. That would be silly.
Bob Jackson says, must be talking about that UD Legend set or whatever they called it. Sharks checklist is laughable. I have no doubt. Like, I'm going to go through it. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. So Orlando says he got home from a busy card show. Video tomorrow. Sounds good. Thank you, Orlando. Good evening from a cruise ship in the Gulf of Mexico. Look at you, Michael.
Wow.
Being all fancy.
They call me bougie. Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate you spending a little bit of time hanging out. So I appreciate you, Michael. Ham in the house, no doubt. Sharks legend, Josh Georges. Yes. There you go. So thank you, Michael Ham, for tuning in at least for a little bit. Hopefully you enjoyed the trip. Hopefully it's fun. Okay, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Throughout the night, I'll pull different names, but some of them are fantastic. Like and again, there's a lot. The checklist of like the base set is huge.
It just kept going. What you sent me. So I looked at the base and I'm like, wow, this is a big set. And then it's the next subset, and that has 500 cards in it. And then there's another subset that's gold, and that one has 200 cards in it. And this thing just kept going. They could have broken that thing up and made 5 different products.
Yep. So the problem is that there are folks here that, again, Legends is a bit of a stretch. However, fan favorites make sense. I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example of that first, just so we're all on the same page. Felix Potvin for Toronto Maple Leafs. He's a fan favorite for that 93 team. Like, the fans would love, Felix Potvin. I know for a fact there are some very passionate collectors of Felix Potvin who would love to have his card. That makes sense to me. Is he a legend? No. However, fan favorite? No doubt. No question.
No, absolutely.
Yes. But then we start getting into more like Dean Kennedy. Andres Lilia. I think I know that name, but it's been a while. Jim Poplinski.
Calgary Flames.
Yes.
But like, fan favorite. Calgary Flames fan favorite.
Well, speaking of Calgary Flames, one of my personal favorites on this list, Hakan Lube. You're going to need a lot of Hakan Lube after you're done opening this box.
You're going to, because Upper Deck gave it to you.
Ooh, amazing. Josh Backham says, I hope Ziggy Puffy's in it. Oh, I didn't even check. They better have Ziggy Puffy in it, or I'm protesting immediately. He better be in this set.
Well,
hold on.
One of the things that I looked for almost immediately.
What? No Ziggy Puffy in it? This set is officially trash. It is officially trash. We're done.
Yep. Not purchasing. I went and looked for my PC hero, which would of course be Reggie Lemlin, and you're telling me thing has like 5,000 cards in this set, and you can't put a guy who came in second in the Vezina in '84, who's an all-star, who went to a couple cup finals. I mean, guys got 300 and something wins. You can't put him in there.
Listen, we need room for Rich Preston.
Well, we do need Rich Preston. That's true.
Yeah. And of course, Byron Dafoe.
Yeah, Lord Byron, yeah.
Yes, obviously.
Him.
Look, there was one, as I was scanning through, do you remember Steven Reinprecht?
Kings?
Yes. Here's the thing. Yeah. I remember because I pulled a Steven Reinprecht rookie like for UD Reserve back in the day.
Yeah, right.
That would have been around the time, early 2000s. But I was sitting there like, Steven Reinprecht. The only reason I know who Steven Reinprecht is because I pulled him in a pack of UD Reserve back in the day. 23 years ago.
Not a legend. And I'm
not so much.
He's a fan favorite. So
I was trying to figure out, like, how on earth could you pop? What kind of a deep cut? What kind of a dark hole did you find yourself in that Steven Reinprecht could make this checklist? And you don't have Ziggy Puffy. How dare you? Bob Jackson said the set is almost like they used to with Autofax and Artifacts sticker dump. I guess so. But to be
Well,
fair,
look
you
at
also have
that.
a base set. To be fair, you also have a base set. Like you could put Ziggy Palfy in the base set, at least. If we've got room for Steven Reinprack, come on, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Bensky, yep. Good evening, Big Scott. Yep. Palfy is definitely a fan favorite, no doubt. Yep, that's right, Jeff. That's right. Palfy
That's why
is
you need
scrap.
that honkin' lube.
Yep. Can't forget Sharks legend Stefan Matteau. Yes. Good evening, Dom. At least fan favorite isn't as egregious to use as GOAT is nowadays. The problem is they didn't use fan favorite. I wish they had. If they used
Yeah,
fan favorite, this would be more legitimate. They went with legends.
I would say it's really kind of cool if they called it fan favorite.
Yeah, but then you're allowed to go into deeper cuts. That's fine. Like there could be some folks that maybe I don't think. Look, I don't have any fond memories of Oris Kinderchuk.
Neither does he.
Yeah, Philip Kubo was one that I mentioned to you that I thought was funny. I had him on my hockey pool once.
Oh, good for you.
He was like my last defenseman. He had like 30 points that year. It was solid. For a
There you go.
defenseman, it's fine. For a defenseman, it's fine. Especially if he's your last defenseman, just to get some points in the pool. But again, I wouldn't quite count that as legendary. He helped me win the pool. In fairness, maybe that's the reason he's a legend.
For you, he is.
even not even for me.
He helped you win money. He's a legend.
Yeah, that's right. I just kept looking through this checklist and it kept getting worse and worse.
Yeah.
At least there's some guys who was like, okay, fine. Donald on dead for the Sabres, I guess. If you insist.
Well, a fan favorite, absolutely.
Yeah. I like that we had Eddie Beers though. Eddie Beers was good. I appreciated Eddie Beers.
Oh yeah. How about Pat Hickey from the Rangers?
It's so many, like why? I just kept staring at it and it was like, why? Name after name after name. My God.
Now we have some Oilers fans in here. How about Pat Hughes from Edmonton?
The Pat Hughes.
D.
I like
Yeah.
that. I like that for the Edmonton Oilers, they have Chris Joseph. Not Curtis Joseph, Chris Joseph.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yep.
Terry Karkner out of Philadelphia. Never heard of him.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, never heard of him. Nicholas Hagman out of Dallas.
Vaguely. I think I remember who that is. I have to think about it.
McLellan, Kings.
Not so great. Not so great. A lot of the better players are in the short print category.
Yeah.
Now the other problem I honestly had with it, here you go. Pat Hughes, the guy from USC. I wish I would have taken Matt Hughes in this checklist. That would have been nice.
Nick Schultz out of Minnesota.
Now the best part is that some of those players from the initial checklist also have autograph variants. So it's like, okay, so who out there is ready to open up a box and get Bill Hogeboom from the Red Wings? Good old Bill Hogeboom. Bobby says, sadly, I remember most of those names from my era. Fair enough, Bobby. But are they legends, Bobby? The question I have is, are they legends?
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard of Karkner and the other one, Hagman, I think. There you go. Fair enough, Bob. Bottom line, like I said, I could literally go through this list all night and just stare at it. And I'm in awe. I am in awe. Oh, they got Sean Podine? Really? Yikes.
Here's one. Talk about a fan favorite, right? John Druce, right? Washington Capitals. He had 1 year. He had one season where he had like 40 goals or something. He was like leading the league for a while. Incredible. He showed up out of nowhere and then dropped off like a rock off a pier. But John Druce is in there. He had one really, really great season and then disappeared.
Yep. I want to see Breakers try to spin the hits from this. Yes, absolutely. Bobby says Legion of Non-Legends. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Damir says, oof, Legends definitely tougher. I don't know anything about the Hockey Hall of Fame or the doors very open like basketball is just stricter, smaller hall. So the Hockey Hall of Fame has a little bit of a mixed bag, but let me put it this way, Dom. I want you to think about it this way. The names I'm reading off the list are a lot closer to Mario Mendoza than they are to Mickey Mantle. if we're using a baseball analogy, they're close to somebody where you have to double check to make sure they're on the 40-man roster. That's the analogy I would use. These are not legends. This isn't even a board. This isn't a big Hall case. This is we literally let everyone in who ever played Hall. That's how far we have to go. Yikes.
It gets worse and worse.
That listen. My point here.
Kerry Huffman from the Flyers. Woot woot.
Here you go. I like this one from Carlisle. I wish.
I don't believe there is.
Man, no Ziggy Palffy and no Lysiak card. This is becoming more disappointing by the second.
I have not seen his name.
I'm doing a quick search. Nope, not there either. Man, this is brutal. This is heinous. By the way, this is coming out next week. I'm going to be watching breaks, guys. I'm going to be watching breaks.
And if you're looking for Atlanta Flames, then Lysiak is a team legend.
That's fair. From that standard, sure.
Yeah, but he's not on that.
Nope, he's not on this checklist. They have 300 players in the base checklist. Good God.
Including Chris Tamer from Atlanta Thrashers.
There you go. Philly Joe says, Oris Kinderchuk is fire. There you go. Should have used the fire emoji for that one. That would have been perfect time for it. Heroes get remembered. Fan favorites never die. True. Yeah. So hopefully that analogy helped you. Like these are the names we're reading are very, very deep cuts. Very deep cuts. The deepest of deep cuts. We're subterranean cuts. It's Lysiak. Well, at least you spelled it phonetically, so thank you for that. Timeless Cardboard says, did you see Roger Clemens on Patrick Bet-David's podcast? I did not. Roger said Michael Jordan had absolutely no chance to make it to the majors and then said Tim Tebow had a better chance. That's probably true. Michael Jordan sucked as a baseball player.
Oh, yeah.
And he was pretty bad. He was pretty bad.
Tebow was a pretty good minor league player, I think.
As a minor league player, he was decent. So if the analogy is Michael Jordan versus Tim Tebow chances of making the majors, I agree with this assessment. If that is the standard by we're going by, but that's because Jordan really was bad.
Yeah.
He's a great athlete. Michael Jordan is a better athlete than Tim Tebow. But Tim Tebow can hit a little bit. At least for the minors, he could hit. Jordan actually couldn't hit worth crap. He couldn't hit his weight.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think people give Tebow enough credit. I mean, the guy is known as the greatest college football player ever. He obviously didn't pan out in the NFL, and he went into the broadcast booth. Then all of a sudden decided I'm going to go play pro ball, and was mildly successful at that. I think that's pretty athletic.
Well, the thing, though, is that when we're looking at college football, like in all seriousness, the problem with college football that I have when we're evaluating players like this, you can be a great college football quarterback and it can translate into the pros. But a lot of cases, it doesn't translate into pros because what happens is some of these teams and some of these colleges are able to design systems where it's the equivalent of putting bumpers in the gutter in bowling. Hey, good job. You managed to successfully, you bowled a great game. Yeah, you almost threw 6 gutter balls, but you had a bumper. So you couldn't throw a gutter ball even if you wanted to. And then as soon as I take the bumpers off, all of a sudden you start throwing gutter balls. What happened? It's like, the problem is you actually weren't a good bowler. You're okay, but you would have thrown gutter balls had you been allowed to. But as soon as I put you in a situation where you could, you started to.
Yeah.
And that's the analogy I'll use for the Tim Tebow thing. He was very capable within the system that they had there in Florida. In Florida, he's great. As soon as I take him out of Florida and say, okay, run a pro offense, good luck to you. He couldn't throw. Kind of a problem for a quarterback.
He had that great pass against Pittsburgh.
And one pass. One pass.
And then he came to New England and got his ass whooped.
Yeah. There you go. Broncos 79. Good evening, Steve. Says no one, Eric. Stick with hockey. There you go. He's putting you in your lane.
The problem is Steve doesn't know anything about football. I am the football oracle. And
Steve's the hockey oracle. He's trying to put you in your place right now.
Well, that's the thing. If he wants to talk about hockey, I'll listen because he is the oracle. But as the football oracle on YouTube, I think he should just take a seat, get his popcorn and his soda, and just listen and learn.
Steve, you let me know if you want to come on and contradict this man speaking blasphemy against your name. You just let me know. You say the word, sir. You say the word, and I'll make that link available. So Carlisle says Georgia. I think UGA. Georgia, right? UGA. I'm asking. UGA is Georgia.
University. I don't know. Maybe I would say so. Yeah.
I think it's Georgia. Correct me if I'm wrong, Carlisle. Sorry, the acronym doesn't mean anything to me. Just won back-to-back national championships with a walk-on no-star QB. Yeah, a great system. Like you can do it with a system. You really can. So it's one of those things where that isn't to say that you have no athletic talent. No, you can 100% have athletic talent, but you can build out a system that makes it plays to your strengths. You can do exactly what you need to do, and you can make your life easier. That's the important thing, is that you can build it out. So like a Tim Tebow, who has some athletic capability. But again, Jordan is a better athlete. My argument was just that Jordan is a better athlete, which he is. But within the context of what Tim Tebow needed to do in Florida, he's perfectly capable of doing that. It plays to his strengths and allows him to do what he does well. He can run the ball. But that was the problem. When he gets to the pro, it's like, occasionally I need you to throw the ball. That's kind of part of the job here.
Right.
And that's where it became a problem.
And he wouldn't change positions. He refused to become a tight end
until way too late. Until he was basically past his prime to switch. Like he
Right.
couldn't learn a new position. When he made his comeback, he couldn't learn a new position at that point. There was no chance.
He came to New England for a second during like preseason, I think.
And that's right.
And there were talks of trying to make him, a tight end or running back or put in plays where he could be successful in New England, and it just didn't happen.
Josh says airplanes landing and bowling analogies all in the same way. Too many analogies. I did that over 2 YouTube channels, and I stand by it. I love my analogies. I got nothing. I'm not sure what the.
That's because he's making fun of the Boston accent again.
Yes.
Bob's a jerk.
There you go. Yep. So perfect. Yep. Oh, I got it. Could. I thought so. I wasn't 100%, but thank you for making sure. My favorite part of the set is that people doing the 97 Legends autograph set they've been doing for the years. The set has an entire copy of the base set. Is that? Yes. 100%. Yes. 100 card set update. Yes. UGA. Yep. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Carlisle. There you go. Thank you. Appreciate that. Here's Bobbles. Good evening. It's very awkward. All I keep hearing is Eric talking about tight ends. It's very unfortunate. See what happens when I might have to get that sponsorship to crumble a little quicker. It helps distract Eric and keeps his mind in the right frame of mind. It's like the college thing that we talked about. The system is that I have to get the crumble cookie in his hand, and that keeps him on the straight and narrow. We get the crumble cookie there, the rest of it takes care of itself.
This is true.
Mm-hmm. But yes, bottom line though, this checklist is trash. With love and respect, and we know, and we know some people with Upper Deck, and we appreciate them and enjoy a lot of things. This checklist is trash, like genuinely trash. And some people are going to get eviscerated, and I am man enough to say, I will cackle. I will watch their pain and laugh without mercy.
And of course, there's other things to this product that we saw. For example, they have, unless something has changed, and please someone educate me if I'm wrong, Upper Deck still has a contract with Bobby Orr. Okay. There is no Bobby Orr cards. There are no Bobby Orr autographs. This is a thing called Legends. And the greatest player of all time, who you have a contract with, is not in the set.
But he's not as good as Eddie Beers or John Michael Lyles. Like, we have to put him behind that.
That is true.
Yeah.
So that confuses
Steve, when you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Now,
good evening, sir. How are you?
Hey, Steve.
It's a good thing I don't live in that area of the world, because I'd be forced to knock on the door and give somebody a swift kick in the ass.
You could have. It would have been great. You could have used the crumble cookie box as the distraction that would have gotten him to open the door.
Or came with chocolate sticks, one of the two.
Yeah, it would have been like the perfect decoy. Boom, done.
I'm getting hungry.
Yep.
So I would just like to say, if you notice in my little tag down there, my title is not self-proclaimed, unlike somebody else, Bougie Eric. Nobody has given you the name of the football oracle.
But did I just walk in too?
I at least know something about hockey.
You could
You,
now.
sir.
Wait, quick. Point of order with your daughter. Point of order with your daughter.
What's
This is the
happening?
first time she has ever uttered those words, and today is the day she asked this question.
I've ever been more confused in my life.
I'm on another show.
I can see that, but I'm still confused.
It's okay. Not self-proclaimed, and nobody in this world has ever said Tim Tebow was a fantastic football player. I don't know what you were watching. As Carlos said, he couldn't throw.
No, he could not. He could not.
I specifically said college. His pro career was
No, sir, you did not. You did not specify that.
Thankfully, this is all recorded, and we can go back and we can see that I did say that very clearly. That his pro career was poor, but his college career is where people say he's one of the greatest college players of all time. So good thing it's on tape, and we can go back and watch the tape.
I'm pretty sure I didn't hear the designation of the best college player.
Under the right circumstances, I'm sure we can cut that out. I'm sure we can. I'm sure we can doctor the footage. I don't think it'll be too difficult.
No,
we won't even need AI for that.
Because you guys are all against me. You probably will edit it out.
All of a sudden, there'll be like a sudden gap, a blank. They'll be unexplained.
Yeah.
What happened? Suddenly, they switched to another topic. What happened?
No,
it would only be a few seconds.
That's right.
His career was horrible.
So Bob Jackson says, would you buy it at $50 a box? At $50 a box, you're getting 2 autographs, and at least you got a shot at one of the actual legitimate autographs. At $50 a box, maybe. Might actually be worth it at $50 a box because at least you're taking a shot in the dark. Maybe you get lucky, maybe you don't. The problem that I have with it is that basically what I hear is in the secondary market, it's pushed up over 200.
Oh, no way.
I'm like, that's not going to feel, so many people are going to get smoked. It's going to feel real bad. It's like the bottom line. And Steve, I think you kind of joined in partway through in this part of the conversation. We were looking at a checklist that Upper Deck has come up with for a product they literally call SP Signature Edition Legends. And we were going through the checklist of this thing, and we're getting, so I used the baseball analogy earlier, but I'm looking through some of these, and you know, if you are in the deep cuts of your favorite team, I could see some, but it's a stretch, man. I'm looking at some of these. It's like, how do you feel about, if I put it in the football context, how would you feel about a checklist of legends that includes your third string punter?
I'm all over it, man.
Yeah. No doubt. And how do you feel about it at $200 a box? You want to check? You want an autograph of your third string punter? Let's go.
Sign me up. I want 5 cases right now.
Yeah. And that's basically what I'm looking at here. There are guys who barely had careers. Some of them, I genuinely don't know who they are.
Yeah.
I literally had to Google them. And I'm like, this guy played in the league?
Yeah.
I wasn't convinced. I wasn't sure. And some of them I had pulled cards of, and I still needed a reminder just to be sure 100% that it in fact happened. So to answer Bob Jackson's question, for $50 a box, I'd take a flyer. For $50 a box, I'd take the gamble. I'd buy a couple of boxes and give it a shot. At $200 a box, no chance in hell. There's no way.
No way.
Keep it away from me.
Okay, so I did catch there was what 300 in the checklist. I think
there's so the base set. There are short printed cards in the base set as well.
Okay.
But the base checklist of just standard printing, there's 300 in the base set. Then you got at least one set of short prints, and I think you got some numbered short prints as well. But when you get to the short prints, you're getting to like actual good players, and then you get the numbered short prints. You're generally getting more legitimate guys that I would consider legends, like truly legends. So it's not like there's nobody here. You can pull Gretzky. But with this checklist being so gigantic, even if everything was fair and even, you're going to pull Bruce McGregor way before you're going to pull Wayne Gretzky.
So I'm also guessing that these people that you're referring to are also part of the autograph set. Too.
And in a lot of cases, yes. Literally the names that I'm reading, these last couple of names are literally in the foil checklist. We got Brian Propp, Paul Bissonnette. Trust me, even the guys who like know their hockey deep, we're reaching. We're reaching with some of these names.
Well, Biz right now, and I don't know about up there. Right now, Biz is kind of popular here because he's doing the national hockey show on ESPN and TNT. Right. And he's on the thing, you know, and he's sitting there with Gretzky and Messier and Tocchet before he went to Vancouver, and the former goalie of the Rangers, the superstar goalie of the Rangers who just retired. So he's the class clown, and he's really made a name for himself here. Plus, he's got his his podcast. So
Hey, great. Look, post-playing career, that's great
Yeah,
for him.
so
but
I'm
like
saying-
as a player, like he's not a
oh, he
legend.
sucked. And he'll tell you that he sucked.
Yeah.
He makes fun of
Yeah.
himself every episode that he does. But he also has this, I believe he has a Stanley Cup ring, which is, good for him. But if someone has gained popularity even after their career, you definitely want to add them to your set, right?
Can I ask you a question? So, all right. So this one's right up your alley. Who's Steve Casper?
Stevie Casper, Wayne Gretzky said, was his toughest defender. Played for the Boston Bruins.
I know he played for the Bruins. That part I know. Yeah.
Played for the Boston Bruins. Gretzky has said many a time that Stevie Casper was the only player he really, really did not like playing against. He was a defensive forward. I think he won the Selke,
Eric, the point that you made here is a defensive forward.
Yeah, that was his job.
Does that make him legendary?
No.
He's in a legend set as an autograph. Is my point that I'm making.
No. I just saw him a couple of months ago. I have an autograph on a card right here, and his autograph's not very good. It basically just says Steve Casper. It doesn't have like any swoops or any kind of flow to it. It's like Steve Casper. That's it. It's not all that pretty.
Isn't that almost like an oxymoron? Defensive forward.
It's basically a guy who is basically a specialist. Really, what it comes down to is that you have one job. You have one job. You're here. It's like in basketball where you get a guy who's basically a sandpaper guy for you. His job is to piss the other team off. He can't shoot for crap.
That was Kenny Linsman back then. He was the rat.
No, but I'm saying I'm using a basketball context here. I'm saying that's a guy who is on the court for a very specific purpose. It's not the score. Their job is to basically annoy the hell out of the other team. That's what they're good at. They get some time to do that and then get the hell off the court so the other guys can play.
Casper went on the ice when the best player of the other team went on the ice.
Yeah, so his job was to defend. His job was to distract them and cause them
shadow the best player on the opposing team. And yeah, he was a fan favorite right up until he became the Bruins coach, and he really, really sucked at it and got chased out of town. And I don't know how many people have forgiven him for that stuff. When he benched Oates and Neely for a whole game one time, made him just sit there next to him. His days are numbered after that. So people still remember that.
So the problem is guys like that are the guys that you have the best odds of pulling.
Yeah.
And the guys the only reason I was even paying attention to it, Steve, is that I saw that Medana was in the checklist. I'm like, awesome. And I start scanning through and I see some good cards that actually look decent. I thought that they actually look pretty good because they've got the concept art, right? So they've got the concept art that they'll show up and Medana was part of the concept art. And I'll show the card in question, one of them. This one actually made it onto the little sell sheet. And I thought it was actually, I like the card. So I thought it was like, oh, that's kind of cool. So there you go. So they got an evolution card for like his career. You got the Minnesota piece, you got the Dallas piece, and then you got the little cup of coffee there in Detroit that covers the expanse of his career. I thought that was so. They've got the
cool design.
Card. Yeah, they got the insert card. They got a parallel, and then they got an autograph parallel. I'm like, okay, that could look kind of cool. I wouldn't mind putting that rainbow together. Out of 35 is not too onerous. I think that's it's doable. So I initially saw that and I go, oh, this is pretty cool. And then I started looking at the checklist. I'm like, oh, this is not cool at all. This is trash. This sucks.
So you started down the rabbit hole looking at your stuff for Madonna and realized, oh boy, this is going to be bad.
This is Carlos going to eBay and buying singles from somebody desperately trying to get their money back in whatever way they can.
That is if people decide to break it, because if it's as bad as what you say it is, I just
don't know if they'll realize it until it's too late, because most people don't read the checklist. They don't look at it.
Oh, and that's true too.
That's my thought. My concern, if you will, is that I think they're not going to pay attention to the checklist until it's too late. And then they open it, it's like, I haven't seen anybody pull anybody good. What happened? It's like, well, the odds of pulling the Medano autograph in that same subset of the names that I read off a moment ago is 1 in 636 packs. Medano's not the biggest pull. There are other, like, you can pull Gretzky, you can pull somebody, but that means he's super short printed relative to some of these other dudes. Like, it's going to be hard to pull. It's not going to be easy.
So, go ahead, Steve.
I was just going to ask, what's the pack or what's the box configuration? Is it going to be like a 36-24?
So this one here, I'll see if I can find it.
Just curious.
Yeah.
Based on the ratio that you said, it's like, is that 1 per case, 1 per 2 cases? I'm just trying to to kind of estimate what the chances of pulling like a Madonna would be.
Yeah, I can say
101 and
super long.
636.
I don't see the configuration yet. I'll see if I can find it, but it's going to be long odds based on. Oh, here we go. Okay, 5 cards per pack, 18 packs per box, 16 boxes per case. So 18 packs per box. That's like 20 boxes, man. That's more than a case.
Yeah,
It's worse than a case.
Yeah. Oof. Mm.
Good luck with that one. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
not only do they not have Bobby Orr,
We don't have Ziggy Puffy, man.
okay,
The goat of goats.
they do have, and Carlos and I talked about this a couple of days ago, Gordie Howe.
They do.
Well, Gordie's been passed away for some time now.
Well, they also have Johnny Bauer, and he's very dead.
and
I assure
they
you, he's quite dead.
and they have Johnny Bauer.
And they have
who-
autographs of Johnny Bauer from
And they
beyond the grave.
yeah,
Stickers,
so
stickers. But
so-
anyway,
they're stickers.
yeah, of course.
And,
Unless Johnny,
well, nothing was surprising.
I would not put it past Johnny Bauer's dead body to still sign autographs. That man wouldn't quit. He was determined.
No, him and Bobby Hull were going toe to toe. Who could sign the most autographs in their lifespan?
Facts. So real quick, Josh, did I win the lawnmower car? I did not. It went for a little more than I wanted to for the price. But look, the dream lives. I'll have to chase it down one of these days, but that'll be fun. I like Justin's profound statement. That was profound. Cheers. I can say now, 2 autographs, Murray Craven and Tim Hunter. Amazing. I can see that play out. I want to watch break, Steve. And by the way, you're muted, just to let you know. I want to watch these breaks. I want to watch these breaks and cackle from my chair. That is what I wished. That is what I wish right now.
I'd rather watch paint dry. I mean, let's be realistic. I don't watch a lot of hockey breaks anyways, but I would prefer for it to be at least something intriguing. And that is definitely a bad marketing ploy calling it what they're calling it.
It was a
mean,
mistake. I
that
honestly
just
think you
doesn't
could
make sense.
if they had gone with fan favorites, you could spin this. If you had gone with fan favorites, then you have an excuse for deep cuts. You have an excuse for like, okay, you know, you go in your franchise's history, find some guys that are a little more obscure, a little more off the beaten path. I could see that. Legends has a very different connotation. You have a certain expectation of legends.
Or put team legends.
Yeah, something like that. Like you got to make sure it's clear, like right from the get go. It's like, guys, you're gonna pull some questionable. people in the
Legends
chat.
means every single player is in the Hall of Fame, or will be.
And maybe they will. Maybe that'll be hope. You'll be happy to know PJ Axelson has an autograph in it. We're all happy to know PJ Axelson has an autograph.
Loved PJ. Loved PJ when he was here. Loved him. Not
Yeah.
a legend.
Biz Nasty has a big social following.
There
That's
he
true.
does.
That's true. Espiatos are 35 cards and there's 25 house. Yeah. And the thing is, the odds on pulling them are very long. Tebow won an NFL game where he threw 8 passes and completed 2 of them. Yes.
Not good.
Yeah, not quite. Casper the Friendly Ghost card, that would be better.
At this rate.
Yes. Steve Casper.
And they
Go ahead.
Sorry, and they couldn't go with fan favorites because they'd be still in that nomenclature from Topps. Topps kind of owns the whole fan favorites
Really?
connotation.
I didn't know that.
So Bob here is saying, looking at the 1 out of 36 autos, looks like the best name on the list is Zetterberg. At least Zetterberg was a decent player. That would be the best one probably out of that bunch. At least he was a good player in his day, and
There was.
he was solid. And but that's not a good. When Zetterberg is your best in that category, and everybody else is short printed, that's going to lead to some rough breaks. Rough break. And 36 auto 136 is 2 boxes. That's the common one. Good luck. Let me know how that turns out. So I don't know, man. Steve, since I got you here, just a kind of a thought, I wanted to get a question and a thought from you. I did have fun. I was kind of paying attention peripherally to some of the Fanatic stuff. I don't know how much of that you caught, but a lot of it is just kind of empty promises and just the normal stuff that they would expect to do.
I didn't watch any of it because I have to admit, I'm not up to snuff on a lot of things. I kind of rely on you.
I was busy this week. I was busy this week for valid reasons, but I was busy.
And that's why I also send a lot of the things I stumble across in my Google Newsfeed,
Absolutely.
because it's like, do I go read them? Yes, because I'm intrigued. Of course, I'm not just going to send it to you and not at least read some sort of context.
Mhm.
But let's face it, it's even if you go back to when Panini had the exclusive football and basketball licenses, they said all the right things, all of this, blah, 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 in one side of your mouth, out the other.
Mhm.
I'm one of those who's going to say, put your money where your mouth is. Prove it. Because all of it you can say everything that everybody wants to hear, but until you can prove it, it's all marketing. And for me personally, I'm looking forward to Topps Chrome again, football.
Right. Yep.
I mean, I really am. For those who don't know or who have never seen me on here, I love Topps Chrome. I have sets from 96 to 2015, which was the last year, minus 2001. Because I love the set. I love the card design. I love Topps Chrome, and I always have. So that's the only thing to me that has come positive out of this with Fanatics coming to the table is Topps Chrome diehards like myself are hoping that they don't screw it up. Outside of that, I honestly could give two craps what they bring to the table from a baseball and a basketball perspective.
What's your confidence level on them screwing it up?
Very high.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the reason for that is Chrome update, mega boxes. As much as I want to open some Topps Chrome update, I have no faith of spending the money and having my box be complete and utter garbage due to off-center miscuts. And that's tough because I love Chrome.
Right.
And to a degree, I love Chrome in any sport. I just never collected it elsewhere.
Right.
But
I gotta agree with you, Steve. I mean, we all know that I collect vintage, but the two modern card types that I really, really like are Topps and O-Pee-Chee Chrome for hockey and Topps Gold Label. They're pristine. They're just perfect in every way. The photos, the way they're cut. I mean, it's like people took care and they had care and concern in the making of these products where not every product that comes your way can be said that, but Topps Chrome or Peachy Chrome and Topps Gold Label, absolutely my favorite modern cards I've ever seen.
And SP Signature
Gold
Legends soon.
Yeah, right.
just to be clear, that we'll add that to the Pantheon list.
Well, yeah, but they're not out yet.
Well,
so that's
right.
No,
I'm just saying soon, later.
And I'm gonna break your heart too, Eric.
We like when his heart's broken.
Gold Label isn't coming back.
Probably not.
I read it. Well, no, I actually read.
It was in the list of the discontinued products, so that's why I brought it up. That we were talking about it. I wouldn't be surprised though if they. I agree that I like Gold Label. I actually thought Gold Label from the get-go was a really fun product. I was a big fan of it. I was a big fan of the early Gold Label. I think later on it got watered down a little bit for me. I actually don't think it's a bad idea necessarily, and this would be my take on it. I don't think it's a bad idea to give it a breather. I think there's an opportunity to give it a bit of a break, give it a refresh, and think about it because they kind of deviated from the original. When I go back and look at that late 90s Gold Label, I really thought those were sharp cards. Like those were really good, especially those early. The red label, the black label, and the rest of it, really beautiful looking cards. And then after a while, it kind of got a little derivative. That's the problem. If you keep doing something long enough, eventually it's like, yeah, how is this better than last year's? How is this different than last year's? It's just kind of the same.
Well, it got the same, yeah.
And they are, but what made Gold Label kind of an issue, at least for me, is, and I don't remember what year it was, later 90s, of course.
Yeah.
That you literally had to have the checklist in front of you to know which one was like the shorter printer version, the short print version, so to speak, because you couldn't tell. So you had to sit there and go, okay, which one is this? Now you could tell black label, red label, of course, because that's easy to figure out. I mean, that's not rocket science. But I noticed that in baseball because I happened to open a 99 box and I'm like, how in the hell am I supposed to what? And it got confusing.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'll put it this way. I think again, each sport had a slight different variation. I will say in the hockey one, it became very clear very early because you were looking for red labels and you were looking for class 3. So you got class 3, that's good. Red label, class 3, that's your shortest printed one. Outside of the 101s.
Right. Well, and that was like I said with baseball is you didn't know what class was what.
Exactly. Yeah.
Earlier, I mean, it would tell you. You knew on the back what was class 1, class 2, class 3. I mean,
exactly.
It was right there for you to see.
That's right.
That's why I was like, you had to have the checklist. Okay, which one is which?
Yeah, and that was a mistake. That's a design error because you're making it harder, and that's why I kind of was of the opinion that if the set lives around long enough, somebody thinks, oh, I'll be different. The problem is that was not the part you needed to fix. Don't fix that. That part's good. We like that part.
I just picked this up over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, so that's the class 3. Yep.
Yep, and I just think these things are fantastic.
Yeah, and that's early gold label right there. There's nothing wrong with that. That's great. That's a great card.
Yeah,
but it's also clearly labeled. Even if you didn't have the label on top, you could look at the back and you know it's class 3. You don't even have to do anything else. All you got to do is look at the logo, see what color the foil is, and then look at the back of the card, see what class it is. You're done. You know exactly what you're looking at. Real quick, I'll touch on a couple of these comments here. Hockey 99, good evening. Carlos, any thoughts on the lawsuit against King Golden? I think it's hilarious, and I look forward to it processing through the system. It's a bit unfounded because if you go back and look through the history of this one, basically the complaint is, how dare you pull this auction of this questionable card of questionable provenance that might have been, that the patch has probably been swapped out? How dare you? And I was like, for good reason. So Ken Golden and Card Porn's defense, the patch was swapped out, and Upper Deck also chimed in on this, and they think it's swapped out. So that is our defense. Good day, sir. That's why I didn't make a video on it or anything. I was like, okay, cool, man. Good to know. I'm happy for you. If something interesting comes out of it, I'm happy to talk about it more. But like, to me, it's King Golden and Card Porn's defense is like, so you're saying that the patch wasn't swapped out because other people seem to think the patch is swapped out.
Do you guys know if, or do you think that these card companies over the years, especially with their higher end products, took pictures and have like a digital library of what these cards were?
They
like
should, but no.
LeBron patch logo.
Nope.
You don't think they ever?
They should. It would be wise, especially nowadays, to invest in that kind of a thing, especially for the highest end product.
Right. Exactly.
I would have an internal database to be able to validate the serial number to the patch and be able to quickly, at a glance, fire it up on the old system, fire up the database. Nope, that patch doesn't match. And you could literally confirm it for the client. Of course, it would be nice if you made it available to everybody else. But at the bare minimum, if internally somebody could confirm with you and validate for it could be the highest end product, just at the bare minimum, the highest end, the hand-packed products, you should have an internal picture and be able to tell me within a couple of seconds if it's a legit patch or not.
I would think so.
I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think that's unfair.
High-end products, superstars, it just makes sense. Take a picture of it and download it into your database.
On the flip side, though, for somebody new coming into the hobby, I could see how, people could get duped very easily in thinking that, just because it's National Treasures or the Cup or whatever, you're always going to get this like nasty logo patch. That's not always going to be the case. Mm-hmm. Let's face it. It just doesn't happen. I mean, you used to see what we called napkins for patch cards in Exquisite and National Treasures, depending on the team. I mean, if you play for the Browns, the best you can get is a 2-color patch, white and brown. I mean, that's it. But for the most part, you're probably going to be stuck with the big old patch of white napkin. But for serial number stuff, it's easy to track. Mm-hmm. And that's where a lot of the information always comes from is, I'm not telling anybody that doesn't already know this, but you can go online, you can track a specific serial number from the original release type situation. And you can track it through the multiple sales and everything else and see if anybody's bothered to change it. However, you would think, like Carlos was alluding to, why, as a card manufacturer, you wouldn't have a depository for your images for anything patch related. Jerseys, who cares? Patches, why would you not? Because then you as the manufacturer are standing behind your guarantee that you print on the back of your card too.
Yeah. So I'm touching on Josh's comment here. He says Upper Deck has released some Cup 99 full print images. I have no doubt. My thing is, do they have all 99? That's always the thing, is that because in the past, okay, so it is not. I want you to understand how sincere I am when I take my take integrity. I hold it to the highest regard, and this is how you'll know it's true. I am about to give credit to Floating Head. This is how serious I take my take integrity. I'm glad y'all are sitting down. About to do it. Here we go. It's about to happen.
Good.
All right, I'm going to do it.
My arm. I got a pain in my arm.
Shut up. I'm in the middle of a thing here.
Okay.
I'm going to insult him in the end, but still, like, focus, man, focus. Okay. Anyway, so once upon a time, Floating Head, back when his head was still attached to his body for that brief period of time that happened, he basically pitched to Upper Deck that he wanted to go take pictures of the cards for the cup. And he went and did the thing with the camera and did the whole thing. So Upper Deck wasn't doing it. Now, if they did it more later, that's awesome. But at the very least, having at least the images for that meant for that one specific year, that one specific product, you had the ability. It takes time. It costs money. I understand that. That's why I suggest at the bare minimum, but internally from a quality control perspective, if somebody tries to claim something's up and you're Upper Deck or Panini or Topps or whatever, would it not behoove you? Again, not for every product, but maybe for the highest end product, these super expensive cards that are going for a lot of money, you should be able to validate it. You should be able to tell me with 100% certainty, yes, that patch is exactly the one that they left this factory with, or no, it is not. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Well, and even during, and mind you, I can't lay claim to knowing exactly how cards are physically assembled through like the various machines.
Yeah. And one more thing, Steve, real quick before you continue that point.
No, go ahead.
And I was saying, like I said, I give credit to Floating Head on this. But then after that, his head got detached, and for the rest of his life, he sucks. He's trash. Moving on. I wanted Eric to have that.
Facts.
It's for Eric's benefit. I didn't want Eric to feel bad. I didn't want him to get this false sense of security. I needed to end it immediately. I stripped the Band-Aid off so that Bougie Eric doesn't suffer. I didn't want him to suffer. Steve, it would have hurt me to watch him suffer.
We were so close.
No,
we were never close. There was no chance that I wasn't going to do it.
And it wouldn't hurt you either to not come on.
And he couldn't even figure out how to put price tags on an expensive card. What kind of a noob is this guy? Go ahead, Steve. Please continue.
But from a printing perspective, if these patch cards or whatever, as they're going through the final, I don't know, build process, why it couldn't be ran through a digital scanner? Because then, to a degree, it wouldn't cost as much money to pay somebody to actually sit there and take pictures of each one. Add a digital scanner, a digital camera, something to where each card goes through a specific section as it's going through the process, and it snaps a picture.
Yep.
With the serial number, here's the patch, here's the serial number, no question.
We can
All
do
as well.
it on a roller coaster at Disney World as we go around, but we can't do it as a card passes by.
Mm-hmm. That's the key, though. I am always cognizant. I understand they're a business. I understand there are costs and all that. That's part of it. But again, at this point, I think from a consumer confidence perspective, they have to look at it look, there is some value to us to be able to validate this very quickly, because there should be no questions. Somebody should be able to, at the very least, reach out. It's a validation service. By the way, other products, I'll give you a quick analogy outside of the card world. You can, if you're a person who buys a Rolex watch, So I'll use them as an example. Obviously, luxury brand, all that stuff. Everybody knows that. You can call up at the serial number and they can confirm some information for you. They're not going to sit there and give you all the info, but you can validate, is that a valid serial number for this model in this year and this brand, whatever. They can go back and say, yep, based on that. If you're seeing this, this, and this is accurate, this is correct. And that's all they'll tell you. They're not going to sit there and give you information so you can counterfeit the watch. The point, though, is they can quickly validate and tell you, yeah, based on what came out of the factory, it should be basically this. If that's what you're seeing, that is at least consistent with what came out of this factory.
Well, it's no different. I work in telecom.
Yep.
Give me a serial number. I can tell you when it was manufactured.
Yep. And you should be able, and I don't think that's unreasonable. I don't think that's a crazy idea that's beyond the pale here.
No, it's the thing about it is, if you really put things into perspective, we as collectors in general, and yes, I'm putting us all partially responsible for this because we continue to allow them to dictate what we want as collectors. Granted, we are small in the mix of things, but if more people had a tendency to step up and start making demands, reasonable demands, things may change. But we as collectors continue to get complacent and allow things to happen. Yep. If we stop buying product and start, having conversations and making suggestions, I don't want to say demands because that can have a negative connotation.
I can send Eric to make demands. It's great. They'll ignore him. It'll be hilarious.
And
that's hashtag content. That's hashtag content right there.
No, it's not. It's drama.
Why not both?
Hey, best of both worlds, right?
Yes.
We to a degree have allowed some of this to happen. Yeah. And, we includes me. But at the same time, you would think that they would be more cognizant to listening to people and try and make some improvements. But yet, if we continue to buy product and it sells out every time they put a new product out, do you think they're honestly ever going to care? No.
Yeah. The dollars do speak. So Maximus was saying basically the same thing in this comment here. Don't buy any more boxes unless cards are validated. Do you think we can get everyone on board with that? No. No. And Bob Jackson kind of follows up with that. Problem is the junkies buy it out from the dealers because they sell it out as distributors. As long as it always sells out, nothing's going to change. And we had the same thing. I did the show last night with Brad and the guys on PSA Canada thing. And we were talking about it. One of the questions was, why is there no special for this month, et cetera, et cetera. And then I went to the gem rate data and I said, the previous month, they had 1 million cards. February, short month, 1 million cards. So why do a special? You're getting 1 million cards. That's a lot of money. So why don't you not do that? Because you're not looking. If you're PSA, your job is not to grade 5 million cards a month. Because then if you spread it out, you'd rather have 1 million cards a month, month after month after month, with some consistency and be able to rely upon that number. And then occasionally, if it starts to dip a little bit, put on a special. If your capacity is good, but do it when you need to. Not you got 1 million last month and 1 million this month. Why the hell change it? Why would you lower the price?
They could raise the price and still have 1 million a month.
I think it would drop a little bit, but you could make more money. And my argument has always been, as a business, look, I'll put it this way, and this would be the way that I would explain it. If I can get 1 million cards a month at the current rate, but you told me, Carlos, if you increase the rate, we're only going to get 500,000 cards. Okay, well, how much can I increase the rate and get 500,000 cards? Oh, you can triple the price. So you mean I triple the price, but I cut it in half, so I make more money is what you're saying. And I require less people, and it means my resources are less, which means my costs went down, and I made more money. That sounds great. That sounds fantastic. It's the same thing with the card manufacturers. You're like, oh, but they make all this because there are products where it makes sense to sell volume. That's the type. Topps flagship is volume. Everybody and their brother should have some. Steve has like cases falling out of the sky. No problem. Easy. He's a football guy and he has friggin' Topps flagship. It's sitting there. But that's the point. That product, that's what it's supposed to be. A different product is going to be set up a different way. But look, if the card manufacturer made $100 million last year, I'm just using a silly number for the sake of argument. They made $100 million and they printed 100 million cards, whatever. If they could print one card and sell it to a guy for $100 million, that's way better. Because you only had to print one card. The cost of printing one card is a hell of a lot less, and you still made $100 million anyway. If you told them they could do that, they would make one card and sell it to the one guy for $100 million. The rest of you, fuck yourselves. It doesn't matter. The point is to make the most amount of money. That's Fanatics can say whatever the hell it wants. The goal is to make money. Yep. They say they want to 10x the hobby. Why? Because it makes more money.
Yep. Talk about manufactured scarcity with that one card. Damn.
But I use the extreme analogy to make a point. The point here is the only goal is not to print more. It's not to print less. It's to find whatever the magic formula, the ratio, whatever the magic ratio is that will make the most money. If we accomplish, whether it's one card, 100 million cards, a billion cards, a trillion cards, whatever the combination is, that's what they're looking for. That number.
Nope, 100%. 100%.
So that's why whenever I get and the thing is, I'm happy the folks in the chat want to talk about it. I'm happy that that's a discussion point. Like, I'm happy to have it. But I keep sitting there like, it's like we keep forgetting that the goal is to make money. Literally, Fanatics' only goal in life is it's not to make you happy. It's literally to make money. That's all it is. As long as they make money, the rest of it doesn't matter. You could be miserable, but if they're making money, this is great. Be miserable. Give us money.
The biggest issue to that, or the biggest argument to that,
I like that you finally found a cookie. I'm very pleased. I'm very happy for you. I have cookies in my fridge right now. I can go get one.
My mummy just made them, and they're all hot and melty, and she sent them up from downstairs.
Wow, she felt pity for you, huh?
She feels sorry for me on a daily basis.
Do you want me to go get my double chocolate cookie? Because they're better than that one.
Nothing's better than these, because these were baked with love.
They were baked with pity. Don't lie to people.
Love, pity.
The secret ingredient was pity.
Whatever. My mommy loves me and made me cookies.
Steve, I think I'm becoming a bigger asshole as time goes on, and I like it about me.
I don't think that's possible.
Oh, I can do better. Don't worry. I can do way better.
Oh, I didn't say you couldn't do better, but I don't think you can be an even bigger asshole than what you already are. Really. I think it would just. I don't know.
I'll workshop it. I'll get back to you on that.
Spinal Tap. He can go to 11.
Oh, I can go to 11. Another aspect of it can be too expensive, so when someone gets screwed, they never send it again. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, the goal, just so we're all on the same page, the goal of a lot of these companies is to maximize revenue, long-term, short-term, middle-term. And the way you do that is that you're going to have to figure out what the ratio. You can tolerate people being pissed off to a point. That's actually not bad. It's figuring out what that ratio is, because somebody's always going to be pissed off. There is literally nothing you can do that will make 100% of the people happy. That should never be your goal. Your goal is to make enough people happy to keep the money coming in. So some people are going to be happy, some people are going to be okay, and some people are going to be pissed off no matter what you do. Like, there is nothing you could offer them that will ever satisfy everybody. That is impossible. So you want to satisfy enough people, enough of the time, that the money keeps flowing. If you can manage that, guess what? You're in business, man. You'll make money hand over fist and go on. You'll get your bonus and everybody's happy.
Well, going back to what I was going to say, the biggest argument to a lot of this, though, is if Fanatics is spitting out, stating that they really care about the collector. And we're making suggestions, things along those lines.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And basically it falls on deaf ears. Then it kind of creates more of an issue as far as I'm concerned. But at the end of the day, you're 100%. It's all about making the most amount of money, profit, increasing your margins if you can.
Yep.
If you look, we've all just gone through and experienced the highest amount of quote unquote sales that we can possibly think of from a card perspective over the last couple of years. Manufacturers 10x, 20x, 30x their product during the time in which people weren't working, potentially lost their jobs because of COVID, whatever, working from home, everything else. card manufacturers freaking like blew shit up when it came to the amount of money that they made. If you think about it, and people were paying it. People were paying it.
Mm-hmm.
$3,000 a box for freaking Prism Wrestling? Seriously? Granted, there's always those, outliers type situation because of influencers and everything else, bumping everything up and saying this here and saying it here. You always had that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, we know Eric. We know Eric was pumping it.
Oh, it was heinous. It was without shame. It was terrible.
But it's talk about profit margin or your gross margin for that matter during that time span. Because at that point in time, did it really cost them more money to print the same product that it did the year before? Yep. It didn't cost them any more money.
Now, can I bet you something, Steve? Though, if I literally went in and checked the books, I bet you they didn't max it out. I bet you they were so archaic in their formatting and the way they did their business that they literally they're probably pissed to this very day. They're sitting there like, we have never had a more obvious and easy way to literally bankroll the rest of our existence forever. And we got 20% of what we should have got. And they're pissed to this day. They're sitting there like, damn it. How did we not become, how was Topps when Fanatics came in? Topps is sitting there going how were you needing a SPAC deal? That was the deal that was on the table before Fanatics came in with the licensing thing. How did you need them to become $1 billion company? You weren't already $1 billion company. You were Topps. You had the exclusive for decades, and you couldn't become $1 billion company on your own, which tells me you're trash. You suck. You couldn't get it done when the opportunity was right in front of you at the apex, and then Fanatics came in and took your lunch. And they laughed at you.
Oh, they left stuff. They left some meat on the bone.
Yep. But it was partially for their incompetence. They didn't know how to even capitalize on it. When the PSA, part of the joke when Nat Turner and that group bought PSA, I make the joke. I have no idea for sure, but I would bet good money that when they walked in, they go "This is how you fucking ran this company? What the hell's going on? What is that guy doing? Why is he carrying a box back and forth? What is he even? How long has this guy been here? 20 years? He literally just carries a box. That's all he does. So they've had to go in and be from the ground up. They're like, all right, we bought this thing, so let's fix it. And they're probably having to fix it from the ground up. And they probably spent money on that, wasting money trying to fix. Why the hell have you not progressed in 20 years? This company was started in 1991. And it still probably looked like when they walked in. I'll bet you it still looked like 1991 when they walked in. They were probably still doing everything manual. And that's why it was all broken.
Yep. Interesting to say the least.
Yeah. But that's why I say these companies were not run as effective businesses. They were not. So they never were able to fully capitalize. So the problem is we had this gigantic boom. You see the card sales and you assume everybody made money. I bet you a lot of guys didn't make money. I bet you a lot of these companies were yeah, they did okay. They probably did marginally better than normal because they never fully capitalized on it while it was happening. And now all of a sudden they're now it's not there anymore. So now what do we do? Oh crap, now we can't make those margins anymore. Now what? Yeah. Now we're ready, but now it's done. It's over.
Well, look at the history of card manufacturers. I mean, look how many have come and gone and had to file for bankruptcy.
Yeah.
Or get purchased by someone else.
Yeah.
I loved Pacific. Dave loved Pacific. I can't speak for you, Carlos, but I know you have an appreciation for Pacific.
Well, they had my guy as the cover guy.
But Pacific ended up going bye-bye.
Yep.
Because
I don't think they were an effective business though. I think when the time came, I think Kramer was in a position where I think if it had been interesting for him, because this is just my take on the way it kind of played out. I think when it became more difficult and the licensing thing was going away and they had done a couple of things, I think it became a pain in the ass to try to maintain and keep it going. I think if it had been a smoother path for them to keep going, I think they came up with amazing ideas. And the problem was, for all the amazing ideas, there weren't necessarily profitable ideas. They were cool ideas. They were fun ideas. From the collector perspective, you appreciate it. But I'm like, is this the most profitable way to do this? Because you threw everything at the wall to see what would stick. And some of it was really
That's
cool
fair.
at the time, and some of it you appreciate it later. But at the same time, is that an effectively run company? That's the question I would ask.
And that's fair assessment.
Yeah.
And you're right. At the end of the day, for Pacific, it was a licensing thing.
Yeah.
You know, the Players Association, the NFL, or whatever came as like, you know, hey, we're only going with X number this year. And sorry, you drew the short straw for whatever reason.
Yep.
But, you know, Pacific was a bad example because their situation was different compared to others. You look at Fleer. Fleer filed for bankruptcy.
Mhm.
You know, Fleer had been around forever and a day too.
Mhm.
But obviously they didn't know what the hell they were doing. They had to file for bankruptcy.
Pinnacle was the one that was very sad for me. But in the same vein, what the question becomes this. I'll use just the hockey side, but obviously in the other sports, it happened right around the same time. 97, 98 was the last year of Pinnacle in the hobby. That era there. 97, 98, and I'll just speak for the hockey product, but we can speak to the other sports as well. That to me was the apex of creativity, quality, amazing products. There is almost no 97, 98 hockey set that I will not vouch for. I will co-sign on almost every set that year because even the low end, high end, mid end, everything was executed beautifully. That brand did amazing work. And then they immediately went bankrupt. Creatively, they could not have, they were at their apex. They were coming up with amazing concepts and ideas and interesting things. That doesn't mean that it was a profitable business because clearly it wasn't.
No, and I can't argue against that. Even from a football perspective. To a degree, the nice thing is, at least Donruss Leaf playoff kind of picked them up a little bit.
Yeah, but here's the point though. And Steve, let me position this as an open-ended question for the chat and for you and for everybody else. I use that analogy because for me that was the apex. That was the high watermark. That's still my favorite year of products. I love everything in those products. But those companies went bankrupt. they went under right after that. That was like the creative apex, like right on top. You did about as good as you could have done. And you still went under because you couldn't be profitable enough to keep the lights on. So when we're looking at the current manufacturers and going like, why are they being creative? They're like, our job is to make money. It's not even to make you happy. It's to make money. When we made you happy, that company is no longer in business. Why would we follow their path?
And that's true. I've accepted it some time ago that at the end of the day, am I going to continue to buy stuff from time to time to open? Yes, because it's still an enjoyable concept of the hobby for me.
There are still products and sets and inserts and stuff that are of interest from time to time.
And, you know, there is some sort of ingenuity, some creativity in certain aspects. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's not like they're coming up with new technology.
Mm-hmm.
I would be surprised if anybody came to the table in the next 5 to 10 years with new technology. I think we've seen it all. I don't see magnificent, you know, like somebody come out of the middle of nowhere and come up with something that hasn't been done before.
Yeah. But also my question was, what's the incentive?
There isn't.
Yep.
There isn't. Other than the fact that if they come to the table with new technology, it's $100,000 a pack. You know, yeah. I mean, because at this point, manufacturers can slap any price tag on anything.
Yeah. My question always came down to, that's why I say, like, I try to operate in both spaces. When I'm having this conversation, I try to remember, as a collector, when somebody complains about it and everything, as a collector, I agree with you. But I also put my business hat on and I go, like, if I'm at that company, even as a collector, if my job is to make a big bonus, my job is to make money, I'm not doing the damn thing you're saying. I don't care what you say. I'm ignoring you. Intentionally. Understanding exactly what I'm doing because my goal is still to make money. That's my number one goal. My goal is not necessarily to make you happy. It's to keep enough money coming in through the door that we go forward. So real quick, I'll read a couple of these. Go SP, good evening. No way Fanatics makes its money back on its investment of cards. I have a question. We still don't know what the investment is because it's an arrangement with the leagues to have this company that the leagues have some ownership in, that the Players Association. Everybody keeps talking about they won't make their money back. How much money was it? I don't know the answer to that. There's money for sure, but a bunch of this deal was equity. Part of the reason they were able to do it was equity. Well, guess what? Equity doesn't cost you anything technically. So it didn't necessarily cost you cash. And they were able to raise funds no problem, without even an issue earlier on. Today it would be harder to raise funds. But if they didn't spend that much cash, then they could totally make their money back on the investment. Because the league and the Players Association has an ownership stake too. So if they take losses, so do the league and the Players Association. They all get to spread the loss or the gain, whatever happens.
Speaking of money, there's 49 people in here, and there's not enough likes on this live stream. I expect to see some more.
That is a fair point.
Why do we have him come on?
Because he's making a very valid point. He is the hockey oracle also. And he's not
Because I
self-proclaimed.
asked.
Yeah.
Because I asked.
Yeah. It's only the right thing to do. The hockey oracle said so. Hockey 99. Carlos, you should do a history of the hobby YouTube series and cover the death spiral of these companies. It'd be fun to do, but it'd be one of those things. Here's the fun part. So let's use this as an analogy to the manufacturer thing. Steve, and I think you'll appreciate this. I could totally do that. And you know what? 5 people would watch it. No one would give a shit. And it would take a lot of work. It'd be interesting to do, but at the same time, why? How much energy and time am I going to put into that to have 5 people watch it?
The love of the hobby.
I don't care about that enough. No, not at all.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, it's not worth the effort.
Y'all do it your damn self. Hashtag team no effort. Good evening.
That would be something. That would be something that you would need to do. Come prepared and actually have certain information.
You got to do some.
Look, like during a live stream,
mm-hmm.
Because then people would, because they're already here anyways, they would probably hang around and listen to what you're bringing to the table.
Yeah.
But to record a video and upload it, most people would give 2 shits because, in my opinion, this is my opinion.
Yeah.
We all know that the hobby YouTube didn't start, until 2016, 2017.
That's
the hobby itself didn't start until 2020.
2019,
2020.
Yeah.
People don't give 2 shits about what happened then.
Yep.
It's all about now.
Yeah. Well, look, like I said, I use this as an example, as an analogy. There are no end to people that will suggest things. That's why I say, like, when it comes to the hobby, and this is just my general view on the hobby, when it comes to the hobby and getting feedback from the clients, so to speak, take their feedback with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. Reason why. They'll tell you they want X. They'll tell you they want Y. They'll tell you they want these things together in this configuration and whatever. But then you challenge them and say, okay, fine, I'll provide you X and Y in this configuration you asked for. Okay, so are you going to pay for it? Oh, no, we don't want to buy it. We don't want to pay for it. So then what the hell am I doing it for? You're saying these words, but the words don't mean anything. They don't translate into action. The action is you invest in whatever the thing is. You say you want this thing, but then when it's offered to you, doesn't matter. That's why I talked about that 97, 98 year. They did things that collectors to this day appreciate. Didn't keep them from going under. They didn't make enough money.
I was just looking at my Ray Bork 97, 98 section. Were these the Pinnacle cards you were talking about?
So that's Pinnacle certified. And then there's also a totally certified, but that same general design, beautiful cards. I was a big fan of them.
I got these ones, the red and the blue, got serial numbers on the back. And
yeah, so those are the totally certified, yeah. So the ones with the numbers like that on the back for the blue and the red, those are totally certified, which are beautiful cards. Fantastic cards, great design, great parallels. By the way, every card was numbered, so you knew what the print run was of the whole thing.
Right.
Because every card was numbered. That was an innovation, right? That company went under.
Yeah, like here's a Don Russ 97, 98. It's all
that's the Elite. Yeah, that's the Don Russ Elite.
Yeah.
And that's the Aspirations, I think. It's on the front.
One of 750.
Yeah, if you check on the front, I think it says Aspiration or Aspirational or something like that.
Yep, Aspirations. You got it.
It's a beautiful, beautiful set. Beautiful parallels, beautiful. I think the gold is the status out of 100. Beautiful cards. Dave here, good evening. Absolutely, thank you, sir. I wonder if the equity is shared evenly. Do guys like LeBron value more as a second round draft pick? I know you have this follow-up comment here. More value than LeBron than a rookie? It's a fair question to ask. I think that's reasonable. Maximus Pumpernickel says Cards and Comics has a good take on this. Different parallels used to have a whole different manufacturing process, which costs more. That is true. That's why we don't have cool parallels anymore. And that I could see that being the case. You're probably right. Yep, it's a mail post on forums. Yep, lots of effort to get 3 cap comments. That's my thing. I don't disagree with the concept. Look, as consumers, we want this. I know that. And I'm not downplaying that. The problem is the consumer who's speaking the loudest and has the strongest opinions on they want this, they want that, they want that. You're not carrying the load. You're not carrying the load. So the problem is it doesn't matter what you want if you're not putting enough money into it to make it worth for the company to provide it for you. So the problem is you want all these specialty things, all these flavors, all this stuff. But the problem is when it comes down to it, you're not buying it. So then we give you vanilla. Vanilla is boring, but you'll buy vanilla. And vanilla costs very little to produce. So which do you think is the company that's desire is to make money? Which do you think I'm going to do? You think I'm going to give you the exciting flavor? You think I'm going to give you vanilla? I'm going to give you the one you're going to buy. I'm going to give you the one that will keep the lights on and keep us profitable. You're getting vanilla. Oh, but I don't want vanilla anymore. But the problem is you bought it last year, you bought it the year before, you bought it the year before that. Whenever we try to put sprinkles on there, you don't buy it. So you're getting vanilla.
ProSet was the biggest piece of crap product ever invented in mankind's history, and stores sold out of it.
There you go.
So, again, it goes back to us and, our decision making when it comes to buying product and what we'll accept.
Yeah.
The first person who opened up the very first pack of ProSet in 1990 should have went, this stuff is crap. The cardboard is crap. The wrapping is crap. The box is crap. There's errors on every single card. The photos suck. Everything about this is horrible. Don't buy it. We all should have went, oh, okay, thanks for the heads up. Nope. Couldn't keep it in the stores.
So why didn't you say that, Eric, when you opened the first pack? What happened?
I'm pretty sure I did, actually, to be honest.
I think you let us down. Average Joe card collector, good evening. Putting kabooms into absolute instead of prism proves your point perfectly. The goal is to sell cards. Yes, that has always been the goal. That is the number one goal. The carrot does stick. Yep. They were probably bleeding at the time anyway. Nothing was going to save them. The hobby was in recession for years. Here's the thing. The hobby was not in recession for years. I was going to expos during that entire time period, and I was buying and selling cards. I had no problems. The hobby recession was a golden era. Bring on the hobby recession. That's not a war. They have an empty water gun. It's also the fact that people want more and more hits for perceived value. Very true. 9702 was great years in innovation for cards, all sports. Competition made everything better. Very true. Bunker 79. This guy's wise. He speaks wise words.
Who is that guy?
I don't know. I think he's new. He came after the YouTube thing started in 2016. Hockey 99, 91, 92 Pro Set was awesome. The design was actually not bad. The quality was garbage, but the set itself, the design wasn't
I
terrible.
agree to disagree.
Yeah, so that's for the football one.
Well, that's 93 Pro Set Power.
Oh, 93 Pro Set power. I love that they add power into it. That makes it better.
Yes, power.
Yes.
And they actually had parallels in this. And believe it or not a lot of people knew that there was actually parallels. So the base set is silver foil here on the Pro Set Power.
What was the name of the parallel?
Gold.
Oh, just gold?
Yep.
That could have been their opportunity to call it superpower.
Could have been.
Missed opportunity right there.
Yep.
Do you think Fanatics not having competition will help or hurt their ability to make quality cards and grow the hobby? Competition, generally speaking, helps, but the reality is Fanatics doesn't have competition. Fanatics could literally hand a license to somebody else and go, we'll still crush you. They would literally just buy out everything and go, okay, we're your competition. You exist only for no other reason than so we're not a monopoly. We'll basically keep you afloat just so that you can technically exist.
Yeah, competition drives everything, and without it, I don't. What is the? Why would anybody invest more money, work harder, have longer nights, demand more from their team? Demand more from the factory to get stuff out to quicker. What's the incentive? Mm-hmm. There isn't. Listen. They'll get it when we get it, and they're going to give us tons of money for it. So don't worry about it.
That's basically it, yeah. Watch the stream I missed with Eric breaking UD stuff. Homestar Runner, what a throwback. Yes. I'm glad you enjoyed that one. Did you enjoy your boxes, Eric?
No, that sucked. That whole thing is sucked, and I don't know why people buy boxes and open them. What a dumbass thing to do.
Yep. It says, "Come on, Carlos. There aren't as many people in the hobby in '97 as there were in '91." Yeah, we didn't need as many people as '91. Like I always think it's weird. It's like he started off with recession and he said not as many people as '91. Yeah, '91, everybody and their brother was buying cards for no reason. They didn't give a shit about cards. What difference does it make? It's a matter of having a room full of people who don't give a shit, but they're here, as opposed to 100 people in the room who do give a shit and spend money. My point was about the recession. I was buying and selling cards. I had no problem buying and selling cards. I was doing it all day long. I went to the expo. Expo attendance dropped by a ton. Guess what? The people that were there were buying and selling. We didn't need the other people. They're irrelevant. Didn't make any difference. Moving on.
Well, if you ask SCD, card shows are dead.
Fantastic. Good to hear. Good to hear. That's the joke, is that even during the dead period, I went to that card show. Were there less people around? Yes. But guess what? The dealers that knew what they were doing, they were buying at the appropriate price, selling at the appropriate price. They kept selling. There's a reason there are dealers who have been setting up at the show since the early 90s and are still there.
Steve, there's shows every weekend in driving distance from me.
Yeah.
Northeast, well, not east because that's the ocean, but north, south, and west. There's a card show every single weekend in driving distance from me.
Yeah.
They are so full that it is difficult to walk down the lanes to look at the tables. They're packed every freaking weekend.
Look, Eric, I am not disagreeing with it.
Oh, no,
I just happen.
I'm backing up your sarcastic comment. I am agreeing
when
with you, backing that up.
I know you are. I know you are. But I saw that in I don't even know how the hell I stumbled across just the blurb or whatever. And I'm like, interesting. Posted 7 days ago in. Now I don't watch a crap ton of videos or related to shows or anything along those lines, or follow people on Instagram that do a lot of like show talk. I don't follow a lot of that because at the end of the day, I really don't give a shit. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, I ain't got time for it. Just being honest here.
Yep.
But when you throw out blanket statements, and it's obvious that in conversations with other people or seeing other interactions with other people in regards to show experiences across the country, why in the world would you? We're going back to the hashtag scholarship here, Carlos.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're actually going to get some good, Steve, we're actually going to get a couple of good comments. They're going to play into this very nicely, but go ahead, finish your thought.
Perfect. But why in the world would you make a blanket statement unless you're purposely trying to get a rise out of people and create content? But yet we can talk about other people and, that's not content, that's drama. So why is it okay for some people to do it, but not other people?
Are you saying hypocrisy is what you're saying? Double standards is what you're getting at?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, I just threw it out there. Let me read a couple of these here. So Green Carver says, don't think I should be looking at a triple threads, triple auto relic number to 9 with all 3 autos matched with solid white swatches. Do you think an out of X or lower should not have swatches? Meaning, I guess single color is what, I'm guessing that's what you're referring to. No, I agree. Like in theory, something that's lower number like that, you'd like to not have it, but that's on the manufacturer to make that call, unfortunately. So
remember,
Bobby,
it's also called, it's called triple threads, not triple patches.
that is true. That is a fact. Fiasco,
and I'm not trying to be an ass, but triple threads has been notorious for single color swatches and low numbered stuff ever since its existence. So you get what you pay for. From a singles perspective,
I think that's fair. So I like this.
I don't think it's right.
Yeah, I like this comment. So this is where I get to pull some hashtag scholarship. It's going to have a little fun with this one. Set collectors and junk wax era. People could just buy packs whenever they wanted. Different story in 1997. Products sold out in 1997. I was there. Also, by the way, 1997, again, dead period. Just so we're clear, dead period. Hashtag scholarship. When I went to the expo, remember, this is the late era. Pinnacle, Donruss, a couple of these products that were coming out. Donruss Limited came out that year. There were a couple different ones. Some of the manufacturer, because at this point, funny enough, in that era, 1997, the manufacturers actually went to the expo. Today, the only manufacturer that goes to the expo is Upper Deck. The only one that goes to the expo is Upper Deck. Back then, all the manufacturers went to the expo, including Topps, including Pinnacle, including all these other ones. Back then, in 1997, the dead period. And they would have promos. I had to get in line to get promos in the late 90s. I had to be in line when Pacific, in the late 90s, was doing the show cards. Do you remember the show cards? You know, out of 20, out of 10, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You had to get in line to show your box and open it there so that they would give you your show card. In line for a promo card in 1997, 1998, 1999. In line.
And good luck trying to find them nowadays, too.
By the way, there were less people in the show. But I still had to get in a stupid line. I couldn't just walk up, open my box, and get my shit. No, I had to get in line and wait for these other people to move. Okay, great. Good to know. There's shows the East, Eric, where all the 52 manuals are. Facts. That's right, Bubbles. Tell people to stay in their own lanes, Eric, if there are too many folks there. I wish they've spoken.
That's right.
Facts. Eric, are you telling me my wife's a dumbass for buying boxes of cards? I don't think she'll like that, Eric. I think that's true.
I didn't. I would
Thank
never
you,
say
Uncle
that.
Vinny.
Nope.
Thank you, Vinny.
I would never say that. No,
I think that's exactly what Eric said.
Nope.
I think you should send better half.
Nope. Yep. Better.
He was enjoying his cookie now. He's not going to
Nope.
enjoy what's coming next.
Better
It's not going to be a cookie.
Is
What?
I'm a dumbass. I do say that she has made one mistake in her life, but only one. Pays for it every day, but other than that, she's perfect and wonderful.
Wow. That back pedal was fast, Steve. That was a quick back pedal. That was impressive.
I think he needs to be put in timeout.
With a replaced hip and everything, he was able to back pedal that fast. I'm impressed he didn't re-injure the hip. That was incredible.
Oh, if he shows up at National, he may be feeling it.
Interesting. Bob Jackson. SuperCollecting is going the way of the dodo with the amount of parallels insert-driven products. People want the sizzle, not steak. Yeah, in a lot of cases, yes. It's become a lot less prevalent, the SuperCollecting, because a lot of people just aren't as interested. Eric, if nobody opened boxes, there would be no singles, just boxes. That is true. That has always been kind of the issue. Somebody has to open it. Someone has to bite the bullet somewhere along the path here.
Breakers
CC.
have helped that, though, too.
It's true. Yeah, absolutely. But that's the funny thing. But at the same time, people will complain about the breakers. Somebody's got to open this shit. Someone.
Yes.
I don't care who it is. I'm the guy who's going to be buying the. We talked about that product earlier tonight, the Legends product. Someone has got to open the boxes that I'll cackle while I'm laughing about your opening the boxes, so that someone can actually pull the cards that I want, because I want to buy the singles. But somebody's got to open the box. Somebody's going to have to eat that.
And yes, but half serious, we've talked about this in a couple of different platforms and shows that, you know, whether it be 2 weeks ago on Thursday night, you know, opening $9,000 worth of product, or me, you know, last, you know, whatever the hell day was, Saturday.
It was Saturday, opening $9 worth of product.
Opening $80 worth of product. There was nothing in it. So the issue I have goes back to,
You claim to only have one issue? Why do you feed people these lies?
of the product that you're getting. So when I sit here and say this is ridiculous, I don't understand how people do this. It's how do people spend $100, $200, $300, $500, $1,200, $1,600 to open up a box with 6 cards in it, and there's nothing there. I opened $80 worth of product on Saturday, and I was like, thank God I don't have to pay full price for this stuff.
You're looking at it all wrong, sir.
You
You open product for the enjoyment.
Not when I have
In
to
the
pay that
hopes you didn't pay more than. Shut up. Just shut up.
I appreciate it. I think that was a perfect conclusion to that statement.
No,
Let me finish. Settle down. I want to read these comments. Keep talking while no one's listening. Joining late tonight, Eric made a comment in his stream yesterday from a rude customer. Did we already talk about that earlier in the live? I think we'll get to that. We'll touch on it. Hockey Oracle says, who's the guy in the red hat referring to? That is Bronco 79, the Hockey Oracle Steve. I like his energy. We all like his energy. Careful. Hockey 99. Look, Steve, I do. You know I appreciate you, bro.
You like it for the change of pace.
I
You
enjoy
like
all
it for
these
the
things.
change of pace.
I enjoy all these. Steve, when have I never not shown appreciation, bro?
Maybe once or twice.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, that's a very low percentage. The majority of the time, it's
It
appreciation,
is.
bro.
It is. I'll give you credit.
Yeah, it's very much weighed in one direction. It's mostly appreciation, bro. Is what I'm getting at. Average Joe card collector, we need those people. Very true. Inglorious P says, I'll be an optimist and say Fanatics will do good at least at first. It's in their interest that we remain happy and they provide. Yeah, I think they'll behave themselves in the early days. I think that's a fair assessment. Carlos Hacamole Opera goes to the Expo. What changed? None of the other ones care enough. We'd like them to care more, but they don't. Again, it's back to money. If there's a reason that they feel like Upper Deck has the hockey license, they're the hockey exclusive. It is still a strongly hockey associated show. So why would Top show up? Now, it would make sense. It would be wise for them to try to increase the share of Tops in it, because guess what? There are people here who will buy Tops product. And maybe they would buy more Tops product if you would pretend you give a shit about our market. Just throwing it out there. And in the same vein, it'd be nice if Panini pretended they gave a shit about this market. And if they did, maybe they would also sell more product. Ridiculous idea, I know. And the show promoter would probably be happy to bend over backwards and make accommodations to make it a little easier for them and give them a section for the manufacturer. I can almost guarantee, not because we've literally had the show promoter on the show and we've talked about this exact topic, but I'm just stating that the biggest show promoter in this country has been on the show multiple times and we've had this discussion of this topic. Throwing it out there. It'd be like if I got the guys that are in charge of the National. It's the equivalent for us here. Yes, he would welcome them with open arms if they were willing to entertain it and work with it, and he would work with them to make it work. But they got to want it to.
How dare you be logical, Carlos?
It's awful.
How dare you?
It's a thing we do around here, unfortunately. That was starting cornerback backpedaling speed. True, Tom. Very true. Hey, Eric, have you ever thought of being a group breaker for the shop you work at? I think that'd be phenomenal.
Oh.
I want you to pronounce names. I want you to talk about it all in the heavy Boston accent. I like Steve because he makes fun of Eric. He might be a secret member of the Eric Haters Club.
I don't think it's a secret.
I don't think it's a secret.
I don't either.
Yep. Speaking of, where's our president name? We'll get to that in a minute. None of our Mint Collective lovers go to the expo. That's unfortunate. Are you saying I'm a mistake, Eric? Question from Vinny. Pretend it's like my cousin Vinny tone. I want to swap out his. I want to set in those words and that verbiage. If I was a mistake, Eric, then you're saying my beautiful, sweet, innocent daughter C is a mistake, Eric. Is that what you're saying, Eric? Is that what you're saying? I'm muting you now for your own protection. Eric, do you like Upper Deck? Respond while muted. That's what I thought. SP Legends. Bougie Eric endorsed. That's what I thought.
Right.
Steve, this is the change of pace that I like. And I can do that all myself.
This is true, but I'm glad I can provide some sort of service to your collective audience. Hopefully it makes your job just a little bit easier.
We do appreciate it. As always, Steve, we do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. Eric, you're causing yourself some trouble today. Vinny usually doesn't make that many comments. That's like 2 comments. That's like 2 more than average.
Oh, I love it. I love having him here. This is great.
And hashtag, don't question the IRP. We'll include that too. Ira Barrick did his homework on the Kablamo card art. Love it. Why do I read Uncle Vinny's comment with the dog barking in my mind? As you should. Yeah, probably what's happening. Even during the typing. Facts.
Yeah, that's been tough. That's been unfortunate because Vinny does have a lot to offer to the table, but it's very difficult to get a word in edgewise with Ghost consistently yapping in the background.
Yeah, it is a tricky one. Now, I want to touch on a couple of things here. And Steve, as timing wise, I want to respect your time, but I appreciate you hanging out. So you're more than welcome to hang out as much or as little as you want. So just let me know at any time. Question for you though. I know that I think Dave, I did notice the post, so I want to give the IRP a little plug here. So Insert Revolution Podcast. For those of you who watch the show regularly, you already know this, but I'm repeating it for those that may be less familiar. Insert Revolution Podcast, you can type it into YouTube, you'll find it. So Steve and Amish Dave and Uncle Vinny as well, they usually will participate in a panel discussion. Not dissimilar to what we're doing, but obviously different subject matter. We'll put it that way. But in the next one, he's touching on what happens with the players or player collectors when the player retires.
Yep.
I'm making it clear to Dave, if I don't get a link for this one, there will be words. Because Medano's been retired for 13 years, and I happen to know a thing or two about this. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I got you beat. Terrell Davis has been retired since 2001. So
Yeah, but Modano played 21 years. There's
this is true. This is true.
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
So you got me there.
Yeah, he
You
played
got
a
me
very
there.
long career and has been retired for 13 years on top of it.
Bobby Orr's been retired since 1979. Both of you can eat it.
He made
We
the
don't
first.
care.
He made the first 3-pointer in NBA history. Other than that, what has he ever done? Never heard of the guy.
We don't
No
care.
idea who that
We don't-
is.
We don't care. Who,
You're
who
muted.
is that?
You're muted. Don't even care. He's no Steven Reinprecht, Bougie Eric. If he was a Steven Reinprecht, then we could talk about it. Otherwise, no one cares.
Bobby Hull's that bowling guy, right?
I'll probably, yeah. For sure. He's going to be in the next Prison Bowling. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to be all over it. It's going to be incredible. Steve, are you an Avalanche or Rockets collector?
I will answer that here in just a second. And special night next week. We actually do not go live on Tuesday next week. We're actually going live on Wednesday. Dave is supporting his local sports. So if they win, I think he said if they win what this weekend, Dave, there's a semifinal game on Tuesday.
Yep. And Dave's covering
So
that here
we're
in the comment as well.
Yep. So we'll actually be live on Wednesday instead of Tuesday. So to answer the question, no, I am not an Avalanche collector because I honestly don't do hockey. Like Carlos, I live in Texas.
Mhm.
So for everybody knows, I live in Texas. I support all my Texas teams but one.
Yep.
And that is the Dallas Cowboys.
And I think you'll appreciate this
never-
one, Steve. That's the new edition. Just got
Very
that
nice.
one in today.
Very nice.
Solid ad. Got that one in today.
So I love my I love my Dallas Stars. I love my Mavs. I mean, I even root for Houston, San Antonio, other teams. I hate the Dallas Cowboys. I've hated them ever since the beginning of time. I'm a Denver Broncos fan. So I'm a Rangers fan at heart. I can't say I like the Astros anymore because I'm still a little pissed off at their whole cheating thing. So that's kind of a hard pill to swallow.
Mm.
But
Then you sent the head cheater up here. Thanks.
it's what Bill, the head cheater? You already have the head cheater. It's Bill Belichick. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the guy from the Astros. He's our manager now.
Sucks to be you.
Yeah, and that's why he got suspended for a year because of all that.
Sucks to be you. I don't feel bad for you.
Not at all. I like to hear that Stu was saying, adding to that conversation about the players retired or whatever. Bronco Nagurski's been dead since 1990. Fair. I'll give you that. Bobby Orr, just because he works at your local wharf, doesn't need to be brought up every time you speak, Eric. True. I'm a Tuesday night guy. Bill sleeping around. Yep. There you go. We're blessed to have Steve on the stream, a YouTube OG. Thank you, Rick. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Rick.
Valerie Zelapukin. Oh my goodness. You're going to deep cuts there. Good stuff. Steve loves the ranch. Love that.
No, that would be you, Dave. Good try.
Yeah, Dave very much loves the ranch. That's a different conversation. His BFF forever. All right. So real quick, I'm going to get a quick refill, but Eric, this is an opportunity. Would you like to tell the card store story about your customer that you appreciated, bro?
At this point, I think I'm just going to leave that one alone because it was really a funny story that's not as funny today, Carlos, as you know, about Brad being my customer. And I was, I had a whole gimmick lined up about it. And I'm just going to leave that alone tonight.
All right. Well, then here's your opportunity. Here's your chance. Go with telling us where name is, and I will be right back.
Okay.
And then regale the people with some Boston Bruins trivia that no one cares about, and I'll come right back.
I have a book for that.
Oh, I have no doubt. But answer the
I'm
name
getting a
question
refill,
first.
too.
Answer the name question first.
Oh, okay. Name where if you like to know where in the world Name Cardinal is this evening. Name is again on his book tour and card tour, traveling the world, educating people on indigenous rookie cards, and he is now in Uganda, in the deep jungles of Uganda, trying to communicate with apes through sign language, trying to show them his cards that he did with Upper Deck. So he is in the jungles with apes in Uganda, sign language. Look at my cards. He is still big timing us. He still refuses to come on the show, although he's been invited every single week to come and promote. But he is too busy traveling the world. And sign language, apes, Uganda. Look at my cards. Okay, so that's where he is.
So, Eric, have you ever taken into consideration that maybe the reason why he doesn't come on the show is because of you?
I am almost 100%. I'm like 99 point something sure that that's the reason why he doesn't do it.
Okay, just making sure you kept that in the back of your mind.
Well, he is my insomnia buddy, though, because of the 3-hour time difference. I suffer from insomnia quite a bit, and there's times where in the middle of the night, and he and I are going back and forth because it's like midnight at his place, and 3 a.m. here, and so he gives me someone to talk to. But yeah, he just, I don't know why, he just I ask him all the time to come on, but he's very busy, and because of the time difference, his kids, he's got 3 young kids, and they're up and about, and he wants to spend time with them and all that. And when he gets those kids to bed, we're just about done. So, but
unless it's past live streams that I've been on where we go 7 hours, then he would have been able to jump on at any point.
Yes, yeah,
that's true. I kind of semi-retired from that one, Steve. It's one of those things like.
Oh my.
Yeah, it was to be honest though, to be fair, that was a fun stream. That was a lot of fun. That was really good. But that's a once in a blue moon thing. I don't think that's necessarily something I'd shoot for. But it was a good one. Because if any of you ever go back in the archives and you want to go find it, just find the longest one. There was like a 7.5 hours. Steve was on it. It was actually really good because we also got to see a variety of different cards and everything. And actually there was a section where that went into that, and it went in a bunch of different directions, obviously, as a live stream of that length has to. But that's why I say, like, a live stream only goes that long if people are actually interested in engaging and talking to each other. But that means everybody has to get some words in. It's got to move around, and that's what keeps it going. Otherwise, it's like you're talking to yourself. That nobody's doing a 7.5 hour monologue. That ain't happening. So real quick here, greatest Boston Bruin captain. That's easy. Joe Thornton.
Oh yeah. All right. So last week, these been sitting on my desk ever since last week with all the Joe Thornton talk and how wonderful he is. There's Joe Thornton right there.
That's right.
His classic rookie card, and we're just gonna go like that, and we're gonna get rid of him. Okay.
If you burn those cards, I heard that gets people angry.
And look, another Joe Thornton rookie card. Oh, all right, that's gone. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, look, another Joe Thornton rookie card. Oh,
Jesus, how many copies did you buy for this bit?
Oh, look at that. Boom, another Joe Thornton rookie card. Oh, look at, they're all gone.
Do that to an 86, 87 Fleer Jordan.
Yeah, could you do that? That'd be amazing.
Well,
by the way, it would have by the way, Eric, no, jokes aside, a critique, a bit of a critique, if I may. You could have just torn it in half with your hands. You need a pair of scissors. I literally tore in half pro set cards on the show.
He's not worth the energy.
As opposed to getting yourself a pair of scissors?
Yeah.
All right.
He's not worth the energy.
Good evening, Victor. Absolutely. Any thoughts on the blowback SCR is getting for Geoff and buying on Golden, par for the course when, build with that kind of fan base? Yeah, there's an element of that. Also, at the same time, though, it's funny. Okay, so real quick, I want to kind of be straight about this. We've talked about it before. The Sports Car Radio guys have been in the chat before. I've chatted with one of the brothers before on the side and Instagram and stuff. Look, I'm going to remind you guys. I don't know them that well. I don't know them at all, really. But at the same time, the breadcrumbs, I find the blowback interesting. The audience they built, it makes sense. So I'm not surprised. But I want to be clear about this. The breadcrumbs were there long before that because they've been around a long time. Go to the website. Go look at the old podcast. By the way, I even directed you guys on one of these live streams to go listen to a podcast not long ago where the brothers are doing an interview talking about the YouTube channel, what they're doing, what their intentions were, and how things. And they even already laid the possibility and the breadcrumbs out for a possible pivot in the content. That was done on a podcast that I directed people to and gave the link to. In literary terms, that's called foreshadowing. Like it was literally laid down the primrose path. The truth is, day to day, and now the current back and forth with social media. The thing is, I don't know them, but I also have no reason to disbelieve them that they knew full well that the gold and the PPP loans and all that stuff was great content / drama, which draws eyeballs, which was the point. And then when they've milked that cow dry, now it's time to make steaks and do something else.
Yeah, I think
Make money.
Yeah, of course.
I think using Golden's platform to make money with everything that they've been through is great content.
It is. To be blunt, it is, because being a villain is just as good as being a hero in the story, because you're still getting a strong reaction. By the way, the point about low fees, by the way, the point about low or no fees, is true. If you can buy on a platform, this is just in general, if you can buy on a platform and then sell on a platform and basically incur no fees in between, Steve, help me out here. That sounds like sound business to me.
No, that's completely asinine. Why would anybody freaking think that would be good business? I mean, come on, really?
Yeah. Your goal as a business is to flip the damn cards with the least amount of friction you can. What is the least amount of cost you can do? Why do people on eBay make sales off eBay? Even though they should, because it saves them 14%. That's margin. That's part of the business. That's why I did the video. I did the video where I went over a bunch of the cards. And some folks have reached out, a bunch of the AEW cards. I got a stack of 50 of these. Some of them I'm interested in hanging on to. The rest of them I'm not. So I made very clear, I'm very transparent about this. I go, the rest of these, if someone is legitimately interested, just reach out to me. And I'm happy to work something out. I'm not going to rake somebody over the coals for it, but I'd like to get my money back. My goal is to pull a couple of cards for myself, get my money back. Anything beyond that is bonus, but that's all I want. I basically want to get my money back on it. And if I make a little bit on it, then that's perfectly fine. I'm more than happy to put it on eBay if that's the best venue. But if somebody reaches out to me and just wants the damn thing, you're more than happy to take a stack. I'll work it out with you. That's business. It's easy.
Yep. Well, and I've said this before. As a collector, the whole objective that most of us want to really obtain is to self-fund your hobby.
Yeah.
Why would you not want to self-fund your hobby? Now, I'm speaking it from a collector standpoint. I would love to be able to move a lot of the stuff that I have in order to consistently add stuff to my collection without dipping into my own pockets. I mean, why wouldn't you? But, at the end of the day, and look, I have nothing against the sports card radio guys. I enjoy watching them. I really do.
But I'm in the same vein. Just to be clear, I'll add to what you're saying as well, though. I have no reason to like or dislike them. Their content is what it is. I absorb it just what it is, and I take it at face value. But that's why I say, I understand from this side of it. We have a lot of fun on this show where a lot of my takes that I'll have, I will repeat them to you live and in person. I repeat them to you at all times. Yep. I may not do it the same veracity. I may not, part of the fun, and we'll do the fourth wall here for a second. I don't think Tom Brady is as good as people think he is. Do I spend every waking moment worrying about what he does? I don't give a shit. Day to day, do I care? Not really. I don't think Fishboy is that good either. But am I spending every waking moment worrying about him? I am not. Sorry. But is it fun when in the course of the discussion, in the course of the bit, we're here? Yeah. I will find unique ways to pick on them and then kill them. Do I think that little a floating head? Yes, I really think that little floating head. He's trash. But the rest of it is his shtick. That part is 100% true. And Eric knows this. That part is not shtick. I'll repeat that live for you. We'll do that at the amphitheater. It'll be fine. But Sports Card Radio guys, I have no issue with them one way or the other. I think it's perfectly valid that they've built an audience based on their thing. And it works, and it got a strong response, and now they're the villains again, and they're responding strongly, and they're making fun of their haters and the whole bit. I get it. Good on them.
And they're making money, and they're making money doing it.
Yeah, for sure.
Money off the guys they've been fighting with. And I think that is such great content.
It's brilliant.
That is entertainment. That is going to bring people to and watch. That's like me sending cards into Beckett, getting the back, flipping them, and making money.
Don't spoil it. That's for later. Eric, that was for later.
On it.
You already do that, Eric. Don't come on.
But we're gonna have videos. We're gonna have videos.
I
It's
just
gonna be
think
amazing.
it's
sorry.
friggin' brilliant. And if Golden somehow kicks them off his platform, I want to see what comes next.
Yeah, and I think that's like my point here. It really comes down to this. I think it's perfectly valid, like in the sense of guys, as a professional troll, I appreciate and applaud when it's being executed well. Like the whole thing is trolling, and it's like, and I try to like explain it to folks and be like, go listen to the live stream, go listen to the podcast. It's literally explained. It's laid out for you. The primrose path has been laid out, and it's playing out not shockingly the way I would expect it to. And by the way, if it needs to, in a couple of weeks they can pivot a different way, and they can pivot a third way, and a fourth way, and a fifth way.
I do have a question.
By all means.
And you may or may not be able to answer this.
Mhm.
So, like the elite auctions and stuff that Golden does, there's always that buyer's premium
Mhm.
that the buyer has to pay on top of winning said item.
For the elite, yeah.
Do they also do buyer's premium for marketplace?
My understanding is, if it is there, it's less because the whole current thing with the Golden thing is that they seem to be buying this stuff for like really low prices, and it doesn't seem to be
Right.
tacking on any buyer's premium.
$5.
Yeah, so I don't think the buyer's premium is kicking in. I'll actually look it up while we're talking. I'll see if I can find anything.
Yeah,
But I don't
because
think it is.
I mean, because I'm curious because I could also see the potential of building up marketplace, trying to have it be more of a competition to eBay.
Mhm.
Let's face it, eBay's been around a lot longer. It's going to take a lot of time for it to be an actual like big time competitor to eBay. Let's face it.
Yeah.
Because, eBay's just a global giant when you put things into perspective. However, so early on, I could see the potential of keeping fees at bay, whether it be at zero or minimal, whatever. But at the same time, as a company, you have to pay to keep that marketplace running. So to me, there has to be some sort of cost that they are accruing to allow people to sell stuff and or buy stuff on the platform. They
Okay,
have
I got
to be
it.
incurring
I got
something.
the answer to your question. I have the answer to your
Okay.
question. So marketplace rates, I'm just looking at a chart of a bunch of different ones. So marketplace rate for like graded cards, comics, video games, and VHS, and obviously there's more stuff. So right now, $2,499 and under. The seller's commission is 0. Seller receives
Okay.
100%. No buyer's premium.
Okay.
So right now, if it's $5, it's $5.
Okay.
Which like would make total sense for me. Like if you're looking for cheap, and by the way, and maybe this would be a good topic for us to pivot into as well. Kind of playing off of this just for just a second, if we may. And I love to pivot off stuff like this anyway. Their current content is focused on the idea of either ComC or Golden or wherever, using vaults and all this. And their content right now is focusing on the idea of buying and selling these little cheap flips. It's buying the card for $5 and selling it for $7. And if there's no fee basically involved in it, you're making a $2 for free. Is that exciting? Is that sexy? It is not exciting. It is not sexy. However, in my opinion, it is a hell of a lot better than the example I used a couple of weeks back where Sports Card Investor was at a show. He was talking to a kid who was being entrepreneurial, to his credit, with due respect. The kid had purchased a $3,300 card and he sold it for $3,400. And his whole argument was like, oh, well, I flipped it pretty quick. And I'm like, you paid $3,300 to make $100. That's 3%. I don't care if it was 27 seconds. I could have bought a card for $100 and sold it for $200. I've done that. You didn't need to spend $3,300 to make $100.
And the risk reward.
Yeah, there's less risky ways to make $100 in this hobby. Is my point. Okay, just to put it in this perspective. Again, I'm not out here telling anybody, oh, but Carlos, you haven't made millions of dollars in the hobby. I know. I never tried. I didn't even try
That's
to make
by choice.
Yeah,
But that's by choice.
yeah, I've never even tried to make the hobby sustainable for myself necessarily. But from time to time, I'll buy some lots and I'll sell some lots for a little profit and I'll roll it back into collecting. Whatever. My ROI in collecting is shit because for most of the stuff I buy is PC. I just keep it. If I sold the damn thing, I'd probably be okay, but I keep it. That's why the ROI is garbage. Money goes out, it doesn't come back in. That's a bad ROI. However, like in this lot here that I bought, I could totally lose money on this lot. However, when I bought the lot, I made an offer, and my goal was to get the per unit cost as low as I could get it. With shipping, with fees, with everything, I paid less than $8 per card. There are a couple of $30 and $40 cards in there, I know for a fact, based on current market. So those ones are going to eat the cards that will not sell for more than a couple of bucks. So the goal is to average it out. Keep a couple of cards and average out the rest. I don't need to make $30 or $40 a card. If I make $10 a card, I actually come out ahead. It means a couple of cards will sell for more, a bunch will sell for less. Some of them may not sell at all. The goal is to average it out. That's all I'm trying to do.
But you're also not doing this as your livelihood either.
It is not. I'm not going to live or die on it. At the end of the day, if it all sits here and rots, so be it. It happens. But I don't think it will. Like, realistically, the likelihood is a couple of people will take some of the cards off my hands, and that'll be it.
Right. Yeah, that's why I posed the question about marketplace, because I could see, at least early on, I could see the limited amount of fees that they are collecting as a company. But I can guarantee you, I can't guarantee you because I don't work there, so I can't very well speak for something that I don't know. Mm-hmm. But I'm almost willing to guarantee that at some point there will be fees.
100%.
Because there's no way to sustain that and run it and pay for services in management and everything else without incurring something to cover the cost. Yeah. I just don't see that being feasible.
But in the meantime, if you're the person using the platform and exploiting the exploit to your advantage, why wouldn't you?
Why not?
Like, why not? Like if you can put some money in, buy some crap cheap, sell it basically cheap, and then make literally churn and burn. Like, you're doing this in volume. If you can do it in volume, make $3 or $4 at a time. You do that enough times, it adds up. Again, is it exciting or sexy? It is not. It's 100% not. But that was the way business used to be done. Hockey was asking about 1997. Guess what? In 1997, margins were thin. The dealers that were successful, however, took those thin margins and sold and moved inventory over and over and over. And that's how the lights stayed on.
Yep. Consistent churn.
Yeah, they weren't buying it for $100 and selling it for $5,000. That wasn't a thing. That wasn't normal. If it happened, hey, fantastic. Great score. Good job. You bought something that they got it wrong. You bought it cheap. That was the exception, not the rule. The rule was you bought it for 100, you sold for 120. Then you bought another thing for 100, sold that for 120. And you just kept doing that, racking up these $20 bills, 15, 20 bucks at a time, until you woke up one day and you had doubled your money, and then you kept going. And that's how you kept rolling.
So another question, and I don't mean to turn this into like the Golden Marketplace show, but
sure,
I don't do a whole lot of research. I'll admit it when it comes to some of this stuff. Not that I sell a lot of things or anything along that. To a degree, I don't really care. It's not like I'm
as long as our discussion breeds Mike Trout slander, I'm all over it. Like, I'm good. Either way, our discussion is getting there. We're getting it.
Well, I was going to agree with Bob's statement of, as far as fish in Angels history, Tim Salmon definitely greater than Trout.
Look, I'm not saying I haven't made that. I'm not saying I haven't made that joke in a pickup video, but I have, and it's wonderful.
So something something that they've mentioned as it pertains to buying on Golden. I know they've also talked about low shipping fees, but yet they don't physically actually get anything. It's like they're not physically having to do anything. They're buying all this, and then when they resell it, somebody else is doing the packaging and shipping for them.
Exactly.
So does Marketplace allow you the ability to ship it to their vault type thing to basically allow you to resell it?
That's actually my understanding. I believe that is my understanding, because right now Marketplace is operating also as a vault. So let's kind of use Marketplace. Let's use the more mature version of the same thing. ComC effectively is this for a lot of folks. ComC is the thing where you can create these ports. You got this inventory. Now, ComC is already mature enough that they've got their fees built into it. But here's the deal. A 5% seller's fee. If I go and buy something in ComC right now, we'll use the $100 thing again. I'll go buy a card for $100. because I'm confident at some point I think something's about to happen. If you want to day trade in sports cards, ComC makes way more sense than a lot of this other shit. Because you can go, if for some reason, if you're convinced, if you know that after the secret darkness retreat and whatever other drugs that Aaron Rodgers is on, if you know for sure he's going to come back, but he's not going to play for the Packers, therefore Jordan Love is going to become the starter 100% for sure, and they're going to commit to him, you can go buy your Jordan Love cards right now. In fact, you can buy them from me. I have some on ComC. That's all I'm saying. But the point is that if you know this, you can buy the card without shame, Eric, without even shame. I'm not even pretending to hide that. I haven't told you what my username is, so shut up. Anyway, the point is that if you're confident in that, you can go get the card right now if you wish. And then the second some kind of an announcement comes out, bump up the price. And here's the thing. If somebody buys it on the ComC marketplace, there's no takebacks. There's no returns. Deal's done. Money's transferred. You're finished. Ship it at your leisure. It's your card now. It's your problem. 5% is the cost for that. That is a small price to pay for the peace of mind of knowing that a deal that is done is a deal that is done.
And you're not having to do anything about it.
Correct.
It's all there.
It's already sitting there. They will transfer it. I don't have to worry about that shit. I don't have to ship a damn thing. We're done. There is perks to that. There is an advantage to that. And if you're trying to churn and burn inventory, that's way easier. Way easier. I hate going to the post office. However, I've been selling some stuff on eBay recently. Now, I've gotten better at it. I can print out the labels now and get a little bit of a discount on shipping, so that's nice, that's helpful. But I still got to go out to the goddamn post office. Right now, if I have to go to the post office tomorrow, right now, we're having a blizzard outside. Right now, snow's pouring down as we speak.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. So, like, I was checking it out as soon as it got dark. I was like, I'm glad I don't have to be outside tomorrow. I already took care of all my errands today. I got my fresh beer in today before any of this happened.
Yeah, it's coming my way next. I'm going to wake up to a few inches, from what I understand.
Mm-hmm.
I know Vinny's getting like 8 inches right now.
There's a lot of snow coming down for sure in a lot of these different areas. The point, though, that I'm making, though, is it totally makes sense to use a marketplace that, as a seller, reduces the amount of extra work you have to do. There is value to that. There is value to saving time. There is value to saving money. There is value to not having to deal with returns. So in that perspective, is ComC the perfect platform surface? No, it's not. There are flaws to it. And if they screw up again, I will note those flaws. But they've been a lot better about it. They've done a better job, and I've given them their credit where they deserve it because they're doing a much better job now, processing and getting stuff through, and that's great. But I could totally make sense. Well, right now, the golden one, if you're not incurring fees to buy the stuff and the price is the price, and you can literally just flip it back on the same platform. You get invoiced, you pay for it, and then you flip it back on the same platform and get a profit. Sounds great. When they change it and they start incurring the fees, then go off that platform and go somewhere else. But in the meantime, make your money.
Nope, 100% agree. I was just curious because like I said, I knew it was there. Granted, like I said, it's nowhere compared to eBay. You know, eBay's got what, like 650 something million different sports card listings or some shit at a time, a billion, whatever it is. Marketplace, the other marketplace pales in comparison.
Mm-hmm.
So,
absolutely. Let me get through a couple of these here. Marketplace is basic marketing for golden. 100% true. 100% true, Bobby. You're 100% right. Are you Sports Card Haven? I wish. They've got a lot of inventory in ComC. I wish. What's up, everyone? Hope you're having a great Friday. Thank you for leave cards. Appreciate that. Bobby says, I've been selling eBay for over 25 years. Oh, the fees have risen. They have indeed. They have indeed. I've had my account since 1998. So right now, yeah, it's right about 25 years. Right about the same. Good 4 to 6 inches last hour here outside in Buffalo. Fair enough, Tom. You feel our pain. You get it. To be honest, I thought people were buying Players Club and Sports Card because of no fees for sellers currently. Wherever works, man. My point is that you go to wherever makes the most sense. The thing is, you got to be thinking about it. And this is the pivot that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to finish the thought on this piece. The pivot that I'm talking about. I think it's interesting. And I kind of wanted to make a video on this. Unfortunately, this week I was busy. But I wanted to make the video on it. And maybe I still will. I've been noticing that it's been fun for me to watch, the amount of folks that are now getting into kind of thinking it more in lines with the flipping, the reseller thing. And obviously people were pissed off about the reseller and flipping thing for the longest time. But at the same time now is, the economy is slowed down and people are struggling to like find the room in their card budget and whatever, all of a sudden flipping is back in vogue. We talk about the sports car radio guy, they're getting pushed back because of it. And that's always been the fun part. People get pushed back because like, well, how dare you make money? And it's like, no kidding. But at the same time, you'll watch, there's content out there. There are people that are doing the flips and talking about it and talking about doing their little reseller business, tips and tricks for eBay, ComC, Golden right now, whatever. I just think it's very interesting that it's suddenly become a topic du jour. How interesting how the tables have turned.
I think an interesting branch off of this is, one of the things I think would be interesting to do with the three of us and with the chat is to educate everybody. Where can you go to buy cards? What are the different platforms? Now, I don't think we should put one over the other or push any which one,
unless they want to sign a big ass check, in which case I would sell it so
well,
hard.
then that's the whole thing.
It'll be the hardest sellout of all time. Steve, maybe we can get the RP looped into this. Like if we can get like a big ass check, let's do it.
What auction?
Hey, working.
Do you guys use the most? And what auction houses or whatever you want to label it, do people buy the cards online? I'm basically an eBay guy. I've gone to PWCC a handful of times. All my ComC stuff has been through eBay. I've never bought directly from them, especially back when it was clear that you'd had to wait 6 years if you did that. In eBay, you'd get your stuff in 3 days. So it's like, well, why in the world should I go directly through them when I could just go to their eBay platform and do that? Because eBay forced them to get their products out, ship out fast to people.
No, for sure.
So what are some of the ones that people use?
So I think that's a great question. So let's leave that for the chat. I'll read a couple of these comments as we're going along, and also we'll all answer our piece. I've used a couple of different platforms myself, but we'll talk about it. ComC also charges a 10% cash out fee and a myriad of other fees. The myriad of other fees are very minor and relative, but the 10% cash out fee is true. But a lot of times what people do is they'll build up the account to a certain point, and then 10% cash out fee isn't a big deal. Because the thing is, when you're thinking about it, I can tell you eBay right now is about 14%, give or take. All told, which includes shipping, because they'll charge you for the shipping as well. So that's included in it. So it's about 13 and change, 14%-ish. And then they do control how much money comes in. And then I'm buying the postage through them, which is nice because I do get a discount. So that's I've started to employ that more. So that is a service that I think is useful to me. But eBay has plenty of fees. Big marketplace, lots of eyeballs potentially. Like it's actually served very well. But lots of fees involved in there. Lots of fees. Haven't committed to either because not sure on eyes looking at them. I guess in reference to this by sports cars have no fees. The problem with a lot of these smaller platforms is they don't get necessarily enough eyeballs, which is to Tom's point here. Vinny says 5 inches of snow on the ground. Just did my drive and both my neighbors. It's a wet, heavy stuff. Yep. Godspeed, Vinny. Godspeed. Despite what Eric says about you, we appreciate you.
Well, Vinny, hope you don't hurt your back or anything. I hope you got either a plow or a snowblower and you're not shoveling it.
Money talks. That's right, Dave. Thank you, Dave. Money talks, sure. But in my opinion, only if you have strong enough morals or ethics to say it's not worth sacrificing them. Profits to be had, though, just not at any cost. Fair enough. I'll still use PWCC if it would involve money. I'll take the money. It's fine. What happened to ComC Barry? Used to be all over the place. I don't know. I've seen Barry at the expo. He's actually there, and great guy. I've chatted with him here every time we go to the expo. I do chat with him a little bit. I think, though, I've noticed none of the ComC guys are really out there, both U.S. and Canadian. So I don't know. Maybe it's an edict where they just kind of keep quiet on the social media front. But then, obviously, you can see them at the show. Like, I chatted with him at the last expo, and we had a nice chat, and he's a great guy and great conversation. ComC takes all my money, and I get lots of cards. Fair. Facebook Marketplace. Yes, Bobby's a big Facebook Marketplace guy. Or specific groups within is great. That's true. Facebook groups is something that I haven't exploited well, but I will say I do agree that there are opportunities there, both buying and selling, because that is a very specific niche marketplace. But you do put it in front of eyeballs for people that might be really interested and might be willing to work with you, and you do avoid a lot of the extra fees. So that is an interesting piece. So I'll agree with that. So I'm just kind of curious in the realm of Eric's question, if there's any other marketplaces or things that you folks use. I'd just be curious. Any other place? eBay's the obvious one. We know about that one. But outside of that, do you use anything else? Just be kind of curious about that one. Yep, no fees, absolutely. Yeah, if you do Facebook Marketplace, you're doing a direct transaction, it's no fees. That's true.
Yeah, I'm going to say one that Eric will probably cringe at, and honestly, I don't care. But I am still a set collector at heart.
All right.
And I do have a tendency to
Sports Loss?
Beckett.
Ah.
Beckett Marketplace.
Really?
And
Hey, I bought this on Beckett Marketplace. This one I got in.
Here's the thing. It's almost forgotten, but
it is. It is. It's true.
If you, for instance, Burbank, everybody knows Burbank. The bulk of Burbank shit is on Beckett. It's not on eBay. It's on Beckett.
That is true.
So as a set collector, you have multiple dealers across the country. And, this may seem piddly, but a lot of dealers could have a card at 10 cents. But this mom and pop shop has it for 5 cents. As a set collector, from my perspective, I'm going to pay the 5 cents. Now, there are caveats. Certain dealers will give you free shipping at $35. Some will give you free shipping at $50. So you have to keep that in perspective. You're not going to go buy one card from mom and pop shop for 5 cents and pay $4 shipping for a 5-cent card, because that would be no different than going to eBay and paying $1 and paying $3 shipping. You get where I'm going with this. But Beckett Marketplace, from a set collector perspective, honestly is a lot better, in my opinion, than ComC. ComC's prices are higher the majority of the time.
They can be. You're right about that. Yeah.
And for lower end cards, you can't make an offer on it. So if it's 50 cents, you're paying 50 cents. At least on Beckett, if somebody's got it for 5 cents, you're going to go 5 cents. So I know, Eric. I know.
Steve, actually, it's funny you mentioned, like, I showed the card, but let me actually elaborate a little bit and play off of what you're saying, because I do agree. It's one that I don't use much, but I did play around with it. And then this recent mail day, it actually worked out nicely in my favor. But I'll kind of play a little bit in the same vein as what you're referring to. The card that I'm showing is a Medano from the North Stars, right? But let me emphasize this a little bit more. So it's a card from the Cup, but this is the gold parallel. This is actually out of the 25. So what happened is this is actually a more limited run card, but it was on Beckett Marketplace for a very fair price, actually very cheap price. And this one didn't make it onto eBay or any of the other platforms. So it was actually sitting on the Beckett Marketplace. So this is an out of 25. I did a random search. I don't know what got into me. I just went randomly and I was looking at it. I went in just looking for Cup cards. I was just curious if there were any Medano Cup cards on there that I thought were worthwhile. You got the base cards, of course. But then when I see the gold out of 25, I was like, hold on. This is interesting. I'm into that. And what I did is, because the guy had the certain amount you have to buy in order to get free shipping. So I went and I found a Jamie Benn that was out of 25. So I go, let me pair you guys up. Let me put you together. I get my free shipping. I send it to ship my cards so that at my US based address, so to speak, so that I can do that. Great. And then I got it in with the rest of my bulk lot. With all the rest of my crap, got it in all at the same time. Boom. Out of 25, Cup card, love it. Awesome.
Nice.
So this particular mail day, I got 2 different marketplaces that are outside of the norm that we'll talk about here, and some of them are mentioned here. So I agree with Steve. And in this case, it was a rarer card that I was able to pick up there on that marketplace.
Well, and as a player collector too, it's great. So I focus strictly on the set collecting aspect, because you got to fill holes, and you want to fill holes at the cheapest possible price point that you can.
I think that's fair.
I saw some of the other ones. I haven't purchased anything on Mercari. I do look from time to time, but there's a lot of those apps out there. I was actually going to pull up my phone because I have a couple of them on here, and I forget to go even bother to look at them.
Nice. Well, let me use the Mercari one. Let me use this as a prompt here to talk. Like I said, I'm not joking. if you guys are watching the channel and you enjoy the stuff, check out my mail day from today. I talk about some of the. I briefly mentioned that I got it from some of these platforms. So let me talk about Mercari for a second, because I got a card that I picked up in Mercari on this mail day, and I'll explain a couple of things about it. In Canada, we don't have Mercari. I cannot create an account on Mercari. I'm not, unless I get a VPN to play around with the thing and the region lock and whatever. Apparently, they won't even let me set up an account. However, if you've got some friends based in stateside, and I'll give quick credit, he was on here earlier tonight. Amish Dave actually did me a solid and helped me set up a deal that was set up in Mercari. So there was a card that I was keeping an eye out on, and Dave hooked me up, and I had him send it to ship my card so that the shipping would be reasonable. So I said, please just send it to the U.S. address, and I'll take care of the rest. I'll deal with it. So Dave was nice enough to do that for me. And again, I give him credit on the video as well. But so Dave was able to go into Mercari, get this card. The price I thought was fair, so I said, yeah, that's great. I'll PayPal you the funds. Let's do it. No problem. So he was able to do it for me. So I'll show you guys, and it's in the video as well in higher resolution. This is in 720, so this is for my dentist PC, but that is the black 1 of 1.
1 of 1, nice.
1 of 1. And that was on Mercari, of all places.
Yep.
A fair price.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
So this is the first 1 of 1 that I've got in my dentist PC, and it came via Mercari, via Amish Dave. So there you go.
Well, I missed. So I hate Mercari currently because I failed to take advantage of a listing 2 years ago for a title quest. It was a title quest, which is numbered to 100, and a couple other inserts at Terrell Davis. I think it sold for like $20. And for the life of me, I still kick myself in the ass to this day for not pulling the trigger. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those lack of trust in something new. That's really what it boiled down to, at least from my perspective. But also here in the States, we have OfferUp is another app.
Okay.
And 5 Miles is another app.
Okay.
That you can use. So some of them not as good as others, but it's one of those in which there's a lot of obscure places outside of the big places, of course, to get your stuff. But one of the bigger ones that I wanted to bring up, and of course to piss off Eric, was of course the Beckett thing, because we all know his love for Beckett.
But no, the thing is that, to be fair though, the timing worked out great, because in this case, in that mail day, I used Beckett and Mercari. So 2 more unusual marketplaces for me, not ones that I specifically go to, but it worked out. Like, I can't. The reason why I wanted to bring that point up is that is a 1 of 1. That is the first 1 of 1 I've got for that collection. The thing is, she's such a popular character that a 1 of 1 that had hit eBay would have cost me way more than I ended up paying. So the point was, because it was out of the way, and obviously I had to jump through some hoops and get Dave to give me a hand, and like we were able to coordinate on it. Again, thank you to Dave. Much appreciation. I appreciate you, bro. Of course. But the point is, because Dave was willing to work with me on that and help me out with it, we were able to get it done. And because we were able to get it done, we went on that off marketplace, and the price point was completely fair. So I was able to forward the money to Dave. He was able to take care of that on that end. Boom, boom, done. Had to jump through some hoops, but we were able to make it happen for a much more reasonable. Go look on eBay right now what the 1 of 1s are being asked for. Go to ComC and see what the 1 of 1s are being asked for. Any of them. Printing plate 1 of 1s, any of the 1 of 1s. Right now, one of the 1 of 1s. Somebody went and sent it in for grading. $4,000 is what they're asking for.
Oh, good Lord.
It ain't going to happen. No one's going to pay it, but they'll ask for it.
That's couch money. That's couch money, Carlos. Come on.
After the Fanatics Overlords send the check. After. Hey, Brad, whenever you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. Good stuff. All right, we'll finish this thought here, Brad, and then we'll bring you in. But so Victor says, I belong to a couple PSA Facebook groups that are fire. Oh, I love that Victor's bringing the fire. Look at that. We got to get the fire emojis if you're going to invoke fire. Come on, Victor. Typically 10 to 20% under comps, and everybody respects the goods and services option. Fair enough, Victor. Thank you for that. Caveat emptor. Appreciate that, Bobby. Let the Beckett buyers beware. True. I heard a rumor that Eric started the whole idea of BCC grading, and it was his baby to nurture it with the wicked, distorted stepchild it became. Not enough C's. Not enough C's.
Way more C's.
Way more C's, but I think you're on the right track there, Tom. Bobby says, you got it, Carlos. The best deals on obscure places. Very fair. That's Bobby's bread and butter going to them. Dave says, Mercari has been solid for me. For me as well through Dave. But yes. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it. I'll buy from them once and avoid sellers. Do $5.99 plus $50 to $1 for each additional card because it doubles the average cost of the time. So I'll stick with seller sites that do it for free or flat fee. Completely fair. Too fragmented. I do agree with that. It is unfortunate that we have to play these games. Like I said, but in fairness though, if you're willing to put in the extra effort, look, I'm hashtag team no effort generally. However, there are savings to be had if you're willing to go. That Medano card was way lower price than it probably should have been because it was on Beckett, because people weren't looking there. That 1 of 1 was in Mercari. It just sat. Like I had an opportunity at it. It got pulled down and then it got put back up. And then the price was way more in line with what I was thinking. I was like, this is almost too good a deal. And, hashtag privilege of people who have YouTube channels. I might have gotten somebody from Upper Deck to just confirm that was legit. I might have asked. I might have been like, does this look good to you? Does that look about right? I think it's good. Okay, cool. Look, Mercari, I have concerns. Right? I don't have a mechanism to say anything. I'm like, can you tell me if this one looks all right to you? Is it cool?
Hey, it's all about making the connections.
That's right. Unless you're shipping every card in one touch, there's no need to charge me $1 for every single 50-cent card. That's 75-cent card order that I win at auction. Hate to see a $35 bill with $30 shipping handling. Completely fair, Tom.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we got caught up, so thank you to that. Benefits and perks of influencer life. You're right, Tom. You're right. Look, it's nice to know people. Sometimes it's good to know people. It's good to have a conversation. Speaking of knowing people, Mr. Brad, how are you?
Good. I was listening from the start while I was working. So
sounds good. How's the working coming along? You guys keeping busy?
Yeah. We're it's going to be a busy weekend, but we're just prepping orders now and then off to beautiful California Monday morning.
That's right. Speaking of knowing people, Brad's going to go over there and know some people over at PSA headquarters.
Yeah, we'll see how she all shakes out. But I just I was doing I got a really cool order today with the Gretzky's. We posted it on Instagram.
Okay, nice. I expect some serious power plays there, Brad. Are you you got to make some power plays while you're there?
Oh, there's going to be. I got a nice.
It's like Nat. This is how it's going to be.
There you go. But I'm dropping off an order. I'm bringing an order with me, probably of like 300 cards, I'd say, at express level and above, which is pretty exciting. So
nice.
So do you think you'd be able, with express level, you can be able to bring them back with you too?
I think so.
Well, good luck.
If I get them there Monday, I should be able to have them Thursday.
Brad, I expect you to crack the whip.
Yeah.
You tell Nat. You tell Nat what you want.
We got some super nice stuff coming in.
Wow, look at
There's
that.
a nice mantle.
I don't know, but is it Steven Reinprecht level though?
Oh my
Mickey
god,
Manos, that's Steven Reinprecht level though. He's better than Bobby Orr. That's what I heard. Bobby Orr can't even make the checklist, but Steven Reinprecht's on it.
that's the stack.
There you go. Nice.
That's 30 Gretzky.
Is that from one order or is that a couple orders spread out? That's from one order?
That's one guy.
Okay, great. By the way, going back, officially ending any rumor that the Gretzky rookie is rare in any way, shape, or form is the stack that Brett has from one submitter.
Exactly.
Wrecking it forever.
Yeah,
like
give out to you as soon as you cross the border. It's like, welcome to Canada. Here's the Gretzky rookie.
As you should. Brad, quick question for you.
Yeah.
So you heard the tail end of that conversation there. Is there any other more unusual marketplaces? I use eBay personally. I use PWCC. I've had some success with in the past. Obviously, I use ComC. That's been good for me. I've used Beckett here and there sparingly, but I was able to take advantage of it. I was able to use Mercari indirectly with help. So that was good. That worked out nicely for me. Any other marketplaces? I haven't used Facebook personally, but I do follow some groups now, so at least keep my eyes open.
Yeah. I'm just the big ones. The typical PWCC, eBay, ComC, a little bit ComC, like not a whole lot. I've never really sold on ComC, but I have bought a fair bit of cards, but that's my go-tos really. That's enough marketplaces for me.
It does get really fragmented though. It's kind of crazy how
I'm trying to get, obviously, with being involved with collectors, I'm trying to get in on the golden one. I'm still new to it, so.
Well, you need to go buy a stack of $5 cards and sell them for $7. I've heard that works.
Yeah. Well, I was listening to you guys tonight. I didn't even know there's no fees for cards under $2,500.
That's what it says in the chart. Yeah. So
Yeah,
now
that's
apparently
great.
that's for graded cards, but I'm assuming there's some other categories. Like I was just scanning through and looking for the chart. Actually, let me show you guys the chart just so you can see it.
Yeah.
I'll scan through it real quick just so you can all see. So this is from their FAQ. This is from there. Marketplace rates is what I was looking at. So right there on the screen. So right here, sale price, 2,500 and under. That's what we're talking about. So seller commission right now 0, obviously. And then it says right here, no buyer's premium. So it's right there in black and white.
That's her, yeah.
I can't make it any more clear cut than that. So while supplies last, I guess you may as well take advantage of it if that's what they're going to do. So be it.
So what's the percentage that's crossed out though?
So this is 16.7 for $24.99, which is higher than eBay, just so we're clear.
Yeah. So yep. So that tells you then this is to a point to when they decide, okay, yep, now it's time to start charging.
Yeah. So just to be clear, for the folks following the Sports Card Radio saga, they will ditch this like a bad habit when that fee kicks in. They will be gone. They will be gone. They will. Which, by the way, business-wise, makes totals. That's why I'm saying, I give credit. That's proper business. I don't care where business is. When I made the video, and I'm being very transparent about this. Most people aren't transparent, and I don't understand why. You may as well just be clear-cut about this. When I did my pickup video this week, I said flat out, I bought the slot of the AW Spectrum cards. I'm going to keep some of them. That's my plan. The rest of them, I am selling them. That is my intention. So if somebody sees it on the video and says, "Hey, Carlos, would you sell this one?" Yes, absolutely. My goal is to sell the majority of those cards because I don't need the whole stack of them. I bought a stack of 50. I don't need 50 cards. Some of them are duplicates of each other. I don't need that. I will move the rest of them. And if somebody wants to work out a deal with me, I'm not going to kill you over it. Like, my goal is to get it out the door, get my money back, or make a couple bucks on it. And then here you go. Enjoy. Have a good time. I want somebody else to get the cards that'll appreciate it. But at the same time, I'll keep the ones that interest me and the rest can go. But that's transparent. That's exactly what my plan is. That's why I made the video to show, hey, I got this whole stack. But if any of y'all want it, just reach out to me and we can work something out. It's fine. If not, I'll put it up on eBay and we'll do it that way. It's fine. Wait until the Gretzky rookie card vending case comes in. That's right. That's right, Bobby. Stack of Gretzky rookies greater than my life net worth. Live the dream, sir. Live the dream. So, question. I wanted to kind of pose a question playing off what we've been talking about here, though. Obviously, we've got this current fixation now. Now, all of a sudden, people are interested in that flipping life. All of a sudden, they want a sustainable hobby. Because I've been watching. I'm watching videos of people. Suddenly, people are interested in it. Bench Clear Media did a Q&A with Ty from Breaker Culture, as well as Bo from 1 Million Cubs cards, I believe. And they did a bit of a Q&A on eBay reselling and stuff like that and how to set that up. J-Mac, who I've been on a live stream with before, decent guy in the conversation we had. He's doing great stuff. Like, I'll recommend him. Our friend Bobbles is doing a lot of some stuff. He's even started a reseller channel for other stuff. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, I'm not anti-business in the slightest. I enjoy it. Like, no, you do you. As a collector, it also makes sense. I've done it sparingly throughout time. I've done it off and on. I wish I was more entrepreneurial. Honestly, I could have made money all these years doing this shit because I know enough about it. I can do it. And I've done it profitably when that has been my intention. But when my intention is, I just want this shit for my collection, well, the ROI is garbage. It's trash. You spend the money and then you get nothing in return. That sucks for ROI purposes. But the rest of it has been fine. But the point is that it has been fun watching the shift as we're in our current economic climate. All of a sudden, people are a lot more agreeable to the idea. Yeah, it's probably okay to make some money back on some of the stuff we spent money on. Brad, isn't it interesting how those tables have turned?
I agree. 100%.
Suddenly, it's perfectly okay. It's fine. Even Eric says it's okay. He says it's fine now.
Even Eric, yeah.
But doesn't it? It's one of those things that drove me nuts over the last, especially 2 or 3 years. Like, let it. Who cares what anyone else does? Like, everyone wants. If you're a collector, you want to yell at the flipper. You want to yell at the investor. You don't like. It's like, do what you want to do. Who cares? It's not going to affect me. Flip as many cards as you want. Buy, sell, make money. collect, put them in your box, store them in your closet, put them in a vault. Do whatever makes you happy. You know what I mean? People get so caught up on it. It's like I know I'm a collector, but I flip, I invest, I collect, I kind of do it all.
That's why I said, like, look, I say it kind of for fun, kind of a little tongue in cheek, but it's like it's been the entire cottage industry has been get mad that someone has the audacity to get money back on their thing. And I'm saying that, like, as long as I get the shit I want for the price I'm comfortable with, I don't care what the rest of y'all do. That's my general philosophy on the hobby. Break boxes. Don't break boxes. Buy singles. Don't buy singles. Use this platform. Don't use this platform. I don't care. It makes genuinely no difference to what I'm doing. Do you. Have a good time. Well, except Eric. He can't have a good time. He's not allowed. But the rest of us, have a good time. But, like, why? It's a cottage industry to get mad about dumb stuff. It's fun. It's kind of fun to watch sometimes. So Victor here says, I've had an eBay store going for about a year now. It's doing really good. Excellent, Victor. Good to hear. How to make 1,000, but $300 to $400 additional dollars to add to the monthly budget has been great. Fantastic, Victor. That's good stuff. History has proven in a downturn economy, hobbies flourish. That's why I said the point earlier. During the dead zone, the dead period in that late 90s period, mid 90s, I had no problem moving stuff. I was buying stuff cheap and selling it and doing all that stuff and buying cards and doing all those things, and it was perfectly fine. So in high economy and when things are flourishing and things are booming, I did my thing. Stuff became available because suddenly people wanted to move stuff. So I took advantage of that. Now things get quiet. Now you can buy lower and still make your money if you want to. I'm taking advantage of that. Isn't it weird how, Eric, like in both scenarios, it doesn't matter. You just adjust your tactics and it still works?
Yeah, that's what's great about the hobby. It's, you like you said, you do you deal with what you have financially to be able to put in, and you go at the pace that you can go at and collect what you like, and let the rest of the hobby do it what it wants.
That's fair. By the way, it's kind of a personal favorite of mine. Like I've been doing some eBay lots and sales and stuff recently. Just listing stuff is going along the way. My favorite thing, now I accidentally did it, but my favorite thing in the world is when you've got an auction, but you leave the best offer on. You get some very fun and interesting offers sometimes. It's very entertaining. I've got a smorgasbord of stuff. A lot of wrestling stuff, a little bit of baseball, a little bit of hockey, a little bit of a variety of different stuff. I put up a couple of T206s. So there was one, I think I mentioned to Brad after we finished the last live stream. I did one where I put up a T206 card. And obviously those have appreciated over the years. Now they've slowly gone up. But I have a couple of PSA graded T206s. Low grade stuff. But I had one that was in a PSA 3. It was a T206. And I had a guy make me a best offer of $20. And I'm sitting there like, when the fuck are you going to get a T206 for $20? I don't care who it is in a PSA 3. And I was sitting there like, and I was joking with Brad and the guys. I went and counter offered $200. I went above what I had any intention of going. I was like, you're being an idiot. Stop being a moron.
And you wanted to have an idiot challenge, and you were like, "Oh, you want to be an idiot? I'll show you what it's like to be an idiot."
Yeah, like I went way over just to quickly send a shot across the bow. I retracted it right after, but I just had fun. I was having some fun with it. But the best part is, I retracted it because at the end of the day, I have no interest in engaging. If you're being ridiculous, I have no interest in engaging. However, it literally took I had literally just listed it. They went and made that offer that made no sense. I went over the top just to screw with them a little bit. Retracted it I made my point. I had made my point. It took maybe 45 minutes. I got a ping that it's at $40 right now with 6 days left. So I was like, what are we even talking about? Like, guys, and this is just a general statement. If you're going to use the best offer feature, go look this shit up. Go figure out what actually makes sense in the marketplace. I know, Steve, I know. But go look this shit up in the marketplace. Don't waste people's time. I normally have the auto reject set. I didn't have it set for that one. That was the only reason it came through. Otherwise, it would have taken care of it for me. I just looked at it. Come on, man.
Yeah, I was going to pose the question. I was like, were you purposely meaning to set yourself up to
No, I forgot to turn
troll?
it on. I forgot to turn it on. That it was my bad, but as soon as I got it, I was like, come on, dude. What did you think was gonna happen? Come on. Settle down.
So I will give you a quick take on the whole selling thing.
By all means, please.
At one point in time, this was years ago, I used to be a silver power seller on eBay. And in all practical purposes, take it with a grain of salt. That's $1,000 a month in gross sales. It's not like you're talking a shit ton of money. That's gross sales.
Sure.
So, from my experience, I can tell you what not to do when selling stuff on eBay if you're hoping to make money. Don't buy hobby boxes and open them and expect yourself to make money.
Outrageous. The ROI, you're saying the ROI in breaking is not good, is what you're saying.
From an individual perspective, no, it's horrible. It's
Fair.
horrible.
Valid. Go on.
Now, it's one of those in which if you get lucky and you pull some decent stuff, then yes, you have a chance of making decent money.
Sure. Yeah.
But don't expect to spend $300 multiple times on a box and expect to make $300 on selling the hits from said box. It just
well, Brad was telling
it
me the
doesn't
other
work.
day. Brad was telling me just yesterday that SP Signature Legends, that's a moneymaker. Did you guys see that checklist? Did I mention Stephen Reitbrecht? They called the scrubs like Bobby Orr, removed from the checklist, and went with Stephen Reitbrecht. Legit dudes. Byron Defoe. Y'all. Byron Defoe. They went with the real Boston Legends.
But you know what? That's not even bad. There's 11 guys on that list that I never heard of. And again, I'm not trying to say that with any arrogance whatsoever, but 70s, 80s, 90s hockey, like, I lived this shit. I know this shit. And I'm like, there's 11 guys. I didn't even know who they were. I didn't think there was a player that had any sort of a career, played more than 50 games. I wouldn't have heard his name.
Exactly.
I had no idea. That's
Exactly, Brad. Same thing with me. I went down that going, yeah, I remember the name, maybe not so much the player or stats, but yes. Then I'm like, who? Joe Smith. Who the hell
to
is
the
this?
to the Google to the Google
Who the hell is
machine.
Joe Smith that played in Vancouver. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah. Well, you know what? We did a little trivia at the store today. I was out at AMG and
All right.
I was reading the list to the guys, and there's a bunch of guys there, buddies of mine, and good, knowledgeable hockey guys. And it's funny when you trick someone. I'm like, see, I didn't even hear this guy. And someone goes, oh, yeah, no, I did. And I'm like, okay, what team did he play for? And you could just see, because it's so easy to say, oh, I know that. And they're sitting there going, yeah, didn't he, I was like, you didn't know him. You know, you didn't have a clue who he was.
No.
So what you're saying is we will not be getting you breaking a case of SP Signatures Legends. This is what you're saying. We're not getting that one.
Well, yes, I am definitely not. And if you notice me drifted off, I'm in a break right now, and I'm trying to figure out who's number 2 on the Washington Capitals. You guys know? Any chance?
What is it a break of? Is it a cup?
It's a medal. It's it's the cup's coming up next. It's like 40 or 50 boxes. It's a mixture. But I got Washington, Ottawa, and it was a random.
Wait, so 40 or 50 tins of the cup?
No, there's 6 tins of the cup, but there's 2 full cases of metal.
Okay.
A case of SP Authentic.
Okay,
I'm not sure.
Okay, so 6 tins, so a case of the cup, so like at least $50 street value. Okay, very nice. After you break it, I don't mean before. I mean after you break
No,
it.
before we're talking millions.
Yeah, before it's billions, but afterwards it's like at least $50, easy $50.
I'm completely bottom feeding right now because like I know he got a gold PMG and it's in the top right hand corner, and I'm like, it's a Washington guy, and I'm like, so that means that's my card, and so it's a 101, but I can't figure out who number 2 is.
It's probably some guy on this SP Authentic Legends checklist. I'm like, I don't even know who that is.
He played 2 games 2 years ago.
No, what it's gonna be is Brad. It's gonna be Tim Tebow because it turns out they drafted him. He never played a game. Tim Tebow. Oh my God! Full circle. Come on, brutal. Here you go. Card hobbyist. Good evening. Break for yourself for the fun of it. Buy singles in bulk for yourself. No, like, and I think this is a good comment. If you're breaking and you're doing it for entertainment, with the understanding it's entertainment and that's what you're doing for, awesome. That's fine. I'm cool with that. I think that's great. I like opening packs. I like opening boxes. Steve's in the same boat. Like, opening packs is fun. I enjoy it. But some of this shit's so expensive. We made the joke earlier tonight, Brad. For $50 a box, I would open this SP Signature Legends bullshit. For $50, I would do it. $50, all right, what the hell? I'll take a flyer and see what happens. I'll take my Steven Reinprecht autograph when it comes across. But for more than that, absolutely not. I will not tolerate that BS for more money than that. No, thank you. That's a hard pass for me. So real quick here. But do they have Ron Tugnut? There, they live the dream. I have to check. I don't know if he's on there. Who are the 11?
Tugnut has a NHL record of like 72 saves or something against the Boston Bruins in one game.
Again, of course, against the Boston Bruins.
Like I watched that game live.
No, Ron Tugnut. Okay, so Brad. Okay, look, I'm now getting offended. So Ron Tugnut is not in this checklist. Ziggy Palffy is not in this checklist.
Yeah.
Okay, for the record, not a joke. This week, I have an Atomic Refractor Ziggy Palffy. I listed it on eBay. This is not a joke. I listed it on eBay. It lasted 2 hours and I got an offer and sold it. Because Ziggy Palffy is the goat of fucking goats! And he's not in this stupid Legends checklist bullshit piece of crap. How dare you? Bobby Orr is a peasant compared to Ziggy Palffy. Peasant! And you can't put him in this checklist. How dare you?
The only reason I don't have Ziggy Palffy around is because I just can't afford him because
no
big time.
He is legitimate, unquestioned greatness. Yeah. Unquestioned greatness. 2015 to 2019 is Matt Niskanen. There you go. Number 2 in the Caps is Justin Schultz. So Bob Jackson is throwing a couple names at us. 21-22 Skybox Metal Universe Hendrix Lapierre. I don't know who that is, but go on. Is he named after Jimi Hendrix? Check out ComC Capitals Metal, ComC Metal Caps cards. You can find it. Okay, go on. Fair enough. But no, like I said, so jokes aside, I think it's interesting the way that the content is twisted now, where suddenly people are interested in the reselling thing. It's like, it's kind of fun. I don't mind I don't mind tire kickers. And Steve, as a resident cheap guy, and we know you're a cheapskate, but the thing is, like, that's fine. As a collector, that's reasonable. But there is cheapskate-dom. And then there's like, you're literally tire kicking with no hope of success. What's the point of that? Like, I just want to get your thoughts on that. There's cheapskate, and then there's, why are you even bothering? Why are you wasting my time?
You're actually expecting me to explain why people are the way that they are?
I'm just curious if you have any theories. I would accept theories. Theories I would accept.
Honestly, I don't have theories because at the end of the day, you can't fix stupid.
I agree. But like, it was one of those things where, like, I just said, again, remember, absolutely, rule number one and 2 both apply. But like, the reality of it is that we always talk about the vintage guys. The vintage guys always come in with the air of superiority. That was a T206 card. Come on, guys. I would love to buy a T206 of a decent player in half decent condition for $20. I will buy it all day long right now. Right now, I will happily send you the $20. Send me the damn card. I wish.
I don't collect baseball, and I'd be doing that all day long.
Yeah, like, I will buy it right this moment. Even as we speak, I will buy it. Now, I will tell you, that dude should have been where I was, because when I bought that card, it wasn't graded. I graded it. But I graded it when grading was $8, and I bought it for under $10. So I got it for under $20. But that's because I bought it back then, when it could have worked. Not today, sir. Not today, I'm afraid. Love to help you, but you're about 15 to 20 years too late. Not today, my friend. Not today, Bob. I know someone that does it on non-card stuff where extended 20% of the time. Hey, I can't blame him if it works. Even 10% of the time, I can't blame him for lowballing them at that degree.
If the stuff has been sitting there for, 4 months, yeah, I could, if you've been watching it and it's in your saved things and it's gone around and around on your 16 pages of 400, things on your watch lists, and you're like, this thing's still here, throw a number. But if it's new, don't be ridiculous.
It was on for like less than an hour when I got that offer.
Don't be stupid.
Well, there's other caveats too, in my opinion, with,
Sure.
with some of that stuff though
Sure.
too.
Yeah.
If I add something to my watch list, no offense, don't send me seller sent you an offer of
Yeah.
2% off.
Oh God.
Beg your pardon? Or 5%.
Fair.
Oh Lord.
That's fair. That's fair.
50 cents,
Okay,
25 cents.
if you're gonna do 2 or 5%, if I watched it and it's a buy it now, I went ahead and just bought it at the price.
Mhm.
2 to 5% is not gonna make a damn hill of beans. It amounts to nothing.
I've gotten those offers. You're right. Yep.
Yeah. I'll
That's fair.
send an offer to have $5 taken off because it's like that's the shipping. So basically looking for free shipping, right? So I'm not stupid. I'm not asking for 20 off. I'll be like, what's your shipping cost? Best offer. I'll minus the shipping, and they'll come back with something that's 25 cents off. I just get me out of this. I don't want to deal with
Some
it.
seller, like I think Steve is making a very valid point. I think some sellers are kind of silly with the idea that because you have a watcher, that's like, oh, they must be really interested. No, I get plenty of auctions that'll have watchers, and some people will just sit. They'll just leave it.
Yep.
And it'll sit, and that watcher, because I'll have the buy it now best offer, and there's some watchers who sit there and watch and watch and watch. And so actually, let me share this with you guys, and maybe this will be something that'll be helpful. When I list stuff on eBay, this is me, just my way, my method. I've got basically 3 different types of listings that I'll make. I'll make a listing where I know it's too high. I'm kind of sitting there. I kind of want to see what offers come in, if any. I've got a minimum.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have a question though, real quick.
Go ahead.
When you say high, are you talking like stupid high, or are you just talking high?
I'm talking maybe if you come into a bunch of cash and you just don't care, you go for it. But outside of that, you probably will just leave it be.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking is
Yeah.
because you have some people out there that throw something up on eBay for $1,000 and buy it now best offer, and you're sitting there going, okay, dude, you're smoking crack.
Yep.
Card number to 10 selling for about $110. How are you getting 10 times the value for a 101 just because it's a $400 a box product? You're smoking crack. That's why I was asking, so like from that standpoint, that's too high. Now, if it was listed for $500, that's high, but it's not unreasonable.
No, for sure. I tend to stick on the side of the second. I'm pricing it aggressively. Like I know it's high. I want to see what offers come in, and my reject is actually much lower than the top price. But it's like, no, show me. Let me gauge what the market is. But I have no interest in just look. I'm in a rush to sell it. None. So that's one category. Second category, I price it right in line with comps, right in line with it. Maybe a little bit of margin for it. It's one way or the other, but it's right in line with like that's what it's going to be. So that is designed to get. I want to see a little bit of action a little bit quicker, and let's go with it. The other one, I'm willing to let it sit for however long it sits. I really don't care. I'm happy to keep the card. I don't care. The third one is where we price it. Maybe it's auction or maybe it's priced aggressively. And that in the intention is to induce some action. And you'll see different types of engagement on it. But it's always kind of interesting. Now, if you're willing to price it to sell, you do the third category. You can get watchers on almost anything. It doesn't matter. I made the joke on the last live stream of I've done well buying lots. And oftentimes when I buy lots, I'll buy a lot that has a Medano card on it, and I'll get other shit with it. And I'm like, what am I gonna do with this other shit? But the Medano was worth the price of the lot to me. In that scenario, I'm basically getting this other shit for free. It's basically toss-ins. So it's effectively free. So I'm like, all right, I just gotta have to figure out how to get rid of this crap. That's basically what I'm trying to do. Just like, how do I get rid of this crap? I listed on eBay as an auction that one of one Nail Yakupov. I listed it for the whopping sum of $4.99. Let's go. That crap's got a watcher. But it doesn't mean I'm going to go rushing over to make the guy an offer. It's like, look, man, if you bid on that shit, you can have it for $5 for shipping. It's fine. Get it out of here. It's not worth more than that to me. Like, please just take it away. But I'm not going to assume anything. There's no point in me doing anything crazy. But there's other stuff that sometimes will be a little bit interesting. You never know. I've got a 99 2000 Quantum Paul Correa card that has 8 watchers on it, which is interesting. Which means some people, it is a late 90s. It's a fun card. It's out of 100. It's Paul Correa, who was a star back in his day back there. It's kind of an interesting card. It's not priced super high. So the intention is I want to get some action.
Dave's probably one of the watchers.
Maybe. Look, they can have it. There's about 3 days left on it. Whoever wants to bid it can basically have it. There's no reserve. Knock yourself out. You guys can have for the min bid or can have for a little more, and it's fine. I'm cool with it. But it's priced to go. The intention is I want it out. I want it gone. And as you guys are watching it, you do what you're going to do. I can't assume, though, I'm going to get a bid on it. Sometimes you get a bunch of watchers and nobody does anything. And I'm sitting there like it's basically, you know what the price is. There's no reserve. You could literally win it for the min bid. But you got to do something in order to actually make it happen. But you never know. You never have any idea. Hockey 99 says, there's a card been watching for a year, way overpriced, and they don't have offers turned on. Yep, and that happens. Look, I'll give you an example on the buying side of it. I've been getting all those cards for my dentist PC. And for the Spectrum one, I've got most of the cards in that checklist, except for the really low numbered stuff. There was a guy who had the out of 10 card, and he had it on for a, I want to say, I'll give you the real numbers because it's hilarious how it went. So he started off with $2.99 auction, didn't get any action. Because by that point, the market had already moved past it, so it wasn't going to move. Then he relisted it for $3.99 with offers. Okay, so I'm giving you the history. He listed it for $3.99 with offers. He went higher. Okay, cool. So I said, okay, fine. You couldn't get any action the first time. All right, for the sake of argument, now I'm stating this in the spirit of transparency. I said, fine. I'm going to do you a solid. I hit the offer, and I said, I will give you $325. $325. That is higher. The first one was $2.99 auction, but with offers. I just wanted to get it done with no offers. I offered $325. Turned it down. Then relisted it for $3.99. Nothing happened. Relisted it again. Nothing happened. Now it's open auction. We'll see what happens. Do you think he gets $325?
No.
No, I agree. Lower.
I'm watching it. We'll see. We'll see.
He's going to be kicking himself.
Hey, we can go bid on that, Eric.
Yeah,
Hey, knock yourself out. Like, here's the thing. I have no problem waiting. It's out of 10. I can go buy one of the other 9. I don't give a shit. But the point is, why did you stick to 325? You had it was a decent offer. It was a strong offer, a solid offer. Just take it.
Rule number 1.
Yeah, that's right. You get greedy. But my point that I'm making is that sometimes the sellers get greedy. Mm-hmm. They sit there and it's like, dude, I'm one of the more aggressive bidder on this. I am willing to pay what, in my opinion, is a premium to just get it done. If you will accept my offer, it is done. I will pay you. No questions asked, no issues.
Yeah, I think the majority of the time, that old saying, the first offer is usually your best offer, and I struggle with that at times. And I think more times than not, it is true.
Also, to go with, old sayings is, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, and it's, give me the money.
Yeah. So, Carlos, I took the time to write out the guys. I was trying to figure out because I seen Bob ask some good
you figured out the 11 guys that you didn't know? Okay, yeah. Go on.
So now I've actually confused myself because there's more guys. So now I'm like...
Well, Steve's the hockey oracle. He knows all the people you're going to talk about. So go ahead.
This is my favorite.
I'll be honest in whether or not I've heard of them. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
See, I can't even pronounce some of these right.
Go on.
Bill Hogabaum.
That was one of my favorites on the list. I have no idea who that is, but that was one of my favorites on that list.
So he was with Detroit.
The Bill Hogabaum. Steve, you know Bill Hogabaum. Great guy.
Well, is he related to the football Hogabooms? Because I know those guys.
Maybe.
Just thought I'd ask.
Chris Thorburn. He played with Atlanta.
Of course he did. Yeah.
Jorgen Peterson.
Jordan
with
Peterson. Okay.
Jordan Peterson played with St. Louis.
I was about.
Wonderful.
Oh, I knew that. I knew
Oh,
that.
yeah?
One.
Okay. This one I might have Mike Zook. He played with
The
St.
Mike
Louis.
Zook. Come on, great guy.
No.
Raggio Rustalainen. So there's Timu Rustalainen.
Okay, so yeah, there was another Ristolainen. Okay, so
This is-
Ristolainen sounded familiar.
Yeah, so this guy's name is Reijo.
Steve, did I mention this checklist is trash? Did I mention it's like bottom rung trash,
Yeah.
dumpster fire trash? Holy crap, this is trash.
It
I
gets
got
better.
one. This is horrible.
Fedor Titodin. Again, Columbus Blue Jacket guy.
No, never heard of
I
it.
know Fedor Emelianenko.
Yeah.
Does that help?
This one's great.
Where's the other Brad when you need him?
This is one of my favorites. Orest Kinderchuk.
Oh, that was a good. I named that one. That was one of the ones I named. That was a good one.
No, never heard of him.
Rich Preston.
They know him in his house, maybe. They know him in his house, maybe.
Andreas Lilyjaw.
I would have remembered that.
Steve,
What
I was
year
wrong
that-
earlier. I think the proper comp for this checklist is the water boy of the Denver Broncos.
Oh my god.
Legend! Legend!
Do you know what I started to think? Do you think there's a possibility that
That they're making shit up? These aren't real people.
that they could be guys that never had a card? Like, is that part of the thing? I just thought about it.
The name, okay, so just so we're all on the same page. The name of the series
Oh my god.
is 2020, 2021. We're in the year 2023. It's 2020, 2021. This took 3 years for this bullshit. SP Signature Edition Legends.
Yeah.
That's the name of the product on the
know.
box.
Yeah, it's insane though, and honestly, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
Steve, I didn't even
15
want to
guys.
yell for this part, but I'm legitimately frustrated. It's a legend. It's called Legends.
You gotta keep keep going. You have to keep
Okay.
going.
All right, Lars Lindgren. So I know Lindgren. There's Lindgrens.
There's
and
a
I know
Pelle
Lars,
Lindgren. I remember that one.
but Lars Lindgren played with Vancouver. No idea.
Sure he did. Great.
Did I do Rick Chartraw?
No, you didn't, but I don't know who that is either.
So he played with Montreal. I skipped some guys to go.
Fantastic. Good to know.
Yeah.
Good old francophone name. Go on.
Jack Valaket. Again, it sounds like a familiar name to me.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
kind of like,
Yeah, Brad, exactly. It sounds like it's
sounds
familiar.
right.
but
And
not
this is
sure.
so, but this is taking guys. There's 150 guys that are had a cup of coffee in the NHL, but at least I know their names. You know what I mean?
Right.
Anyways, yeah, that's 15 guys. Like I don't know.
All right.
Jack
need one-
Valaket played for the Rockies, apparently. Okay.
Right? Like I feel like I remember his 81-82 O-Pee-Chee card is in my head,
Yeah.
but with the Rockies, I don't know when you said that, but who knows?
All right. I am Googling this shit because I'm frustrated right now. This is so stupid. I have to Google this bastard just to figure out like what the hell we're talking about. Holy crap. All right. Steve, here we go. Are you ready? All right. Jack Valaket played from 1974-75 for the Toronto Maple Leafs, played one game, then played sporadically through 80-81 with the Colorado Rockies for a total of 350 games in the NHL, 84 goals, 134 assists for 218 points and 79 penalty minutes. Legend!
Okay, you know what, Carlos? You got to look up. Honestly, my favorite of all of them, though, Bill Hogabaum.
What, Bill Hogabaum?
Bill Hoga, Hogaboam, maybe.
Yeah, Bill Hogabaum. I got it.
Good Lord.
I blame you, Eric. We all agreed that this wasn't a real sport. And here you are with these supposed legends. All right, Bill Hogabaum.
the fact that, and you know, we all know Steve's the Oracle and all, but the fact that you have 3 hockey guys here who have never heard of these players
Yeah.
says something horrible about this product.
Well, I will have you know, sir, that Bill Hogabaum, the Bill Hogabaum, legend. Did I mention legend? Just bored that I mentioned legend. Played from 72-73 through 79-80. His best season was 75-76, where he played for Detroit and what the fuck is this team? and the North Stars. And the North Stars in the mid-70s. And had 28 goals, 51 points, and a -13 plus minus. That was his best season.
Oh, he's a good one.
Yeah. Finished with a grand total of 332 games, 80 goals, 109 assists for 189 points, and a -87 plus minus. Legend!
Legend, -87. That's awesome.
87 more goals were given up while he was on the ice than were scored.
Oh my good Lord.
Bill Hogabaum is officially Bill Hogabaum should be in the fucking box. He's the dude. He's that guy. Legend.
Hey, I'm gonna put a bounty out for the best.
Bill Hogabaum.
Bill Hogabaum. Good. Let's see what he did.
By the way, did we mention that Bobby Orr didn't make this checklist?
Yeah. Bobby Hope wasn't good enough to make this.
He wasn't as good as Bill Hogabaum.
No.
What do you want? I don't know what to tell you.
Brad,
Well,
to
that's
your
right.
knowledge, does Bobby Orr still have a contract with Upper Deck? He's still signing cards.
You know what? I think like he floated around so much. I don't know. He's been so many different places. I think I feel like he's not still officially with them.
Okay.
You know, because the last time I remember Orr doing a signing was at the Framesworth. Brian brought him in to do a meet and greet at the Toronto Expo, like up here. So he was freelance. I can't see Upper Deck. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think.
I like to think his exclusion was merit based. They just looked at the checklist and thought it was strong enough, and they didn't need him. I think that we have Bill Hogabaum. What do we need Orr for? Huh.
Now, Brad, you heard us talk earlier about for autographs, there are brand new cards with autographs of Johnny Bauer and Gordie Howe.
Yeah.
Look, their death is a minor inconvenience.
Yeah.
Why let that stand in the way of card production?
No.
Do you remember we talked about that? And in my personal opinion, as a collector, I do not have any sticker autographs in my collection whatsoever. And I also don't think when the whole point of getting an autograph, like unfortunately when someone passes away, I feel like we should stop producing autograph cards. Produce cool cards of them, keep the memories going, but putting a sticker on of a guy that passed away, I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I think
Brad, I think you bring up an interesting point, an interesting discussion point. Steve, I think this is a good one. Kind of join in and chip in on this conversation. Any thoughts on the idea? Let's say that prior to their death, they already had some sticker autographs. How do you feel about kind of continuing to produce autograph cards of them post-mortem? Even if you have the stickers available, like, is that interesting? Is that less interesting? How do you feel about it? Just some thoughts.
I'm kind of torn.
Yeah. No, that's why I thought it was an interesting. That's why I just thought it was an interesting point to bring up.
So I'll put this in two different perspectives, I guess. So I'll look at it from a team or a player collector perspective. If that's like my player type situation, then to me, I think it's still cool to potentially acquire newer products, even though they're already deceased.
Right.
From a team perspective, the same concept. You know, newer products, newer designs, whatever. It's one of those in which if the person died 15 years prior to these card releases, I think it's kind of a cool concept and a cool idea to include them in some of those cards.
Okay.
Outside of that, to me, it's kind of morbid, almost. So in the whole collective aspect, it's a little morbid.
Mm-hmm.
it's to me, it goes down to manufacturers milking it for all it's worth after somebody has died. But in the scheme of things, we talked about this earlier. They're in the market. They're in the world of making money. They don't give a shit. They don't care if it seems a little off. But for me personally, I'm not opposed to it if it expands my collection. But as a collective whole, I think it's a little morbid, to be honest.
Fair. So before we get to you, Eric, I think just playing off of Steve's point, I think I think it's a reasonable take. I think it's a fair point to make. So then I guess my question would be, just as a football guy, how do you feel about any cards being made of Tom Brady after his athletic career died in 2001? I feel like all these years have been like absolute worthless waste of our collective time. Is really what it is.
I can't
See,
argue against that.
I can get in the shot from any angle, like any
Yes, you
angle,
can.
like whatsoever.
Yes,
Like
you
I
can.
find ways. That's
Well,
my
now
superpower.
we're gonna get baseball autographs of him. You know,
Amazing. I think he was a far better baseball player than he was ever a football player. And I never saw him play baseball. But I can only assume he was better. He couldn't have possibly been worse. I've seen
Well,
him
he
try to
wasn't.
catch a pass in the NFL. It was pathetic. It was a joke.
wasn't he a catcher?
Yeah, but he couldn't catch a football. I watched
That's
him
why I
try.
asked the question. That's why I asked the question.
Maybe he needed the mitt. He needed the mitt to help him out. He didn't know what to do.
Giselle was 100% correct when she said, "My husband can't throw and catch the ball."
Yeah, he can't throw or catch the ball. Oh, sorry, he said and. She said and. Sorry, and.
He's 100% correct. He cannot catch the ball.
There was a reason for my statement, Carlos, because I was lining it up for you to grab
Thank
a
you,
hold of.
and I appreciate it, sir. I appreciate it, sir. It's like listen, Tom Brady only wishes he was good at insulting Tom Brady at football as I am insulting Tom Brady, trying to play football. He wishes.
He wishes.
I promise you, in that Super Bowl, I've never lost, and I certainly haven't lost to Eli Manning twice. Pfft, loser. Moving on. Is it morbid to have life insurance agents? Maybe, perhaps.
two completely different opposite. You're like not in the same ballpark.
Now, listen, we still appreciate Maximus Pumpernickel's comments either way.
No, I don't disagree. It's at the end of the day, they're in it to make money, and they're going to capitalize on it as much as what they can because they've paid for that.
Yeah.
And they're going to get their money's worth.
Well, it's basically what happened with Leaf. We made the joke previously, but it's basically what happened with Leaf. Leaf has been able to produce Gordie Howe cards these past several years because they have a certain amount of stickers left over. And they dole out the supply slowly over time, drips and drabs, because they understand that eventually they will run out. Eventually they will run out, and that's the end. And when the end comes, that's it. There will be no more Gordie Howe autographs in any capacity because once the stickers end, the stickers end. So I kind of agree. I think Steve's sentiments, cover kind of the gamut of the two sides of it. From player collector perspective, it's kind of weird because at the same time, we talk about it. Both our players kind of played an overlapping portion of eras. Obviously, Terrell Davis ended earlier, but that's the nature of his position. That's the nature of the sport. That's the nature of that business. But Terrell Davis is still around. He can still autograph cards today. That's available. Medano can still autograph cards today. He's doing so. Eventually, he won't be able to. But I feel like there's such a big supply of them at this point. There's I don't feel like I would. I have no issue with them producing post-mortem cards, but I don't feel like it's necessary. And the reason I say so is because, as I said, the players signed so much. In my personal collection, I have almost 270 certified autographs of Medano. And that isn't counting stuff like this, like all the other autograph shit. I don't need a single other piece ever again. I like adding them because it's fun. But I like adding them because it's still enjoyable to me. I'd like to get the 300 certified autographs. I like to get the 350, 400, 500 certified autographs. Not today or tomorrow, but eventually. I wouldn't mind. But the point is I can get there because they're out there. They are available, and every year they make more. So it's not like I lack in supply. There's plenty of supply.
No, agreed. I mean, I think I have between 230 and 240.
Yeah.
So I can relate to that as well. And they keep coming out with more.
Yeah. I literally showed a mock-up of a card that was being produced in this dumpster fire product we joked about all night. And like, that's plays in Bob Jackson's question here. It'll be a glorious bloodbath. So in terms of the type of bloodbath, have you seen The Shining? It's like the elevator's opening and the blood coming out. It's kind of like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's what I'm envisioning right now. Go ahead, Eric.
I know this may sound a little hypocritical, but
Ooh,
I
go on with your hypocrisy.
I do not like sticker autos. I do have a couple. I can't be as pure as Brad. I have come across a couple. I got a Cam Neely sitting right here.
All I heard is Eric acknowledging he's impure, which I've said literally all along.
However, when it comes to these vintage players that maybe have passed on, something about a cut auto doesn't bother me.
A cut is a little bit of a different kettle of fish.
And Gordie Howe signs a check in 1975.
Yeah.
That gets cut out and put into a card. Or 2 days before his death, he sat and signed a bunch of stickers. Really, they're the same, but they're different. And I don't mind cut autos of vintage players on a card that comes out today, but sticker autos I hate. So I know that's a little hypocritical, but that is my opinion.
I wouldn't call it hypocritical.
Get the nomenclature correct. Steve will correct.
No, it's not that. I just think it's a wrong characterization, because in that sense you're more really taking into account your personal preference. You were using, to answer the question, you were using your personal preference based on the type of autographs that you like in your response. You don't like sticker autographs, so you would be more hesitant to enjoy a sticker autograph of a deceased legend. So I get it, but to call your, unlike Carlos, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt here. To call it hypocritical, I think you're using the wrong mischaracterization. You are really talking about your personal preference as far as what you like from an autograph perspective. Because, like, my perspective, I have both. I enjoy both. But that's... Yes, I see that, Carlos. So, everybody... And there's no right or wrong answer to the question anyways. In the scheme of things, there is no right or wrong answer. But
I think I have the solution though. Eric, can we take your cut auto concept and expand it so that in an upcoming card set, SP Signature Legends 2, The Revenge, Electric Boogaloo, the second one. In the second one, we get a cut auto of Bobby Orr writing an article going, Steven Reinprecht, fuckers? Not me, but Steven Reinprecht. Literally, it's a cut of him being angry that he wasn't included in the first checklist. And that's the cut we included. Bobby Orr.
Yeah. Yes, I want that. That's a one of one I want.
That could be a grail. That could be a grail piece in the hobby. Go, Bookaboom? Sickaboom? Who is this guy? He's just listing off all the guys he's never heard of on the list for him.
I love that you just said Jeff Bookaboom. I love that.
Yeah, I'm not completely convinced he's not on the checklist. I didn't even check. But he might be.
At least I know who Jeff Bookaboom is.
I understand, but this is a fact that still works. It all still works.
Yeah, he gave me my second stick. The first stick I ever got was from Gaston Gingras. Passed me his stick one game when he was playing for the AHL team here in Halifax. And then the second guy that gave me a stick was Jeff Bookaboom.
There you go.
All right, Brad, do me a favor. In the StreamYard, go to the private chat for a second and pronounce that name for me.
Oh,
go on.
Harold Schneps.
I feel like he should be on Bobby Orr's list. Harold Schneps?
Harold Snaps is
You don't know
awesome.
who that is?
He's a Canuck legend.
Oh yeah.
Sure he is. Everybody on here is a legend. That's what I've been told. The Harold Schneps. All right, what years did he play? Canucks legend.
Harold Snaps rookie was 75, 76 OPG.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it.
Are you sure? You sound not quite confident there, Brad.
No, it's 75, 76. I think he's like one of the best rookies in 75, 76. Because there's
AKA 75, 76 is shit.
it's total shit. It's the worst year. It's the worst year in 75, 76 and 77, 78 are terrible years.
Wow.
I think he is. I think he's 75, 76.
Wow.
God
Wow.
damn it, I can't find it.
Yeesh. Bobby access to 1492 to 50 to wait. Valid.
And Snops for the last name, even better.
Yeah.
If you prefer that.
Steve, I'm not gonna lie to you. Most nights, in fact, pretty much every night, I go through two of my beers. This stupid SP Signature Series Legends crap has gotten me through two of the beers in nearly record time for the show. I feel like cracking. I'm not gonna go all night, but I feel like cracking a third one just on principle.
Just on purpose.
I've had my two like I normally do.
So have I. That was my point. That's my point I was making. Good
But
Lord.
you're also at almost 3.5 hours.
Yeah, well,
I joined in at
I-
45 minutes in.
Yeah,
give or
I
take?
usually cut it off around midnight Eastern. So that's where. So we got about 40 minutes, give or take. So that'll be about what we'll do.
Well,
But
and
it's been interesting.
I am going to graciously bow out. So
No,
I
that's
can go
completely
let-
fine. I like I said, whenever work. But I appreciate you hanging in. I appreciate you joining us for the conversation as always. I appreciate you.
No, I was glad I was able to jump on and hang out a little bit and give Eric some shit early on because that's always enjoyable.
Of course, of course.
There it is.
But before I leave, there are 52 people watching this stream, and there's still not enough thumbs up.
why you gotta
True.
be a jerk?
There you go.
Yeah. Also, apparently, per Dave, I'll be joining you boys on Wednesday. So I will see you boys on Wednesday. I think it'll be a fun conversation. So I'm happy to join in, and we'll hang out. Beforehand, I'll pitch people to go and hang out. But it's Insert Revolution podcast. That's the podcast. And then we'll get Steve and Dave and myself apparently, and then we'll get Vinny and his dogs, however much they want to bark.
Yep.
So I think that'll be fantastic, sensational.
8:35 ish Eastern time, 7:35 ish Central Standard Time
And
on Wednesday this week.
And I want you guys to not feel any pressure. Steve, take it over to Dave. I will handle all the hockey card content for Eric when he asks for it. AKA, I will not show a single hockey card. I will literally have a stack of cards, and he will not see a single hockey card on that show.
Well,
I
I'll
want
just
to show it.
I'll just retract his statement so nobody can see it.
I think that's valid too. But look, I'm going to show him anything but hockey cards. He can have wrestling cards. He can have some Brett Favre's. Some of that. Don't worry, I got other stuff for you, Eric. Don't worry, I'll handle you.
Yeah, here's a second season, I think.
Yeah.
There he is.
There you go. Somebody had the card at least. Steve, appreciate you.
All right.
Have yourself a great evening. We'll talk later.
You too. Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely.
See you later,
Take
Steve.
it easy. Have a good
Later.
one. That was
That's
fun.
the second year. I don't have his rookie. I don't know where the hell it is.
It might not exist.
It's around somewhere.
Yeah. I like I said, Brad, holy crap, man. How much are these boxes going for again?
I think like some people have them up for 250, and I think they're probably going to settle in probably around that 199.
About $25, yeah.
Yeah.
Like holy crap, man. Good
You know what
Lord.
I pulled out? This is I don't know if I can see, but
Yeah, it's a Gordy from Trilogy, right?
yeah. So we're talking about Gordie Howe. So I pulled out my Gordie Howe collection.
The Trilogy is actually a nice looking card though. Like that's a nice card. I'm a fan. I remember those when those
Yeah.
came out. Those are
And you
actually
find
decent cards.
Mr. Elbows, and then
Yep.
I liked them. I liked when he signed Mr. Hockey. That was
Yeah.
my favorite.
And that's a great design too. That's a great design for that.
I love these.
Nice. You got Beliveau and Jeffrey on. Boom, boom, Jeffrey.
Jeffrey on, yeah. Those
Oh, that's so
classic
good.
legends, they did so good. Love this set.
Yes,
That's a good one too. Yeah, that's a good one.
absolutely wonderful. I love that one.
Mr.
Oh, you got
Hockey.
Gordie Howe and the basketball guy. That's great.
Yeah, the guy that can't make the legends.
Yeah,
So,
he's not as good as Stephen Reinpark. We talked about that. Yeah.
I got that Howe, Mr. Hockey.
Nice.
Yep. Those are good ones. Yep.
Always like that. I had 2 of these and I sold one last week actually.
Those are
Oh,
nice
that's
cards.
awesome,
That's a nice
sir.
one.
Yeah.
All on card. Solid stuff.
Yeah. Sign of the Times.
Wow.
That was a good design for that year. Yep.
This one's, you don't see this Sign of the Times around very often.
That's true. Yeah. That
Cool
was a little
picture
more
of him
obscure.
on it.
Yep.
I got one from the Cup.
Nice on black.
Yeah, that one's sharp.
Yep.
I culled this down over the years to make it like the ones that I actually really like the cards.
Yeah.
I kept this. This one might go because I'm not a huge
Oh, the glacial graphs.
glacial
Yeah, yeah.
graphs. Yeah. And
Well, don't those always fade? The autos always fade on that stuff.
yeah. Mr. House, 7 times MVP. Sign. I
Oh,
like that.
that's awesome.
For
That
the
guy.
Beehive. Nice.
Yeah. What do I got? That top shelf signature. That one might go. I love this one. The gold.
that's nice.
And I think I might have 2 of those.
Okay.
I love those.
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, look, there's one's going. Yeah. But that's why I just love those on card, and I get all those there. I did not pay more than $100. I remember I used to pick them up for like 80, and you'd
Well,
be
no,
like,
for years they were very reasonably priced.
Yeah.
For years they were pretty reasonable. Well, right now I was just checking the tracking. It's en route. Eric's gonna get one later. We work something out, so he's got one en route on his way. Another nice on-card autograph, so he's got one of his own that he'll be getting sooner or later. But no, the Gordy autographs were available at a very reasonable price because Gordy signed. Because even at the expo, you could get autographs for Gordy for years at a fairly reasonable price as well.
Yeah.
So you had options if you just want an autograph. I still have it here. Like if you see the bobblehead there, like there's a bobblehead right here where right above where my finger is. That was at the expo, and that was when Gordy was signing those. And I think he signed the bobbleheads for $75. It was $75 with the bobblehead.
right.
So it was like you could get the bobblehead with the signature for $75.
Yeah.
Hand signed, right on the spot, no problem.
Brad, I have this whole wall that you can't see is all Gordie Howe photos that are autographed. But I got that one.
Love that card.
Yeah, that one's I do. I like
Yeah.
this. Now this this was my very first one. And what's interesting, of course, it's from the scoreboard with Paul Golden as president, and they got the that on the back with the old scoreboard one, but it's him and Gretzky.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, I like that one. And then I made my own. Check this out, because this is my favorite Gordie Howe card, and I had a cut auto, so I just made my own.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's awesome.
And then there's a jersey piece in my favorite card.
Yep.
Is that pack pulled? That's a real card, isn't it? Like a real.
The
Oh,
jersey
yeah.
one, I think, is, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Parker's.
Yep.
Parker's did those, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. Success. Congratulations on the back.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I love it. So, I have tons of Gordie autos all over the place. I got pucks and pictures and just another puck over there, but I don't have a lot of card autos for some reason. I got jersey cards, and so with Carlos wanting to sell his, and that thing is so clean and nice.
Yeah, no, like I said, it was a good card.
Yeah.
I think you're gonna be happy with it. So I sent it over.
If you want to talk about that second Mr. Elbows one, we can maybe work something out.
Okay. Happy to do it.
Yeah.
There's a point, like you come back to that where I'm not a Gordie Howe collector. You know what I mean? Like but I mean, I just love those, especially when I got into them cheap. But what I struggle with this all the time. What do you keep? What do you do?
Well, that's so like the reason why I brought it up. So there you go. He's got his photo there. The reason I brought it up and the reason why I moved it over, I figured Eric would appreciate it. I figured he would enjoy it. So it made sense. I could have squeezed a couple more bucks out of it, but what for? The reality of it is what it came down to is that I have accumulated right now. My current stage. It was funny is people sell for different reasons. My thing right now is I'm sitting around looking around at boxes of stuff, and I'm like, I've accumulated a bunch of different stuff. Some of it makes sense to hang on to, and some of it is like, this isn't a project I'm working on. This isn't a set I'm building. It's literally just taking up space. I don't look at it. It's just sitting in this box. What am I doing with it? At this point, it's like, okay, let's get it out of here. Like, why just have it sitting around for the hell of it when it's like, all right, look, somebody else will appreciate it more, and then I can use the proceeds to chase after my own projects, chase after my own things, or put some money aside and do some other stuff with it. I just don't want all the stuff. I don't want a house full of cards. Like that has never been a desire of mine. I want the stuff that makes sense that I'm going to look at regularly. That makes sense to me, and the rest of it can just go, and we'll deal with it from there. I'll never stop collecting, but the amount of stuff will probably slow down eventually because it's like, I don't want everything. There will be new stuff that is interesting to me, but then I get to pick and choose. I don't need all of it. I'll just pick and choose the stuff that I think is the coolest, and the rest of it I'll leave it be, and I'll let somebody else have it.
No, I agree 100%.
So it's every collector's got to figure out their own journey and their own path on that one.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, I've accumulated some decent shit. Like some of it's pretty good, and like someone else would probably enjoy it great, and it'll be good for them, and it'll make sense. That's what happened with that 54 tops. The reason it went on eBay is like, well, I'm not going to do the set anymore, so then what am I hanging on? And that's an iconic Gordy card. It makes total sense in somebody else's collection. I had no problem. That thing moved. Like literally, I put it up and it didn't last a day. I literally got an offer on it right away, and boom, done. Sent it off. They seem happy with it. So, to each their own. Everybody's got their own thing. Now, let me ask you a question on this one here, Brad. On this one, obviously we know that you're heading down to doing the PSA. You're going to do some schmoozing. You're going to, take over and impose your will upon them. So that'll be fun. I think that'll be good stuff. But at the minimum, what are you hoping? You obviously you want to have conversations. You want to keep developing the relationship, and that's going to be part of it. But is there anything specifically for your purposes that you're hoping that you could get a chance to maybe have as part of that conversation? Whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The number one thing that I want to have personally is to have, and I'm not going to use the word guaranteed, but I want to be able to ship a box, and I know when if I ship a shipment, say on Wednesday, I want to have that shipment, the whole shipment back in 30 days. And that will give me a 2-week window to get cards and ship every 2 weeks. So cards come in every a 2-week window. Once it goes, I get that back in 30 days. And then that gives me a week to get it out. So like more or less a 7-week turnaround would be the worst case scenario for anybody. And I know they can do that because they're pumping out these value bulk orders now at no time. So that would include even my express orders, super express orders, everything. But from my standpoint, that will make our business so efficient. And I don't have to deal with this complete, like, I wish I could turn the camera around and show you guys, but I've got like 8 tables set up here with stacks and stacks of cards that I'm trying to complete people's orders. And it just causes a lot of headaches, right? So someone submits a card at regular, someone submits at economy. I wait for their whole orders to come back before I invoice them. And then I got to ship it out. So that's my goal. And I'd love to be able to have that 30-day turnaround for all service levels back. So that's my number one achievement will be that.
Okay.
That's if business just stays the same, but there's possibilities that business could change in a lot of different ways. So again, I'm not going to go down there. I'm going to go down and listen and take it all in. There's going to be other large group submitters from across North America there, from the US, and lots of people want to be heard. I'm the type of guy, put me in that environment. I'll listen. I'll take it all in. I don't need to be the guy that's front and center. I can be the guy in the background, learn what I can learn over the course of the 2 days, and let them see who I am, not only from the business side, but as a person as well, because I still believe in that. You can have a resume that could look incredible, it can be whatever it is, but when I meet somebody that I want to do business and be partners with, and usually when I meet them face to face is when I really get the true test, right? So that's it.
All right. Sounds good. Seems
And I
reasonable.
get to spend some time with the grader. So that's going to be exciting because I have a lot of questions to ask. So
Oh, that's fantastic.
Sixes.
Yeah.
So is this more of a conference?
no.
So I guess I thought, I guess ignorantly, I kind of thought you had a scheduled meeting, just you, PSA Canada, going
Yeah.
in and having a meeting and sharing some ideas and talking about the future. Now you're saying that there's going to be other people there. So what kind of event is this?
So that's what I'm going to bring up to see what this. Or just a sec. Let me grab this.
All right. Sounds good.
It is the proper terminology is.
Ooh, he's trying to switch over to the proper nomenclature.
Uh-oh. No.
Steve will appreciate that
Actually-
off in the distance. By the way, guys, if you want to throw in any comments or questions along the way and anything you want to discuss, we've been going through a couple different topics throughout the evening. But if you want to touch on anything we've already covered or anything else that you want to touch on, knock yourself out. Throw it in the chat. That way I kind of know where your head's at. Because I know some of you are watching, but feel free to chime in if you want to add something to it.
And I don't want to do it right now because I'm very interested in what Brad has to say. But
Yeah,
at
for sure.
some point, I do have to admit to something I did very, very, very bad again.
Oh, we love when he admits to things he's done badly.
Don't
favorite?
do it, Eric. Don't do it.
No, I'm not. It's not that. It's something else.
So I'm incorporating two things. So I'm having a meeting with Ryan Miller and Ryan
Yep.
Hoge, who's the president of PSA. That is lined up for Tuesday. Myself and Sherry are both going to be in the meeting. So that's super exciting. There's Sherry. She's in the chat now.
Thank you, Sherry.
So that's one part of it. I'm going to meet Coral, who's in the accounting department, who was my longest standing confidant, who's been with collectors or with PSA for 15 years. So I think we're going to do lunch with Coral. I got to meet Rebecca Tran, who's been a long time. She's in the marketing. So I got those three things that I'm doing outside of this event that they're putting on. So I'm kind of merging them both together. So the event itself will be, we meet with a grader. They're going to talk about the vault and marketplace. There's going to be lunch. We're going to do a little bit of Funko and Wada stuff as well. Go to dinner a couple nights, go on a little boat cruise. And I'm super excited for that stuff. That'll be fun. That's the fun part of it. And that's where, so I'm merging both of them together. And I don't know how many people there's going to be. I was told that they figure there's going to be about 10, maybe 10 of the top dealers going to be attending this. So it's not a big thing. At first I was like, is it 100? Is it 200? I didn't know. So I'm merging both. I'm merging the work trips in with this also PSA invitational, I guess you can call it. So
Great. Now, who's going with you? Are you bringing just you and Sherry, or are you?
Yeah.
Okay,
just
so
me and Sherry.
All right. I didn't know if you were bringing anyone else because it was a business thing. I didn't know if you're bringing a crew. All right, great.
Yeah, so I'm going to learn as much as I possibly can. I just seen the Oilers scored 6 goals tonight. Did McDavid get 2? Do you know?
Probably had all 6, son of a gun.
I'll look it up. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, he probably has all 6.
I think what's going to be fun, and this will be good for the conspiracy theorists. After you go meet up with the grader, you're going to find out. So, all right, so Brad, I'm going to give you the technique. Okay, so what do you do? So random number generator.
Yep.
Push the button here, and then what comes out, that's what we go with. What? That's it.
I think they throw dice. I think
that's fair. All right. So in the Edmonton game, you got Drysdale with McDavid assisting. Nugent Hopkins, Yamamoto, Nugent Hopkins with McDavid assisting. Drysdale again with McDavid assisting. So it looks like assists for McDavid tonight.
So assists, no goals. So he tied the record. Is that right?
Which
Two
record are
mul-
we talking about?
So he had the multiple goals. He had 6 games in a row with multiple goals.
Okay. So yeah, no
So here it is.
no goals tonight. He's got 3 assists tonight.
Okay, so Connor. So on Wednesday, my uncle sent me this Connor's 5th straight multi-goal game, 2 goals
okay.
per game times 5 games, tied Mario and a couple others. Now chasing my buddy Joe Malone's all-time record of 6 straight multi-goal games in 1920-21, and Punch Broadbent tied Joe the next year. Rarefied company. Just one other guy, McGillney, is the only other guy. Lemieux in the 80s, McGillney in 93, now McDavid 30 years later, and Joe Malone 100 years ago. What
Right.
will McDavid do next?
Wow.
Well, right now, I think we'll have to see what it turns out at. So, okay, so let's take the 3 assists. So 3 assists would bring him to 69 assists right now, 121 points. So he's cleared 120. So he's 121 through 63 games. 63. So I think he's on pace. I think I might, if I heard correctly the other day, I think he's on pace for about 150 points, which would be, or a little over. It would be basically the first 150 point season in quite a while. And 150 point seasons don't grow on trees. There aren't too many players who have done it. And in this era, even though the scoring is up a little bit, like we are definitely feeling the goal scoring has creeped back up a little bit. Obviously, but it's still not in the, it's not in the Gretzky heyday where I think he sneezed and got a secondary assist.
Oh, here we go.
I didn't, goaltending, as you well know, Brad, goaltending was outlawed in the 80s. There was actually no goaltenders allowed. If they stopped a puck, they were shot summarily.
Oh, good God.
So that's a thing. But yeah, 150 points is like amazing for especially for the modern era. 150 points is off the charts. It's really, this is the Connor McDavid signature season right now. Like comfortably. He set his high in goals. He's off the chart in points right now. Like he's killing it in points. So right now this is very much his signature season. He's scoring at almost 19%. His shooting percentage is almost 19%.
Yeah.
That's really good. Like that's exceptionally good. So he's being efficient with his shots too, on top of everything else.
Like I said, there's no player that I've ever seen, or maybe not ever see, with the physical ability of Connor McDavid. Like he's just in a league all of his own. I'm not saying he's the greatest player of all time. I'm not going to go anywhere. He's got a lot of ways to go in that statement.
He's no Ziggy Puffy.
Yeah,
No.
there you go. Pure talent. It's just, it's unbelievable. It's,
You don't think if you had to compare him to somebody,
yeah,
you wouldn't start with Lemieux? Because
no,
he's got the size, the speed, the stick.
Is he as big as Lemieux though?
no.
Like he's 6'1". Lemieux is a pretty big dude. Like he could actually push his way around people.
Lemieux's 6'5".
Yeah.
So,
So I get kind of where Eric's going with this, but like I said, in the whole Gretzky debate, to me, Lemieux's the guy. Main reason being, I love the fact that he had the finesse, but I also love the fact that he could literally if he just chose to push his way through, he could do it that way if he felt like it. He could physically be like, all right, I'm just going to push you out of the way then. Like, all right, get out of my way, and I'm still going to score anyway. But I can also do the fancy stick work and deke you out of your skates. I can do that too, or shove you out of the way and do it. However, I feel like it.
so that's the only other person I think has all the boxes checked off. Size, boom. Stick handling, boom. Can just playmaking ability, vision. I mean, just check.
Yeah. So I'm seeing Lemieux here listed as 6'4", 230, which is about 40 pounds on McDavid.
Yeah.
Like he could literally just shove people. Lemieux could be his own enforcer when he felt like it, just going up the ice and just doing it like, I'm going to move you out of the way. Get out of my way.
That's
No, that part I agree.
Right.
That piece,
Is
what
a
I have seen of
factor.
McDavid, the speed at which he can skate and the speed at which he can move the puck as well,
Yeah.
that is exceptional.
Yeah.
But
His
like
stop and starts and the way he
Yes.
takes off in a direction.
I agree with this.
Just,
Yes.
he when he turns left and he'll go left, he'll go right, and then he just takes off. He's like a little rocket ship out there. It's just,
See, it's funny you said that. because the person I was thinking about in skating style is Pavel Bure.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. You know what? Bure had that breakaway crazy.
So what you're
speed
saying
and
is your
stuff.
homie Bob Jackson nailed it.
Ah.
Oh, good. Oh, crap. I
Yes.
take it back. I take it back. I never said that.
And functional knees.
I
Functional
take it
knees
back.
is really good for hockey. That helps.
Dun, 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 dun. I got a present this week.
All right.
And another-
Oh, look at this guy.
Another one for the collection.
All right, but
Sent-
there's an important follow-up question I have for you on this, Brad.
yeah.
Did you extract the other Pavel Bure from that stupid holder?
No. No, it's in there. I can't get it out.
Cut the corners. I told you.
man.
I told you how to take off the corner. I literally did it in front of Sherry. Literally, I did it the
I
exact.
know,
spot.
but I kind of don't want to now. I like it. Like,
Now it's a thing.
it's part of my story. It's there,
Yeah.
right?
Now it's a thing. You can't.
Hey, it's
Now it's a thing, exactly. So
Okay.
Vinny's filling in 6'4", 235. Yeah, that sounds about right, Vinny. I'm with you.
You know, it's funny. Some people make fun of me all the time. Like I've got, I don't
Back
know,
in one sec,
how many
guys. Back in one sec.
3200s, like filled of any rookie cards. I just love rookie cards.
So
Right?
Bob Jackson is just asking you to show the card again and the holder, the other one that I was talking about.
Yeah,
I'll be
yeah.
right back.
No, don't do what Bob Jackson wants. Screw him.
He's Eric's personal friend. He appreciates him.
It's those ones like it's almost. I don't know.
It's like a snap. It's like a snap fit. You actually have to break the corners. As far as I can tell, to get it out, you literally have to break the corners.
Yeah, I think I think it is. I think it's sealed, and the only way to do it is to crack it out. But I broke.
So what you're saying is Beckett should switch his slabs to those holders, and then it can't be counterfeited and messed with. I love it. I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
I broke an HGA slab tonight, and I almost completely cracked right down the middle. And I was like, "Oh crap! I'm going to completely destroy this card." I don't even know who the guy. Who's the guy?
Is it your card?
Oh yeah, no, it's mine. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's but this
Who's
card
in it?
sold raw. It was in an HGA 9, but I don't know. Chris Olave, Olave, New Orleans Saint guy.
I don't know anything about him.
Yeah,
No,
no,
why
I
is
don't
it
have.
that? Just because you just don't want HGA? Or are you gonna send that in PSA, or what are you gonna do?
Yeah, no, it's going to go on eBay this week just to let it go. The last one sold for like $400 or $500. It's numbered out of 10, so yeah.
And you think you can get more for it raw than an HGA holder?
I do. I just didn't want the questions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just going to put it up there, and I list all my cards as like any card that's not graded. I say will not grade mint. What's the description I used? Will probably not grade a 9 or a 10. So just expect that. So when someone gets it, they'll be happy with it. So
Right.
it's not a kaboom. It's an explosive. Yeah.
Is that what it is? Does it
Yeah,
say?
explosive is the name. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's just ridiculous. Just so get me started. I actually put together I found a bunch of cards at work, and I grabbed them because they're nobody in their right mind wants them, and so they came home with me because we were making fun of kabooms and downtowns, and then we started talking about Cole Zigg's hot dog card, and just the absolute garbage that sometimes gets made. And it brought me back to the 90s with some of the just utter ridiculousness of some of the hockey cards that came out. So I grabbed these, and if Carlos doesn't mind just making me big for a minute, I have
Nothing I can do can make you big.
Okay.
Oh, you mean the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
So I didn't say make me big time.
I was gonna. That's my point. It's like there's no hope. There's nothing I can do for you. We don't have that kind of technology.
So here I am. I'm going to show you what 90s cards were really all about and why this is called the junk era. Here's Huey Krupp, who should be in that legend set because, I mean, come on. That's a hockey card, folks. Okay, next one. We have Randy Wood. Hockey card. Next one. We have Dean Kennedy. Hockey card. Next.
Legend.
We have some big giant whiny baby who didn't want to play in Quebec because he was too good for that, and him and his daddy threw a temper tantrum. We have big old jackass Eric Lindros. Hockey card.
Wait, is
Looks like-
Lindros in the set? Now I'm curious.
Is that
Hold on.
Eric or Brett?
This is Eric Lindros.
It is
Okay,
Eric?
good news. Eric Lindros is in the set. Okay, we're saved.
Yeah.
Okay, hockey card. Big giant jerk face. Dale Hunter.
Legend. All right, hold on, Eric. I got to stop you for a minute. Okay, I gotta get caught up on a couple of comments. This is important. This is important business here. Stick with me on this. Sherry says, Carlos officially the only person to be able to open those. That holder, yes. Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate you. It's like one of those with the tabs where you press them to open it. It's pretty much impossible. Yes, it's pretty. They're basically impenetrable. You literally have to break it. It's not a kaboom and it's explosive. Fair. SCR Smart knows how to get views, but just being too much of a Debbie Downer AIH proclaimed bot stock becomes tiring. Fair enough, Jake Hand. Gotcha. We got Billy Cilio here. You got a problem with my legend set? Billy, listen to me. I don't know if you want the smoke. We have had some fun with it. If you are responsible for this legend set, I have questions for you, sir. I will send you the link right this minute. Look, I haven't even cracked it open. This beer is in my hand. I drink 2 beers in an evening. 2. I have cracked this open. And let me tell you, I want you to listen to this. This is important. Eric, I want you to listen. This is important.
I'm listening.
This evening, I had 2 of these. Now, these are, as you all know in Canada, we've got our APVs in here. These are very light beers, 7.1%. Very light. But I realized, like, it's later in the evening, I got to take it easy. I got to chill out. I got to calm down. So I grabbed this one, which is 6.6%. So we kept it light. So I'm going to crack this one open right now. Billy, if you're responsible for the set, we got to have a question. We have questions. I have follow-up questions. Stephen Reinpreck. I got names. I got so many names that I need to ask about.
Yeah, 15
Sir.
actually.
Many names that we have questions about. If this one is this was your doing, Billy, we got to have words. We got to have words, sir. That's all I'm saying to you. FBI is thank you for tracking down missing persons to get them assigned for the set. There you go. There. 2 beers, Carl Ginger for Eric. It's like, Billy, listen, I got to be honest with you. If you accept the challenge, I want to talk about the set. I can't promise it'll be a promotion, but I want to talk about this.
If Billy
We got
comes on,
questions.
I'll actually get a beer.
Like, for God's sake. Billy, I leave it up to you. I will send you the link. All you got to do is say the word. I got the Instagram open. I can shoot it to you in
It'll all
5
be in
seconds.
good fun. We love you, Billy.
Billy, we do love Billy. 100%.
We love
but we
Billy.
have questions about
But
this.
we have questions. There's
We have
questions,
legitimate questions about this.
and we hope to get some answers, hopefully.
Please, without a doubt.
Hogaboom. My favorite.
That's gonna like be in the nightmares of some people.
Uh-oh, I'm getting my beer.
All right, you go get your beer. Hold on, you go get your beer.
I'm getting it.
Game, Brad. I don't know what kind of Listen, forget about energy drinks. Go get liquid cocaine. Go find it. Go find it. We got questions for this man. All right, I'm sending it right now. We're doing it. All right, done. Josh George is a Sharks legend in what universe? Bob Jackson's all over it. There you go.
I know. Bob loves this. This is great.
Brad, this is what I love about the show. You know this. This is what I love about the show. This is what makes me happy about it. We got questions, I don't know anybody. I'm not involved in this business, but I do what I do.
I'm supposed to be embedded a long time ago. I can't now. I was just going to say I'm out.
You made a tactical error, Brad. You made a mistake. What have you done? He's got his Guinness. With the Guinness glass. My goodness.
I haven't had alcohol in over a month. I am breaking that trend.
I was gonna say, see what you did, Brad. You see what you did. I had a long week at work, and I actually had to be up early this morning. But now I'm on my 3rd wind. I'm good to go. This is the infamous Doug Gilmore minstrel set that Robert Lewis is very enamored with. I love it. Thank you, Benny. Appreciate that. But yes.
Pat Falloon.
Oh,
Oh,
Pat
yeah.
Falloon. We love the Pat Falloon.
You know
All
what?
right.
You got to hold it up, and it's going to be named
So,
the
Billy,
player.
when you're good, just give me a thumbs up and I'll bring you on. Mr. Billy. Oh, Billy, the set builder is smarter than Eric. I like that naming convention. Are you, though, Billy? Okay, I'm going to ask a serious question and then we'll have a little bit of fun with you. I'm going to ask a serious question. Okay. I like the idea of having a set. So let me start with the serious question. I like the idea of having a set that covers ground and goes into deeper cuts and goes into it. And the idea of having a variety of different people, I think, is solid. I think it's sound. But there's deep cuts, and then there's this checklist. Like we've looked at, we literally don't know who some of those people are, Billy. And we're not completely convinced they're real. We had to Google it just to be 100% sure they, in fact, are NHL players. It's kind of a question and kind of a statement, Billy. I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
Oh, I thought you were going to keep talking.
No,
And
I could keep talking, but that'll be the follow up. I'm starting with that as an opening thought. There's really good names on this checklist, Billy, and some interesting sets and some interesting designs. I'm going to be very clear about that. There are some things legitimately that I like about it, but there's some things like, if I open a box and pull these people, Billy, I may burn you in effigy. Is what I'm getting at.
you're gonna have the first autographs of certain players that people are gonna just their families are gonna want them.
And the family, the point is their families may not want them, Billy. That's my point. My point is I'm not convinced their families want them. Their families are related to them. They can get an autograph anytime they want. Why?
So this is our second set in association with the Alumni Association.
Okay.
So they've got a list of players to choose from. Some of which we used in the first series, and some they don't want us like using cherry picking the same guys every time. So we put some in chronology, and we're putting some into SP Signature Edition Legends. We kind of split up some of the lesser names from both sets. So the goal of this set, I mean, someone please tell me, Eric, please tell me the last time there was a retired legend set with 400 base cards.
Oh, we were talking about that. It was there's 300, I think, and we were very.
Oh, there's more.
I'm talking. So there's 300 in the standard. Then there's SPs, and there's a couple of other categories that gets it into the more expansive checklist.
It's remarkable how big the set is.
Yeah, and they're not all going to be Wayne Gretzky.
Right.
But as I said, this is part of our alumni association deal. We build some sets for them. This is one of those sets. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Don't sleep on it. I think this set's going to be. I think this set's going to be fairly big for set collectors. You might not know 50 of the players, but you might know 300 of the other ones or whatever. And there's going to be heavy set collecting in this. As I said, there's going to be some PC guys that haven't had cards. I've been super excited to say that this is going to be Wayne Gretzky's first Arizona Coyotes coaching card, or Phoenix Coyotes as a coach autograph. So I think we did a promo a long time ago of him as a coach, but he's never had an autograph card for Arizona. So add that to a list. I bet you there's going to be some diehard Gretzky fans that are going to want that card. And you're going to be like, really? And yeah, the inserts are fun. It kind of, we've taken some of the popular inserts like the Legends insert, the Canvas Legends insert. We created some other inserts. The Decagons look really cool. There's, as I said, behind the boards, Life After Hockey. It's really, and I've said this on a few other things. So you go to the expo and you get all these guys that come into the expo and are signing autographs. They get a lot of really great names. And some of these guys signing haven't had cards in quite some time. This is something new. like I purposely made these designs. I didn't make the designs, but I purposely gave directions for the designs to make sure they're clean and people can get them autographed.
Mm.
Because I see these cards, these base cards of people, to down the road, people are going to take it to those people. People are going to send them TTM through the mail and get these cards autographed. You know, it's I guarantee you that'll happen. I remember in Goodwin, we put like a drift racer. You guys don't know who any of the drift racers are, but we put like Vaughn Jr. in there, and I talked to him at one of the races, and he's like, "Dude, it's awesome! Like I have these cards now, and people keep coming up to me with these cards. Like I never had a card before, and there's gonna be guys on that list that you guys don't even know, but other people might, and they're gonna be like trying to get their autographs on those cards."
So Billy, I think that's fair. I wanted to make sure you got a chance to say all that piece because, and I want to reiterate this. You know this. We're friends, and we appreciate you, and we like you. Now I'm giving this prefix because I'm about to follow it up. Mike LaLure, Jules Meloche. If I'm opening
Legend.
a box of this product at almost any
Legend.
price point, in Legends, yes, exactly. But my point, so here's where I'll put in the question. Putting the word Legends, signature edition Legends, has a certain connotation. When I think of Legends, I do not think of Willie Mitchell. I do not think of Mike Sillinger. I do not think of Stu Barnes, even though I know who Stu Barnes is. I do not think of Jeff Daniels, Greg Fox,
Is Tim
Brad
Shovelday in this
Lukovich.
set? Legend.
That's the problem, Billy. I can't get there with you. Like I'm just not getting there. Look, I'm not gonna break any boxes of this, man. But I'm sure as hell gonna watch box breaks of this, and I know full well I will see very interesting perplexed looks when somebody pulls a Sergio Momesso card. Eric Sergio Momesso, the infamous Sergio Momesso. Tell us about Sergio Momesso.
I believe Sergio Momesso played for the St. Louis Blues.
I've got him here as the Canucks, but sure. What the hell?
There's a lot of legends in the set.
There are a lot. No, that statement, sir, is 100% true. That statement is true, and there are a lot, but there are also a lot of Sergio Momessos.
And can you please explain to me why there is no Bobby Orr?
He's not as good as Sergio Momesso.
You have the other great Boston Bruins defenseman Hal Gill, but we're missing Bobby Orr in a legend set.
And by the way, no Ziggy Palfy. Billy, that's an egregious sin on the show. No Ziggy Palfy. No love for Ziggy Palfy? Come on, bro.
So you guys must have been drinking while I was beginning the conversation where I said we have a specific list from the Alumni Association that we can go off of.
Was he on chronology? Because I don't remember the chronology. I don't remember the chronology check offhand.
There's players that are not part of the Alumni Association.
All right.
And so we cannot put them in the set.
Okay.
So we went with a list, and as I said, we try to split it up. Like some of the some of the stars were in chronology. There's always some stars that we that weren't in chronology that are in this set.
All right, no, that's fair enough. Okay, fair enough. But let me ask a follow-up question. That's fair enough. Okay, but let me ask this way: was there any thought to streamlining the checklist a little bit? I know the idea is you want to include certain, like, I like deep cuts. Deep cuts in and of itself, I think, is interesting. I think that, but let me put it this way: it's a branding thing more than anything else. I think if it was signature edition, like fan favorites, I'm just making up a name. If it was signature edition fan favorites, then deep cuts becomes a completely different connotation. Because then, yeah, I think some of these other players who specific fan bases may have a fondness for makes total sense to me. But when I'm thinking of legends, no, some of these things I do not think of legends. They don't come up as legendary, is what I'm saying.
Next question. You guys want 2 autographs in a box or 1?
If one of the autographs is Mikhail Anderson, I want 1.
We
and a lower box price.
We we get a specific amount of stuff to work with,
Mm.
and we want to make people happy.
In all seriousness, Billy, your answers makes a lot of sense, and it kind of fills in a lot of the holes that
Sure.
we had.
Yeah, for sure.
The fact, what the Alumni Association is asking of you, the partnership with them, the list they gave you, it really answers all the questions. And so, I completely understand that now. And
And you'll be buying cases of it? That's fantastic. I love it.
I
Keep in mind, you complain about, well, not complain, but you
I'm not
joke
complaining.
about
No, Billy, to be
you
clear,
joke
I'm
about
not
some of the
complaining.
names,
I'm
but
merely
remember,
asking question.
we loop these things. So at a case level, you're going to get some guys that you're talking about, but you're also going to get some studs. We try to make every box. You get something decent in every box. Like ooh, excuse me, we do that on purpose. So it's not going to be like, you shouldn't get like two absolutely horrible Boston Bruins. You should.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad, man. That'd be
By
pretty bad.
by the way, Eric,
no such thing.
if the Red Wings don't make the playoffs, you guys better win so my boy Bert gets on the cup, and then my rookie auto patch is worth a lot more. I'm a little upset about that.
We'll pass that along.
Bert was my guy. That was my PC guy. So now I got to pick somebody else. A little frustrating.
It must kill you that your PC guy is on the Bruins, huh? That has to hurt.
And that we're paying half of his salary too.
Don Sweeney went to Harvard, baby. He's no dummy.
Hey, the Iser plan. Just wait. We still got a bunch of money off of the books. We got rid of some more money also. So we're doing all right. We like all those draft picks. You guys go all in for 1 year, and we'll see what happens after that. Remember what happened with Taves and Kane after they got all their money.
I am a little concerned about the future, but with Marchand and Bergeron, and Krejci, calling it quits soon, that money, there's going to be money available.
Eric, I got to be completely honest with you. Your amount of confidence this year in this Boston team, and Brad, maybe I'm alone in this, but back me up off this if I'm wrong. I want so badly for Eric that Boston does amazing, gets in a great seed, and then gets bounced almost immediately.
I'm scared to death.
I think that would be the single greatest moment in hockey history. It might be literally the greatest moment.
Look at Florida. Was it last year? They were the best team in the regular season. They had 100 and something points, and then they got their ass handed to them. So I'm scared to death.
I'm saying the regular season wins don't mean a damn thing to me. They don't even count. I don't care.
But there's six teams in the East. All can go to the finals. All can win the cup. Two teams in the West. 6 teams in the East. Any of those
can't beat Carolina. I'm scared to death to come up against Carolina.
Yeah, Bob Jackson is covering exactly what I'm thinking.
Billy, whereabouts are you right now?
So that's the Pacific Ocean back there.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
This is the Independent Spirit Award. So there's a big tent over there.
Okay.
And I'm camping out. I always try to get to things early because I'm not aggressive. I'm not tall. And I want a good spot where I know they hopefully will come over and sign autographs. So I'm camped out for the Independent Spirit Awards right now.
Good Lord, man, that's commitment.
Are dedicated.
So Billy, I got to tell you, this is a first that we literally have somebody camping out in preparation of a thing during the live stream in the evening.
And my reason too, I wanted to ask because I'm going to California on Monday. And I'm looking at you, and it looks like you're bundled up, and it looks awful cold there.
Oh, that's because I no longer have my missus in blood. It's thinned out, and so cold weather is 40s and 50s for me.
Oh,
like back in Michigan, I would be like,
no, Eric.
Short.
My parents are Panamanian and Colombian respectively, and now they are soft. They are super soft. And they lived in Panama. We moved here when I was 4. I hate the cold. I can't stand it. I'm in here wearing like 2 layers thick. Now, I should have like a better heating situation, but the point is, I get cold super fast. If it's like below 80, both my parents complain.
I was outside like this today because it was like 45.
Yeah, they can't do it. They can't
I
do it
didn't
at
have
this
a
point.
jacket on.
But they also can't handle the heat anymore. So it's hilarious. I'm sitting there like, heat, I'm good. Heat is fantastic for me. Cold, Brad, misery. Canada's months and months of misery for me.
That's good. Well, boys, I gotta take off. Billy, it was good for you to come on. And as you know, I'm a as big an Upper Deck fan as anybody out there. I love everything to do with Upper Deck. But I will say, I might be wrong, but as of right now, I'm not a big fan of this Legends set. But when it comes out this week and I see something good, we'll see.
We can come back in a week or two, and I'm telling you right now, it's going to be one of the hottest products. And I don't mean that like when we built the Toronto Maple Leaf set, I was worried about it, and I saw how well it did, and I think this is better than the Toronto Maple Leaf set. So I'm telling you, this set, I, I would I would buy a box for it. I don't know. There's not a lot of. I mean, there's not a lot out there. I don't know if you've heard, but allocation for this product is pretty tough for the shop.
Brad, I'll tell you right now, based on the strength of what Billy has been talking about this evening, I am willing to commit to 6 boxes at $60. $60 per box, easy cash money. I will transfer it to you on the spot, no doubt, and I'll open it on the channel.
I think it was about. I think it's already gone up about 100.
No, I know I know on the secondary it's definitely gone up. We know that for sure.
And then I will say this also. Allure comes out, I believe the same day, next Wednesday. There is a Easter egg that is awesome. That's all I have to say. It is amazing. It is one of my favorite Easter eggs I have ever made for a set. So be prepared for
All right,
rare Easter eggs.
boys, have fun.
Have a
Good
good
luck.
one.
Sounds good, Brad. Have
See you,
yourself a
bud.
good evening. Take it
See
easy.
you, bud.
Have a good
Brian,
one.
I'll talk to you later.
So Billy, you were saying so Allure Hockey is coming out on the same day?
Lure hockey, and yeah, we're trying to get stuff out. Like it, you
No,
never.
I know. No, I have noticed. I have noticed that the releases have sped up. So absolutely.
Yeah, we got, and Fleer Ultra Adventures comes out the same day. We have 3 sets coming out all on the same day. Like that's kind of unheard of for us, but we want to get these products out to people, so gotta do what we got to do.
No, I get you. I get you. I understand.
Well,
Yeah,
like I said, Billy, it all makes so much more sense now that you explained it to us about
Yeah.
the NHLPA and everything.
No, for sure.
You
Like
know.
Billy, just to be clear, you know this. We chat offline, we chat separately and everything. Look, I'm only going to say what I'm seeing based on what it is. I'm always happy to hear your side of the conversation because it adds some insight, it adds some color to the conversation. But looking at it on the surface, you know full well, and you also spend time on forums and you spend time on these other things and looking at it. Just looking at it on the surface, it's a bit of a rough go. But at the same time, look, I'll take you at your word. At the end of the day, I'm going to kind of sit back and just watch. And if it's bang on with what you're saying, then by all means, I will happily report exactly what you're talking about. Hey, it's flying off the shelves. People are into it. They're building these sets and doing all that. No problem.
I'll be interested to see how many of those cards. I'm coming to the Spring Expo by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That's been approved. I don't do the nationals as it usually falls around the same time as Comic Con and International Fight Week in Vegas.
Okay.
And those are my two vacations. When I go on vacations, I don't go to fancy places. I go to International Fight Week in Vegas,
Yep.
UFC, and I go to San Diego Comic Con.
Yeah.
So I can't take off that much. I can't be gone from the office that much. So I let my counterparts go to the national. It's not like I let them. It's just I don't choose to go, and they really want to go too. So and they choose to go. So, I will be very interested to see what it looks like at the Spring Expo.
No, and I think that's a fair. I think that's a fair point. I will be keeping an eye on it from that perspective of it. We're having our fun with it, but at the same time, like, look, we'll let the market figure it out. We'll get a chance to see. We will get all collectively. We will get a chance to see it in practice. I will be watching breaks. I'll be checking it out. I know, and I said it all throughout the night, but I'll repeat it here with you. I know for a fact the checklist for Medano looks good. There's some interesting stuff in there. For me personally, there's some interesting stuff in there that I'm intrigued by. And I think the Evolve, you didn't mention the Evolve insert. I think that's a cool looking insert. I like it. I'm a fan of the design. And I like the autograph variant and the chase, and that looks good to me.
I think you like it because I think Madonna's in that set.
Yes, it's basically yes. That's the reason why. But the thing is, so I'm good with it. And I think there's also a future watch out of 99 Medano. So that's intriguing. So that's kind of interesting as well from what I scanned in the checklist. So like, look, I'm not saying anything about the product because my initial impression of the product before I scanned the checklist was, oh, cool. Medano's got this kind of card and this kind of card. Again, I'm looking at it from the player perspective. This kind of card and this kind of card. Hey, that looks kind of cool. Okay. These are some interesting things for me to chase. I'm not going to be a box breaker. So that's not my deal. That's not my relationship to this set. However, then I started looking at the rest of the checklist. I was like, Steven Reinprecht? I was like, wait, I remember Steven Reinprecht. Holy crap. When did I pulled him in a UD Reserve pack back in 2000, I think.
The Sean Burrs of the world.
Yeah, there's some of those. Like I said, I knew who Steven Reinprecht was because that's not a joke. I think it was 2000, 2001 UD Reserve, and I opened some packs of it. And I literally pulled a Steven Reinprecht short print out of a rookie card at the time. That's the only reason I remember the name. Other than that, I'd be like, Steven Reinprecht, Jesus.
And don't get me wrong, we did go out and get deals with a number of people also. Our talent acquisition team got a whole bunch of good deals with it. I'm telling you, don't sleep on it.
Wow, we'll let Billy. I am more than happy to let it play out, and I'm more than happy. If you're right, I am more than happy to call it. I have no issue with that. None, no issue whatsoever. I just struggle with it. Looking at it like on the surface, it's like, that's There are great cards in that set. I can say that without question and definitively. There are great cards in that set, but there are some that just make me kind of go, interesting. All right. Let's see how that one plays out. I'll be curious to see what the reaction is from the breakers and the people that pull the cards and so on and so forth. It's like, that's the part I'm kind of curious about because it's like, are they fan favorites in certain markets? Sure, but that's rough. Some of them are rough.
And then we have negative parallels too. Oh, I'm just joking.
Hey, listen, that's innovation. Don't you want to do a negative 5 out of 0? Come on.
You know exactly what that is, right?
Good old Fanatics. Hey, Eric, did you hear about this?
No.
Fanatics talk about so Billy, what was the name of it? It was like a Frozen Fractor? Frozen Fractor?
Yeah.
Okay, so Fanatics announced a whole bunch of random crap they were talking about. So let's just be like, look, we were having some fun with Billy, but let's be fair about this. Let's give everybody a hard time tonight. So Fanatics, as part of their deal, they were talking about Frozen Fractors. There's a 0 of 0, a -1 out of 0, a -2 out of 0, all the way to a -5 out of 0.
Oh, because it's frozen. So it's,
yes.
Oh, okay. And it's in Celsius, obviously.
Yes.
Well, that's stupid.
Get on the birds. Oh, they're flying away. They heard birds talking.
Yeah. Look. As someone who's in a market, I don't want to think about -5. I don't want to think about -10. I don't want to think about -20, -30. I don't want to think about it, Eric. I get it. Listen. No joke. Okay. We always joke about the thing, and I swear to God, this year I'm gonna have to deal with it. I'm gonna have to just get it. Like this year, I turned 40. I can't deal with this shit anymore. I just can't. I can't deal with it anymore. On my main floor, where I do this live stream with y'all, okay, there's only a space heater here keeping me warm. Okay, my beer is cold. I don't need to put it in the refrigerator. It's literally sitting on the floor and it's cold. This beer is cold.
You got to get insulation in your house, brother.
I don't need to do anything. I just pour it as is. I open it and pour it. Refrigerator would be a waste of time. What for? I'm already cold. That's how I stay warm. It keeps you warm, Eric. It's the only thing that keeps and the trolling is the only thing that keeps me warm.
The trolling, yeah, exactly.
We were going over with Grant about how to checklist stuff. Grant's very tedious about checklists. He used to work for Beckett. They basically felt that checklists were more important than pricing.
Okay, right.
This is back in the day, like having a log of everything that's supposed to be there and naming everything correctly. And we were kind of going over all the rules of how to build a proper checklist, not proper as in like what players are in the checklist, but when you put it out to the public, like what order does everything go in? And so I raised my hand and asked, like, because he's just like, it goes in, numerical order, like rarest to non-rarest. I go, so where do you put the negative numbering in the order of the checklist? And I got a little smile out of him. I was pretty happy, but that's just I think they've probably been hearing the fact that numbered cards are harder and harder to come by in different sets, and you need to come up with something that gives people low numbered cards. It's kind of like now they have two inserts numbered out of five. One of them's -5 technically. One of them's five. They have more one of ones now, and uh, from the feel good factor, it's people are going to be, oh, I got a 0 of 0, which is technically a 1-on-1. It gives you more 1-on-1s to put in a set.
Yeah.
I understand 100% why they did everything. But I think a lot of it, what scares me is that they did it to the extent. So how high are these volumes going because they need all these numbered parallels?
Yeah. No, I think okay. So let's we've had a little bit of fun here, but let's have a legitimate conversation because you're bringing up a very valid point, and it's something we've discussed already in the past at length. And what it comes down to is this, okay? The marketplace is going to adapt. Every innovation, every idea, everything in sports cards tends to get used until a point where we get inoculated to it. This would be the way that I would present it to you. We get inoculated to it. That doesn't mean that we can't come up with more ideas. It doesn't mean we can't come up with other angles and twists. But there's only so many ways we can play tricks. There's only so many tricks we can play with people. Calling it a 0-0 doesn't change the fact it's a 1 of 1. The problem is if you have enough 1 of 1s, how special is a 1 of 1? And we did this already to ourselves. Right from the beginning. Quick hashtag scholarship moment. Eric, you'll appreciate this. Quick hashtag scholarship moment for the people. If you guys remember, the 1 of 1s really started basically in the late 90s. I want to say about 97, 98-ish time period with the printing plates. That was basically the first set of 1 of 1s. Didn't take long. By 98, 99, Upper Deck was doing 1 of 1s that were not printing plates, but they were still 1 of 1s. And they were still relatively hard to pull, and they were parallels of inserts, parallels of base cards, and stuff like that. There may have been some right around that time as well, but the printing plates were kind of the first go of it, effectively. Pinnacle did a bunch of printing plates in 97, 98. I remember those. And they were very popular.
Clear Showcase had the Masterpiece 101s.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that would have been around the same time, though. 97,
Yeah,
98-ish
that's what I'm
time.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So they had the same concept. And at that point, the player collector died but didn't die. I'm still a player collector, but I also understood I couldn't have everything because as soon as you started doing that, when you've got printing plates, you got a set of 4. So you're not complete if you don't have all 4. If one collector has one and you have the other, immediately, automatically, none of you can ever be 100%. That game is over. If you're the completionist, it's misery because you're done. You can't play that game anymore. But the point is, since then, we've come up with different ideas, different concepts. When the jersey card was developed, the odds were 1 in 2,500 packs, thereabouts, in that neighborhood. And then they added patch cards later on, 1 in 7,500 packs. If you go to other sports, I want to say NASCAR or one of the motorsports had a memorabilia card earlier than that, but not much earlier, but still earlier. But once you started doing it, it was a cool idea. It was amazing. And then you started doing it more. And then you started doing it more. And then the 90s and early 2000s Pacific, had products that had one memorabilia per pack, right? Every idea that has ever been used in the hobby eventually gets used to the point it becomes a commodity. A one of one is a commodity. Most players have many one of ones, especially if they're current or modern player. That's just the nature of the beast. I think somebody did the thing with the Trevor Lawrence, and he's got hundreds or 1,000 one of ones or some stupid number. Like it's so off the charts. Like it's hopeless. Why would you even? Don't even worry about it. If you get a couple, you're happy. It's fine. I made the joke. I showed it to Billy earlier tonight. I picked up for my dentist PC. I picked up a one of one. Right now, there's not a lot of one of ones for this product, and Billy knows this as well as anybody else. There's not a lot of one of ones. There are some, but there's not a ton, relatively speaking, because there isn't so many products out yet. So at the moment, there's only so many one of ones. Great. But in some of these other sports, there's one of ones in every product. You start adding it up, you start stacking it. It's not that special. It's actually still tough to get one of ones for this product because there isn't so many sets. Go ahead, Billy. Did you want to add anything to that?
No, right. You're pretty accurate. You know, it's you know, and you got some companies that the whole product is one on one.
Yeah. I just wanted to give context. The point is I wanted to give some context, a little bit of history, hopefully. A lot of the folks in the chat, look, and much love to the folks in the chat. Most of you have been around the block a time or two. On average, a lot of our viewers have been around the block a time or two. So I'm not necessarily teaching you anything. Maybe there's a couple of folks who are picking up a couple pieces here and there, but most of you already know what I'm saying. But I'm just emphasizing. I've been here since 1990. I never really took a break. I was around the game the whole time. That doesn't mean I have the best collection. I don't. That doesn't mean I have the most expensive collection. I don't. That doesn't mean I have the most high-end cars. I don't. That was never my goal. That was never my objective. If I had been more entrepreneurial, I could have made more money from this hobby, but that was never my concern. I enjoy it for what it is. It's fun for me. That's why I don't get upset, though. I don't get bothered by this stuff. When one-on-ones came out, yeah, it sucked. I was a player collector. I couldn't have everything anymore. It was hopeless. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. I didn't have the funds. I couldn't play in that game. There was no hope. But I kept collecting anyway because it was fun for me, and I found a different way to enjoy it. Today, the player checklist just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Billy keeps designing more ways to try to extract me from my hard-earned money. It's all Billy's fault, really.
Well, you're welcome. So my phone, I gotta charge my phone up. So you want to know what's cool is I actually have a stool, like this really cool stool that collapses.
Oh, I've seen those. Yes.
It has a charger on it too.
All right. Well, look, if you want to charge yourself up and come back, you're more than welcome. I'll chat with Eric for a little bit. You're more than welcome to pop in for a little bit. We'll hang out for a little bit longer and then we'll take off.
Gotcha. I'm just hoping someone else comes so then I can head over to a Bubba Gump Strip over there and maybe have a margarita and warm myself up. But,
nice. Okay. Gotcha.
But,
all right. Sounds good.
Yep. Well, I just wanted. I heard Eric talking a little smack, and I just wanted to make sure that he understands, and I dropped some knowledge on him because that's what I do for Eric. And you guys have a good night, and we might see you next Friday. If not, I'm sure I'll get some messages here soon.
No, we'll chat. Look, Billy, we'll chat a little bit more. I'll get you come back on, and we'll chat a little bit more at length. Probably when you're indoors. We'll figure that out. But for now, I'll let you figure your situation out and warm up. All right. Have yourself a good one.
All right. Appreciate it, guys. Later.
Billy, be safe. I know you can probably still hear me, so just be safe out there. You're in a giant empty parking lot all by yourself. You just be careful, buddy.
That was the last place in the world I expected Billy to be during this conversation. That was kind of fun.
That was something.
Yep. So thank you, Bob Jackson. Appreciate you. The era of artificial scarcity, very true. If they're all one of ones, are they really one of ones? That's fair. That's fair. At this point, I just find it amusing. True. It's amazing how many cards have had in their rookie seasons now compared to 10 years ago. Yeah. Look, that's why I try to put a lot of this stuff in perspective. Hopefully it comes across. Hopefully you understand the angle at which I'm coming with this stuff. I cannot, and maybe this will be the best encapsulation of my position on the hobby that I can possibly give you. And of course, we're doing that past hour 4 because that's when the real ones are going to hear the real truth. This is it.
Yeah.
This is it. I can't control what the manufacturers do. I can't control what the marketplaces do. I can't control what other collectors do. I cannot control any of these things. The only thing I can control is what I'm doing and understanding why I'm doing it and planning accordingly. That is the only part that I have control over. Everything else is out of my control. The reason why I don't get down in the hobby, the reason why I'm not bothered by any of this stuff is because I've been here so long. I've seen so many variations of this thing. I've been through the quote unquote wars. I've been through the dark ages, the low periods, the high periods, all the stuff in between. But I'm also not worried about what I'm not worried about what I'm extracting out of the hobby. I wish that I cared more about being entrepreneurial because in that 90s period when it was the dead zone, I could have bought all the good stuff for nothing, for pennies on the dollar, and I'd be rich today. Not only would I have a heater that works, not only would my beer need to be in a fridge, not only that, hell, I'd be in the $1 million studio. You'd be seeing this shit with, green screen and VR, and I'd be floating in space and all kinds of amazing crap. Hell, this live stream would be in 1080p. That's how crazy it'd be out here.
Wow.
In these streets. But I didn't care. I was just collecting because it was amusing to me. I was collecting because it was fun for me. And look, even today, today I'm going to be a little bit more entrepreneurial. I'm going to focus a little bit more on doing some stuff with some of this stuff. But that's because, you know what? It's a good time for me to take advantage of what I know. I know enough to be able to make certain things and certain moves. I'm not trying to make a living out of it. That's not my goal. But I would like the hobby to be more sustainable. Now I'm going to focus more of my attention on making it sustainable. That way I can focus on other things that I also want to do. You can do both. It is possible to do both. But I have the knowledge base already built in. This shit doesn't bother me. That product, Billy has put in time into that product. Much respect. I appreciated his angle and his perspective, giving some explanation into why. I'm still going to make fun of the checklist because it's funny.
It makes all the sense in the world to me now.
Yeah.
But
I'm still going to make fun of the checklist, just to be clear.
No. And that's fine.
And we can still respect and love what Billy does and what he explained to us.
Now you're kind of making fun of the NHLPA instead of Upper Deck and Billy and making choices like that. If the NHLPA, Upper Deck needs to work with them to continue having the hockey license and to make the cards that we all love and want. And if this is what is part of the deal, then that's business and it makes sense. And I think that, again, Legends is the wrong term for this product. We all agree with that.
Yeah, it's bad branding.
But I think true fans of a franchise and in the history of a franchise will appreciate autograph cards or memorabilia cards from those hard-nosed third line defensemen or whatever that as a fan, we were talking about Randy Burridge 3 hours ago. I would love a Randy Burridge patch auto card. I don't think the majority of the hobby would be excited about that. But here in Boston, someone my age who watched every minute of his career, who knows that he was on that 88 Cup team, would very much appreciate that.
Sure.
So that's happening in every single franchise. That there's this one, player or whatever that the rest of the league, fans don't even remember, but we remember. So I do think part of that is cool.
Well, that's why I said fan favorites.
Yeah.
For me, there is a role for going into depth in franchises history and finding the people who maybe had a cup of coffee or maybe had a big moment or whatever. Refresh my memory, Eric. What was the name of that guy who was a prospect, and then he got like injured, and then they honored him later. And what was his name? You know who I'm talking about. So you had in Boston, you had a guy who was drafted by the team, and he never really got off the ground, but he got hurt. Something happened, and then he was able to come back later, and they celebrated him. I think Ray Bork celebrated him as well.
You're talking about Norman Levaye.
That guy. Thank you.
Okay.
That's
So
what I'm talking about.
I am fortunate enough to say that, and again, I want to use my words correctly. I am friendly with Normand.
Yeah. But he's a perfect example. He would be a guy for the Boston franchise that would make sense in the context of the Boston franchise.
Yes, we love him here. We he tugs on our heartstrings. Will always be a home here in Boston for him. Plus, he's just a wonderful guy. I am so lucky to say that I have a friendship with him and that he and I are friendly. He is just absolutely wonderful. His wife is wonderful. But yeah, I don't think an LA Kings fan today cares about a player who in 1983 had a seizure and was never, in between periods and was never able to play again. But here in Boston, we'll never forget him. So yeah, a Norman Levaye card would be a big deal for me to have.
Yeah, but it would also make sense in the fan favorites category.
Exactly.
In the context of the specific franchise, that makes sense.
Exactly.
Some of these players do not make sense unless we really stretch the boundaries of even fan favorites. Like, we have to struggle to come up with it.
There's Randy Burridge's rookie right there.
Yeah, that's the Lemieux. Sorry, that's the Waugh rookie year, right?
Yeah, this is 86, 87.
Yep.
All right, and here is Normand's rookie card. He only has one.
That's 81, 82?
82, 83.
Or 82, 83.
For the 81, 82 season.
Yeah, so 81, 82 is the Messier. Yep.
Yeah, so, unfortunately,
No, sorry, 80, 81 is the Messier. Go on.
Yeah. So, 19 years old, this kid in between periods of an away game in Vancouver has a seizure and, is in a coma for 3 weeks and has never regained full function. And, the guy is still the happiest guy I've ever met.
Yeah, and Paul is here to help you as well.
Yeah. And Paul can suck it.
Just thought I'd throw it in there.
All right.
But anyway, the point is that we always appreciate when Billy will come on and talk about it and give us some insight into the specific idea behind it. But also look at the checklist and go like, I don't care what they said. My answer would have been no. I'm like, guys, no.
Well, if you want to put a set together with Wayne Gretzky in it,
I don't think they're going to hold back Gretzky because you didn't put this set together.
But if you want, it's really about the agreement with the NHL Players Association and that licensing and working together as a team. Now, you have to think, all right, and maybe I'm wrong. If the NHLPA is putting these lesser known players on a card, there must be some kind of, retribution for them, right? They must get a couple of bucks, maybe some notoriety. I don't know, but it must help these guys in some way, right?
I would genuinely hope so. Like my hope would be that they get a kickback from this, because otherwise, holy crap.
Randy Burridge,
Who the hell is Terry Karkner?
I couldn't tell you.
It says Philadelphia Flyers, but I don't know who that is.
I have no idea. But, maybe Terry, whoever, he'd appreciate a nice little, $1,000 check in the mail from the.
I'm sure he would.
Or Upper Deck. Gretzky, if Gretzky gets a $1,000 check in the mail, he doesn't have the energy to even go and cash it. He doesn't care. So, but some of these other guys that we've been kind of joking about tonight, they wouldn't mind a $1,000 check in the mail.
No, look, we're separating two things here. I have zero issue If these players are getting a kickback on this, fantastic. I have no qualms with them getting money from this. That's perfectly fine. I am
Exactly.
beyond good with that.
Yep.
I'm looking at it from the perspective here, just to be clear. I'm looking at it from the perspective of someone opening a box and pulling a Oris
$200 box.
Kinderchuck
A $200 box
and going,
called Legend.
what the fuck?
A $200
And deservedly so.
a $200+ box.
Apparently
called
now.
And getting a Hal Gill autograph card in Minnesota, I could see where someone would say, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. And regretting all their life choices that led up to this point.
I
That's basically what I'm
I
that's basically
get
what I'm
that.
getting.
I
Yeah.
get that. You know, and that's why. But who sets these prices? If no one buys it at $200, the prices are going to have to drop.
I think, though, to be fair, I
now
think,
it's
though, this is an
$50 a
indicator that the secondary market has not looked at the checklist.
Yeah.
Has clearly not looked at it. So Bob here says politically more rules. So there you go.
Bob, I swear to God, I'm going to hunt you down and I'm going to find you and I'm going to hurt you.
Bob,
Jeez.
Bob, if this ever comes to pass, I am prepared to make Thunderdome available. I am prepared to make Thunderdome available. We'll make this happen. We'll get it on pay-per-view. It'll be amazing. Cool to be getting first certified hand and autograph as a shark? No doubt. Would be cool that a triple autograph is a fan favorite lines. There you go. Is Peter Klima in the set? Question mark.
Continue. Bob, I swear to God, I'm coming.
Paul C. Doesn't like Klima in, but Tikkanen is, though. Was driving, couldn't look at it earlier. Completely fair, Paul. I appreciate you checking into it. That's what I said, looking at the checklist many times. Yes. There are questions. There are legitimate questions. My reaction to that, Eric, is good luck. I like it. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Bob. But no, look. Oftentimes, a lot of my takes may be misconstrued as anti-consumer, and I'm not anti-consumer. I'm anti-stupid consumer. If you're being an idiot and you're spending your money moronically, I don't feel bad for you. That's just my nature. However, I'm looking at this on the surface. It's a tough row to hoe. It is a tough row to hoe to get to the point that I would feel comfortable spending money on this box. Now, the good news is I don't have to. I'm not going to. Spoiler, I'm not going to. I will watch some of the breaks and cackle, personally, quietly, in my own corner while drinking my beverage of choice at the time. And I will be scanning eBay and whatever marketplaces to potentially grab the singles that I'm looking for. That's all I care about. I know what I want out of this. I will be keeping an eye, and if I can find the cards that I'm interested in for a price that I think is fair, I'll be on it. Outside of that, I have no concerns with what happens
So
here.
it comes out. So the product comes out when, Carlos?
I believe it should be out the 8th.
Okay.
So not long from now. Not long from now.
So you figure within a week, it's gonna something will be on eBay.
I would think so. The cup basically played out that way. I've definitely found some cup cards that have come up and I've got on my watch list. I'm keeping an eye on it and seeing what happens. So right now it's just kind of sitting back and seeing what the market plays out.
So 7 to 10 days after the product comes out, eBay should be full of it, and we should be able to really take a look and see what is happening. Plus, YouTube is going to have breaks and maybe places like Whatnot or Instagram maybe in a few places. Who knows, right?
That's right.
So, yeah, I think it is going to be interesting. And
we're ready, Eric. We're watching. We're watching as we speak.
If they pull a Randy Burridge patch auto, I will bid on it.
Amazing. But that's my only concern. That's my biggest question that I have. It doesn't mean that but that's why I say we want to separate out two things. Billy's a great friend and a friend of the show, and he's always welcome to kind of chat through the whole pieces. And I'm very friendly to a lot of the Upper Deck products. I just looked at the checklist and I'm like, whoo. And I'm going to be honest about that. I can't pretend. Now, there may be mitigating circumstances. Billy talked about some of those potential mitigating circumstances. But I'm just looking at it from the collector's perspective. That's at a certain price point, and that's with every product, by the way. At a certain price point, it doesn't make sense anymore. And Upper Deck doesn't really have control of what the secondary market does. That's an important distinction because we talked about that with the original AEW product, the first one. The first one, the price got out of whack with the contents. So therefore, it wasn't that the set was bad or that the boxes were bad or whatever. It's that the price didn't make sense. You open the box at the price point that was available, and then you said, "Oh man, this isn't worth that." Well, cool. That wasn't supposed to be the price. That's what y'all did. Like, it shouldn't have been. At the other price point, it probably would have made more sense.
Oh, the cup. I mean, what were those things going Canadian? 1,500?
About 1,500, yeah.
50. Oh.
Yeah. You had almost no chance. You were basically losing. Like, it wasn't an exaggeration. When Luke did the break, he opened a case. I encapsulated it and put it together in a video for folks to be able to watch. He opened a case. Canadian dollars, that was about $9,000 retail value, give or take. About $9,000. And Eric, we've joked about it over the exchange rate. Trust me, the exchange rate does not make it that much better. It doesn't get you all the way back. Trust me, it's still a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I guarantee that. Yeah, you need a cup to break the cup. Very true. Very true, sir. And I feel bad because some people opened that product, paid good money, and right now, that card I showed you that stick card from Medano. It's got just shy of 3 days left. Now, there's always some bidding activity late. Right now, it's up to a whopping $26.
9,000 is roughly $6,600.
Yeah, that is not cheap.
I don't have $6,600.
Yeah, that's over $1,000. That's $1,100 a tin.
Well, wait a minute. Hold on. I want to stop myself before I say that. Just in case there's an opportunity. It's late at night. Sometimes she gets, a little hazy this time of day. Let me talk to my investor.
Go on.
Hold on.
Kathy, please listen.
Hey, Mom. Can I please have $6,600, please, so I can buy a box of hockey cards, please, and be super big time on the Because I'm Carlos show and become famous on the internet, and that would make me happy, and I'd be very grateful. All right, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that'd be a good solid 20 minutes of content without question. Amazing.
Yeah.
There's a Guy Carbonneau insert auto that's listed at 1 in 28,850 packs. Love it, Paul. Guy Carbonneau! Guy!
Well, I mean, I think he was the captain of the team. I mean, so, it isn't like he was a fourth line defenseman or something. I mean, he was the captain.
No, listen, I have appreciation, sir, for Guy Carbonneau. I do, because he was part of the Stanley Cup team.
Yeah.
I have appreciation for him. Now, he wasn't captain of Dallas. He was captain, I believe, of Montreal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so.
So, like, he had a solid career.
Yes.
A solid career.
He was
without even a question.
Too. He was the Selke Trophy winner, I believe, also.
Absolutely. So it's one of those things, like, it's not an indictment on Guy Carbonneau. It is.
But at least I can have an argument can be made that it's okay for him to be in a legend set.
I have a much easier time making an argument for Guy Carbonneau. Yes.
Yeah. Captain of the storied Montreal Canadiens. He's a cup winner. I believe he's a Selke winner.
Yeah. He's also in the Hall of Fame. He is in the Hall of Fame.
So I mean, okay, no problem. She hasn't answered yet, so I think that's a yes.
Sounds like it, yeah.
I think we're good.
Yeah. Yeah. To the point, the general point though, I am way more comfortable with a Guy Carbonneau in that set because at least Guy has a long career to go back from and be able to argue that yes, he did fantastically well. All things considered, he was a key cog of successful teams.
Yes.
And he is a Hall of Famer. So I'm comfortable with that.
Hall of Fame means legend, doesn't it?
To me, I'm way more comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll probably sell for $28.50. Bro, I got this. I got this. It'll be amazing. Look, I don't know what the final price is going to be at, but I've got it on the watch list. We'll see what happens. But like, that's the point though. That is such an expensive product. A Modano card, a Modano Game Used memorabilia card. He was a first ballot Hall of Famer. First year he was eligible, he got in the Hall of Fame. Less than $30. That's rough, man. That's rough. That's tough. That's a very expensive product for stuff like that. If first ballot Hall of Famers can't draw flies to really get a lot of value, $1,100 US. That's where are you getting the money back from? Just out of curiosity.
So
The Lemieux auto is.
if we, the consumer, said there is no effing way I am handing that kind of dough over, the price has to come down. But unfortunately, there are people who are saying, who do I write the check out to? Tell me. And the price stays high. There's no reason for a box of hockey cards to be that expensive.
Well, unfortunately, like for better or worse, the marketplace is a weird place. We know this. And some people have kind of delusional views on what the marketplace is. By the way, since it's priced so far out of whack, I want to share it because it's funny. I enjoy it. I mentioned this card earlier tonight. I pulled it up here. One of the dentist cards. Okay. One of our favorite dentists.
Yes.
All right. What's the asking price?
Okay.
I did mention it earlier tonight, so that's a bit of an Easter egg, a bit of a hint.
It's a gold 1 of 1.
That is a gold 1 of 1 autograph memorabilia piece.
No, it looks like a sticker. I would assume it's a sticker.
They're all stickers on this one, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And this is on the eBay?
This is on eBay. What is the asking price?
This is some silly goose is asking $4,000.
That is right. That's the one I was referring to earlier tonight. That's right. Now, here's the thing. It is a very cool card. I like the card. Cool? Yeah. I'm separating the price first. Focus away from the price first.
Okay.
I think it's a cool card. I would be happy to have it in the collection. $4,000 is a straight no-go. Even with limitless funds. Why? And the best part is they pulled it and they got it and then they sent it in to get graded. And I have no issue with getting a card graded, but just to be clear, it does not add any value for me. It doesn't add a dime worth of value here.
You don't need to get 1 of 1s graded. They're 1 of 1s.
You don't need to. But just to be clear, my 1 of 1, the one that I showed earlier tonight, this guy,
yeah,
I'm probably going to get it graded at some point just because I like the holder. But I am choosing to do that. It is not required. It is not necessary. It does not add value per se.
You tear that thing in half, but still a 1 of 1.
Yeah. But the point is that I don't know if their idea is that, oh, wow, it's a 9. It's not even a 10. Forget everything else. By the way, a 9, there's nothing wrong with a 9 is a mint card. That's fine. But it's also a 1 of 1. What's the point? Like, you went through all this trouble. You spend extra money, and it's not adding any value. And that's the reason I mentioned it with Billy. Just to be clear, currently, as it stands, for Britt Baker, the 1 of 1s consist of the original AEW product, where there's a 1 of 1 of the base card, and the subset card, which I have in my possession. Mm-hmm. 2 1 of 1s, and printing plates. 1 set of printing plates. 4. So that is 6 from the inaugural series. Then we go to the Spectrum product, printing plates, 4. And then 1 for the base card, 1 for the memorabilia set. There's not, when you add it up, there's maybe about 15 to 20 of them, give or take, when you add it all up. Yes, it is a tough go. I've got 1. That's another. I paid about $240 for this one.
That's a lot.
Yeah, but it's a lot less than $4,000.
It is. I'm not good at math, but I do know that.
Yeah. it's a big gap between $200 odd. By the way, it's probably worth more than $200 odd because honestly, if it wasn't on Mercari, it probably would have sold for more.
Yeah.
Because she is a very popular character, and lesser cards sell for more.
I'll be back in 45 seconds.
45 seconds. Time.
Or so.
Time. Ooh, he said or so. Now he's putting in a qualifier. But yes. All right, folks. So we'll start winding her down shortly. Man, we've had an epic episode tonight. We even had Billy join in from on location in the middle of coldness. That's crazy. So just a general thought. Obviously, we've had a couple different topics we've touched on, and some of you are still hanging out, so I appreciate you for that. Any thoughts or questions on anything that we've talked about tonight, or anything else, really? It's really up to you. We'll touch on a couple of things, and then we'll wind her down for the evening, but I just thought I would touch base with you and see if anything you wanted to chat on here as we wind her down. But yeah, we've had a lot of fun with that product tonight. 2021. Last product of 2021 in the year 2023. And an interesting checklist. We had Billy give us a little bit of the explanation. Billy from Upper Deck gave us a little bit of an explanation of why the product turned out the way it did, which is fair. I think it was good of him to give us that justification for it a little bit as well. I think it's going to be interesting. I'll be curious. He's predicted that it'll do better in the long run here if people sleep on it. I don't know about that. I'll just be honest. I'm not sure if I completely agree with that. I'm not sure if I'm completely on board with that. I like the idea, but that checklist is rough, man. That checklist is rough, and that's kind of where I stand on it. Long term, we'll see how that plays out. But I use that example with the 1 of 1 because I thought it would be. Right now, we've got a lot of folks in the sports card hobby, and it's a topic we touched on tonight too. We've got a lot of folks in the hobby who have this inflated sense of, oh crap, I want to max out every dollar. What can I do to squeeze every penny out of this? And I'm like, what are you basing that on? Like, I would love to almost have a conversation with them. By the way, it was $4,000 minimum starting bid with no best offer.
How much is the shipping? I love it when they jack the shipping up another like.
No, good news. It is free shipping.
Oh,
it is free shipping.
Wow.
So everything's fine.
Wonderful of them to do that.
I think it's great. I think it's phenomenal. I think it was very, very nice of them to do that. It tells me though that they're not experienced. They have they have decent feedback, but it tells me they're not experienced. So real quick, maybe we'll finish on this thought. This will be a good conversation to kind of wind her down on. Since we're in the vein, hobby-wise, of being a lot more interested in self-sustaining the hobby, doing maybe a little bit of flipping on the side to help ourselves, whatever the case may be, strategy-wise, I would recommend against having a ridiculous starting bid on an auction that has no chance of drawing any bids. I'm telling you this right now. Like, I'm just being very transparent and very blunt with this. I am a big fan of Britt Baker, the character in wrestling. I enjoy collecting her stuff. A buddy of mine is joking, and he was asking me the question the other day because he knows I like the cards and he watches the product as well. He enjoys it. But he goes, it's like, oh, well, so do you think you're a super collector? And I go, I guess so. It's a nebulous concept. It's like this. I've got a lot of the cards that are available for Britt Baker. I've got a lot of nice cards available for Britt Baker. I now have the 1 of 1, which is awesome. And I was able to pick up a couple of other cards and I showcased it on on my Instagram and stuff. I've got a lot of the nice cards that she's got. So, and I've got a good chunk of the checklist. My checklist is down to 12 cards, Eric. 12 total. That's pretty good. That's not bad. I'm not counting 1 of 1s because 1 of 1s have never fit into any of my checklists because you either have it or you don't. What's the point of having a 1 of 1 of your checklist? That seems stupid.
Right.
If you don't have it, then you don't have it. If you got it, you should know that. You should probably be aware that you have it. It seems reasonable to me to be aware that you have a 1 of 1 because that's the only one. But the point that I'm making is this. I'm pretty in tune with the market, and I'm really in tune with this AW Spectrum product. Not because I bought a lot of 50 of them, of all kinds of different stripes, and I've been monitoring this for some time.
There does seem to be a lot there.
Yeah. But here's my question. They came up with this $4,000 figure. Based on what? It's not based on comps.
No.
Doesn't make any damn sense. Full disclosure, the highest comps on a lot of these AEW Spectrum cards for Britt Baker, Eric, I know the guy who paid some of those strongest prices on some of those AEW Spectrum cards. I know the guy.
Is it you?
It's totally me.
It's totally you. Yeah.
I'm just saying it's totally me. So I am telling this person, you're fucking out of your mind.
I honestly think some people put stuff up there hoping that, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, you fill in the blank of the multi-billionaire, Mr. Amazon, that they're into this, and they'll just be like, oh, I need that, boom, and money is nothing to them. I swear that people honestly hope that, and they put it out there for $4,000, and they're going to leave it up there for X amount of time, and then reality will strike, and they'll bring it back down to earth. But I honestly think people hope that some rich movie star or something, that money doesn't mean anything, is into this, and they're just going to throw money at it.
Yeah. No, and I completely get that. But I've seen, there are a couple of cards on eBay and other platforms. I have a question where there's like, who is the buyer for this? I know for a fact, I'm not as in tune with the other Britt Baker buyers the same way that in the past I was in tune with the Medano collectors. I used to know all the big Medano collectors. And it was easy to know back then. It was very straightforward. But again, I've been at this a long time. The Britt Baker thing and the wrestling cards in general thing, I'm relatively new to. So I'm going to claim I'm a neophyte. I am learning on the go. I am acquiring information and knowledge and getting better at it as we go. So I'm learning more as we go. But at the same time, it's not rocket science. It's not that difficult to figure out a market like this. This market is very narrow. It's very light. It's very top heavy. There's certain players in the space. For better or worse, I'm one of the players in this particular space because it doesn't require as much investment, relatively speaking, to like sports cards, a lot of the other cards. So what I'm looking at is, okay, I may not have the deepest pockets in this space, but I am right up there, right near the top of it. So there's only a handful of guys in myself. So I know more or less where they're going to go with it. None of us are going to touch that. So what's your end game? So when this expires in about 3 days and you don't have a single bid, then what's your plan? You relist it again? Okay. And after that one goes unsold, what's your plan?
Right.
You relist it again? By the way, this product is not getting hotter. It's getting colder. The reason the price has dropped is because this product's been out for a while now already. A lot of the people that want it, a lot of the stuff already bought it.
Right.
There will be another product down the pipeline, and then that'll be the new hotness, and this one will move on to the back burner. It's logic. It's common sense. This is the normal pattern of these products. That's the way this goes. By the way, also, as much as I enjoy Britt Baker and a lot of this stuff, who the hell is paying $4,000 for a wrestling card of the second organization? For better or worse, WWE's number one, AEW's number two. You're gonna pay $4,000 for the one of the better acts in the number two?
I wouldn't pay $4,000 for The Rock. I wouldn't pay it for Andre the Giant. I wouldn't pay it for Stone Cold. Whatever the biggest names in history are. I Hulk Hogan. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, but the thing is, there are some people who will, for some of those, at least WWE's marketing machine will convince them that they can try. I could see that, but it doesn't make sense. The market. I did that conversation where I did with Alex Joe Sakic, 19XX. We talked about it. The market is very thin. There is a passionate fan base, but it's very thin market. It's thin. Once you get past the top guys, it drops like a stone. There isn't a lot of room beyond that. It's not deep. Eric made an interesting comment. Is it still a 1 of 1 if you tear it in half? That's a philosophical question. 2 people would have partial ownership of a 1 of 1. I believe a $50 bill would be nullified if it was ripped in half. Allegedly.
Yeah, I'd throw some tape on it. A 1 of 1 can, you could bend it in half. You could cut the corners off. You could trim it. It's still the only one in existence. And if you are a super duper collector and you need to have every single card of this athlete, then you're gonna pay something for that 1 of 1 to complete your collection. No matter what condition it's in, it's a 1 of 1. It doesn't matter what the grade is. It doesn't matter if it's a 10 or a 1. It's still the only one in existence. And if you're a super collector, you need to have it.
Look at you filling in the super collector piece. I like it. Sounds good. All right, folks. Last comments then before we wind her down.
I do have one thing to add.
Go ahead.
So first of all, I want to show these last 2 shitty ass cards, and then I'll go into my my shame. Okay. Shame. And hopefully we have very limited numbers watching, and they won't be witness to.
It's actually not bad. Now would be a good time, folks. Hit the like button for shame. We do like shame.
No, I hopefully there's only like maybe 2 people and they're sleeping. So first of all, here is Luke Richardson. He is playing with Rockets. That's a hockey card, people. That's a hockey card right there. And one of the greatest players of the mid to late 90s, Stanley Cup champion for the Calgary Flames. One of the greatest playoffs I've ever seen in my life for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Here is your legendary Doug Gilmour. That is a Doug Gilmour hockey card. One of the greatest playoffs of all time. This man. And that's his card. It makes me sick.
That may be the greatest card that has ever been made of Doug Gilmour.
Sickens me. Absolutely sick.
Does it sicken you as much as we're all sick when we watch you eat a chocolate stick?
I didn't know I was live. I was just sitting.
That wasn't my question. That was not my question.
I was trying to simply enjoy a snack. I didn't know I was live.
And yet, that was not my question.
That's my answer. So, other than that, Shane, is it wrong to accept a gift from someone who went out of their way and was thoughtful and got me something that they thought I would like? Do I have to carry shame around for accepting the gift and thanking them for it? If that gift possibly is in a
Beckett slab?
Yes.
Well, listen, I don't want to influence this at all, but look at the screen.
Yeah. This was brought to me by somebody who knew that I would appreciate a Bobby Hull autograph, and they are unaware of my hatred towards Beckett. And
Your love affair with Beckett, yes.
Now, maybe I should have taken it and stomped on the ground and said, "How dare you present me with such,
putrid filth,
nasty filth." But instead, I was genuine and said, "Thank you very much. I appreciate you thinking of me while you were at the show and you saw that and spending your money. That was very kind of you." And I took it and I brought it into my home and I have it displayed on my desk. So, is that shame I should carry? or did I do the right thing?
Again, I don't want to influence anyone. Go on.
So I do have I have for the last 48 hours that it's been in the house, I have had a little guilt and shame
Mm.
as it sits here staring at me from the side over here.
You know, Eric, you know what would have solved your shame?
If I smash it with a hammer and take the card out.
No, no, no. I think you should leave the card alone. I think what would absolve your shame is penance. Penance would absolve you. Such as
Oh, come on.
penance, Eric. You deserve to pay the price for what you've done.
I did not purchase the item myself. Okay? This was a gift of a thoughtful person. My home is now tainted. Great.
I think penance is honestly the least you could do. I feel that this is your step towards rehabilitation. I think you should just accept your fate and be done with it.
How about if I exchange can I get out of this somehow, and if I send all
please
these...
pitch it. So anyway, so Eric's shame can only be absolved with the hit of the like button. He appreciates the hit of the like button because it allows him to pay his penance and work his way towards recovery. And that's very important. And if you allow that to happen, that's what's going to get us where we need to go. So, very important. How many cookies did you get?
6.
How many have you eaten?
This is my 4th, but I ate the other 3 like 3 hours ago.
Brilliant. Good times. Penance, not penance, like you're selling on eBay. Facts, Bob. Have a good night, Jeff. Take her easy. But yes, we'll wind her down on this. Wind her down on this. If you could, on your way out, hit the like button.
Oh,
We would
come
always
on,
appreciate it.
no. That just...
Think your name. Appreciate you as always.
I don't
you.
appreciate you at all.
Despite Eric's lack of appreciation, I appreciate you.
I don't appreciate you.
And other people appreciate you as well. So think your name.
Go back to Uganda and go communicate with the apes using sign language, trying to pawn off your hockey cards to them. That's what I told everybody you were tonight in the segment of where in the world is named Cardinal. I told them that you were in Uganda trying to pawn your hockey cards off to apes in the deep, dark jungles using American Sign Language.
Do the apes want Jay Bomeister cards?
Who doesn't want Jay Bomeister cards? He was supposed to be the next Bobby Orr, remember?
Do you want Jay Bomeister cards?
Nobody wants Jay Bomeister. Doesn't want Jay Bomeister cards.
But if he was supposed to be the next Bobby Orr, he couldn't even get under a set checklist with Steven Reinprecht.
Yeah, that's what he was promoted as, the next Bobby Orr. How did that work out?
Well, in fairness, Jay Bomeister was also not on that checklist, so he was on the same level as Bobby Orr as far as the Legends checklist is concerned.
That, yeah. I think I'm in trouble again.
Yep. I thought you always would pretend you like something you got as a gift, then throw it out when you got back home. Be nice. Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate you.
Yes, Mom.
Indeed. So thank you all for joining us once again this evening. It has been another episode of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. I still don't know. We're still not answered on that. We still don't know what this is. We've had almost 5 hours, and we are no closer to determining what this is.
Hold just a couple more seconds. Mom, do I have to be nice to name? I don't anybody but him. I'll even be nice to Bob Jackson, but I don't want to be nice to name, please. That just come on. That's too much. Too much. It's too much. I can't.
So we are now on the East Coast on Saturday, March the 4th. On the West Coast, or wherever name is, we are still on Friday night. So enjoy the rest of your Friday evening. if you're on the West Coast. On the East Coast, enjoy your Saturday and enjoy the rest of your weekend. And we will catch you next Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Kathy. We join you at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Same bad time, same bad channel. Fun live stream. Again, thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to all of us who joined us. Thank you to Bronco79 Steve. Thank you to Brad. And thank you to Billy Celia joining us from a parking lot somewhere. That was a fun little twist. I enjoyed that one. Always. Jones or Gain? Ooh, are they having a fight? I'm going to go with Jones. That's my answer to you. Good night. It's quiet. I'm listening most of the night. Thank you, Name. Appreciate you. All right, folks. Have yourself a great evening. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have a good one. We'll catch you in the next one. Take it easy.
Bye, Nate.